Welcome back to Metafanfic, the place where your favorite words get rewritten. This video includes a self-ordered human introduction of first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what-if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry inherited forbidden goblin magic and became untouchable? Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. When Harry Potter discovers a hidden inheritance tied to ancient goblin magic, he unlocks powers the wizarding world was never meant to witness. Bound by secrets, blood, and forbidden knowledge, Harry rises beyond wizards, beyond control, becoming a force no one can challenge or stop. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. 7-year-old Harry Potter lay trapped in his cramped, coffin-like cupboard, his fragile body burning under a relentless fever. Every breath SCD, his throat raw, his vision blurred as the world spun uncontrollably around him. He knew he should rise, should begin the endless servitude forced upon him before the Dursleys returned. But today, his body refused to obey. Shivering and burning at the same time, Harry had tried to stand, only for the world to collapse beneath him, forcing him back into the darkness of his forgotten prison. For the first time, Harry Potter felt like he might not survive the night. A panicked thought suddenly struck his mind. I need to shovel the snow by the front door, he remembered. Otherwise I could really get into trouble if someone slips on the snow and gets hurt. He dragged himself out of his cupboard and pulled over his warmest sweater, a relic of Dudley's wardrobe, and his much too light denim jacket, which was all he possessed, since Dudley had not grown out his winter jacket yet. A few minutes later, as he began to shovel the snow, he relished the ice-cold air soothing his flushed, hot face. He hadn't even reached the halfway point to the main road and felt absolutely exhausted. He knew, however, that he had to finish his strenuous task before he'd be able to rest. All of a sudden, a soft voice penetrated his ears. "Hello, Harry." Harry looked around in surprise, not used to anyone but his school teacher, Mrs. Atkinson, addressing him in such a gentle voice. It was Hermione, one of his classmates. "Hermione," he whispered, looking at the girl in surprise. In fact, he somewhat liked the girl. She never played pranks on him nor ridiculed him like most of his other classmates did in order to please his gluttonous cousin, Dudley. However, she had not really spoken to him either, even if he noticed that she was often watching him. "She's probably afraid of what Dudley would do to her if she was friendly to me," he thought. He knew that her parents were dentists and that they had taken over the dental practice in Little Whinging a few years ago. "I had hoped to see you," Hermione now said, smiling, holding out a small parcel to him. "Happy Valentine's Day, Harry." Harry blinked in confusion and disbelief, thinking, "I'm not allowed presents because I'm a freak." "Harry, take it," Hermione encouraged him. "It's for you. It's a chocolate frog. I hope you like it. You know what a chocolate frog is, don't you?" "No," Harry replied, a frown marred his face for a split second before looking at her in question. "Harry, I know that you're magical just like me." Hermione began to lecture him in a firm voice, before Harry interrupted her, terrified. "There's no such thing as the M word," he whispered, glancing around at the neighboring houses, feeling very relieved that his relatives were away and could not witness their strange conversation. "Nonsense," Hermione replied firmly. "And I know you. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Noticing that Harry did not show any reaction to the epithet, but looked at her in apparent confusion, she stepped in front of him and slowly raised her right hand to lift his fringe, her delicate fingers brushing the thin scar. "See, I knew it, you have the scar," she said, triumphantly, before she interrupted herself and blurted out, "Oh Merlin, Harry, you're burning up with fever. Why does your aunt make you shovel snow if you're ill?" "I'm fine," Harry replied, automatically. "My relatives are away over the weekend." "Come home with me," Hermione said in determination. "I have to finish this," Harry replied, inwardly sighing. "I'd so love to go with her," he thought, when suddenly a violent shiver shook his body. "That's it," Hermione said in a firm voice. "You're coming with me. My parents will be able to help you." She pressed the box with the chocolate frog into Harry's hand, before she gently supported his left arm and slowly led him to her home, knowing that she could rely on her parents to help the boy. The Grangers warmly greeted Harry and invited him to lie down on the sofa in the living room. Knowing that he wasn't supposed to be in the living room at all, the child very hesitantly complied, and Mrs. Granger placed 2 small phials on the table next to him. "Drink up, sweetie, it's pepper-up potion and fever-reducing potion for children, like medicine but much more efficient. It always helps Hermione when she has caught a cold," Mrs. Granger instructed him in a soft voice, causing Harry to look at her, eyes wide. "I'm not allowed medicine," he whispered. However, he felt too miserable to not comply when the Grangers insisted that he was not only allowed, but was even supposed to drink his potions so that he'd feel better quickly. He noticed that the potions helped a lot and listened with interest when Hermione told him how she had learned that she was a witch by chance. One day, about 2 years ago, Mrs. Granger had been talking to Mrs. Fig. When the old lady had inquired about Hermione, Mrs. Granger had told her that she was very upset with her daughter because Hermione had turned her teacher's hair blue that very morning because the teacher had not given homework to her class. Knowing that Hermione had to be a witch, Mrs. Fig had introduced the Grangers to her friend Alberta O'Brien, who was also a witch and who had kindly given the Grangers a thorough introduction to the wizarding world. Ever since then, Hermione had read books about the magical world. "Thank you for telling me this," Harry said, gratefully, before he slowly rose and explained, "I need to go and finish shoveling the snow and do my other chores. Otherwise, my relatives will be very angry." "Harry," Mrs. Granger contradicted in a firm voice, "you're in no condition to do chores, and I'm sure your relatives will understand if you tell them that you've been ill." "No." Harry sadly shook his head. "They know, but they just ignore it," he admitted in a small voice, causing the Grangers to cast him horrified looks. "Harry," Hermione spoke up, sounding upset. "If they don't treat you well, we'll just take you away from them." Turning to her parents, she said, "Harry never has anything to eat for lunch with him, and he always wears Dudley's hand-me-downs. He doesn't even own a proper winter coat." Harry could not help but blush. "I'd love to get away from them," he supplied in a barely audible voice, "but they told me that no one else would be willing to put up with my freakishness and that I'd end up in the children's home." "Nonsense, Harry," Mr. Granger contradicted in a firm voice. "We'd be willing to take you in. We'd need your relatives' consent though for the legal papers." "I don't think that it'll be that easy," Mrs. Granger spoke up, thoughtfully. "When Hermione once asked Mrs. Fig about Harry, she told us that the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who is one of the most powerful people in the magical world, has placed him with his relatives. He also instructed her to not tell him about the magical world. Maybe we should call Mrs. O'Brien and ask for her advice." Her husband and Hermione agreed, and to Harry's surprise, Mrs. Granger leaned face first into the fireplace and appeared to speak with someone. A moment later, an elderly lady stepped out of the fireplace. "You won't be able to take Harry in," Mrs. O'Brien bluntly told the Grangers after hearing about their suspicion that Harry was neglected and abused by his relatives, "nor will we. My husband is the head healer at St. Mungo's and, as such, very influential in the magical world and could also testify about any possible abuse. However, Professor Dumbledore is the head of the Wizengamot and, as far as I know, he is also Harry's guardian in the magical world." She remained thoughtful, eyeing the boy, who was much too small and too skinny for his age, in apparent concern, before she spoke up again. "I suggest that we introduce Harry to the goblins. They're not in any way obligated to obey to Dumbledore, so they'd be the best option to help the child." Seeing that the adults and children looked at her in expectation, she continued, "I'm good friends with a goblin named Gwenline. Her husband is Buckbean, one of the goblins working at Gringotts Bank. Would you mind if I called her and asked her to step through?" "Of course not," Mr. Granger replied immediately. "Thank you very much for your help in this matter." "You're very welcome," Mrs. O'Brien said, smiling at the Muggles who were so extremely interested in everything concerning the magical world. "Thank Merlin that I could convince you to connect your fireplace at that time," she added, chuckling, before she leaned into the flames and called her goblin friend. Hermione sat next to Harry on the sofa and gently laid her hand on Harry's right arm. "Don't worry, Harry, everything will be all right," she said in a soothing voice, before hopping up to join him on the squashy sofa. "Why don't you eat your chocolate frog in the meantime?" she suggested, and proceeded to tell the boy about the cards of famous wizards and witches, which could be found in the package together with the frog. "I've been collecting them for 2 years now and have a lot of them," she said, proudly. "I'll show them to you later on." The children's conversation was interrupted, when a strange creature stepped through the fireplace. It was almost the same size as Harry. "Looks like a dwarf like in the story that we read at school last week," Harry thought, giving the creature a curious look. "This is Gwenline, Mrs. O'Brien," informed Harry and the Grangers, before she introduced the Muggles and the 2 magical children to her goblin friend. "Good day, Mrs. and Mr. Granger." Hermione and Harry, Gwenline greeted them in a friendly voice. She accepted the offered seat and listened with interest to what the Grangers and Mrs. O'Brien told her. After remaining pensive for a few minutes, pondering the situation, she finally broke the silence that had followed the explanations about Harry and his situation at his involuntary home. "Did I understand correctly that Harry's guardians are away and will not know if I take him with me until tomorrow evening?" Seeing that everyone turned their eyes to him, questioningly, Harry confirmed, "Yes, ma'am." The goblin smiled. "Just call me Gwenline, sweetheart." "Very well then, I suggest that I take Harry with me for the time being, and he can see if he'd like to live together with my husband, our 8-year-old twins Kengo and Jane, and myself. What do you think, sweetheart? It can't be worse than at the back at Privet Drive," Harry thought, enthusiastically. "I'd like that very much," he replied, smiling shyly. "I just hope they won't make me go back to my relatives when they notice that I'm a freak," he thought, anxiously. "Gwenline," Hermione threw in, excitedly. "Will I be able to meet with Harry every now and then, even if he's living with you?" The goblin smiled. "Of course, dear, your friend is only a flow call away. You may come and visit us at any time. The same goes for you as well," she added, turning to the adults. "Very well, Harry, shall we go?" she asked, giving the boy an encouraging look. "All right," Harry replied in a small voice, casting Hermione an uncertain glance, before he allowed the goblin to pull him into the fireplace together with her. "I'll contact you tomorrow evening," Gwenline promised, before she shouted, "Buckbean's home." When Gwenline pulled him out of the fireplace, Harry took in his surroundings with interest. "Everything looks more futuristic than at the Dursleys' house," he realized, seeing that the furniture was made of metal instead of wood. Jane, Kengo, Buckbean, Gwenline called her family and introduced Buckbean and the twins to Harry. "This is Harry, he comes from an unfriendly home, and he'd like to stay with us," she explained. Harry shyly looked at the goblins, trying to distinguish them. Buckbean is just a bit taller than Gwenline, and Jane wears a skirt, but her brother wears trousers. "If they're always clothed like this, I'll be able to recognize who is who," he thought. "Shall we show Harry Goblin Island?" Jane suggested, smiling friendly at the younger boy. "Yes, that would be nice," Gwenline agreed, "but are you feeling well enough, Harry? The Grangers said you were sick." "It's just a cold," Harry replied, feeling very uncomfortable at the attention. "I'm fine, and I'd like to see the Goblin Island." "If you don't feel all right, you must tell the twins and come back," Gwenline instructed him in a stern voice. "Leave your jacket here. On Goblin Island, it's always warm and sunny." "Well then, come Harry," Kengo spoke up, and the twins led Harry out of a door, before they began to explain. "There are about 500 goblins. And we all live on this island. Most of the men work at Gringotts, the wizarding bank. And the women stay with the children who are too small to attend school or help with the cooking." The twins pointed to a large building that seemed to be made of metal and looked like a pot. "This is our assembly building, the teapot, as it's called," they told Harry, and informed him that all goblins would gather at the teapot for the meals and at special occasions. Continuing to complete each other's sentences, they showed Harry the school, which all goblin children attended from the age of 7. "Will I be able to go to school here?" Harry asked, excitedly. "Of course. If you live with us, you must attend school here," the twins informed him. We have classes in reading, writing, maths, economics, health, potions, wizarding culture, goblin culture, general magic and sword making. And wizarding culture is taught by a half-goblin and half-wizard. Quote. Professor Flitwick, he's a professor at Hogwarts. After showing Harry the main buildings of Goblin Island, the twins led Harry to the beach, informing him that the whole island was surrounded by a beach, before leading to the endless ocean, a brighter blue than a summer sky back in England. In order to get away from Goblin Island, you must either use the fireplace or step through the portal, which is situated in front of the school building. It leads to Gringotts in Diagon Alley, the magical shopping area on the mainland. You can apparate. But we're only going to learn to apparate when we'll be 10 in 2 years' time, the twins told him. Harry chuckled. Your way of speaking is really funny, he said, noticing the twins' questioning look. Thank you so much for all the information. I already like Goblin Island a lot. It'll be great to live here. All the houses seem different from each other, not all alike like at Privet Drive, he thought, and the sea looks gorgeous. I wonder if we'll be allowed to swim here sometimes. That it is, Jane replied, warmly, and we're happy to have a little brother, aren't we, Kengo? Yes, the older boy replied, grinning at Harry. By the time the 3 children returned home, Harry felt exhausted and noticed that he had a bit of a headache. I don't think that you're really well yet, Gwenline said, eyeing the young boy. She pointed her hand at his head and sighed. Your temperature is slightly elevated. Maybe you need another dose of pepper-up potion. After dinner, I'll take you to Incan for a checkup. She's our healer and will surely be able to help you. I'll come with you, Jane announced, noticing that Harry gave her mother a frightened look. Let's go to dinner, Buckbean spoke up, before he turned to Harry. Have the twins shown you around the island? Yes, sir, Harry replied, smiling. It's a wonderful place. Together with his new family, Harry stepped out into the sunlight again and walked to the teapot, where dinner was just about to begin when they arrived. Dinner cooked by the Goblin women was delicious, even if it was slightly different from the kind of meal that Harry was used to cooking for the Dursleys and mainly consisted of meat, roots and fungi. At first he was hesitant to sit at the table and eat together with the goblins, having learned from his relatives that freaks did not have the same rights as everyone else. However, when he told Gwenline about it, she became very angry at his relatives and made it clear for Harry that he was supposed to sit at the long table together with them and eat whatever they ate. On the way back home, they walked by the infirmary. Harry glanced around at the light, airy room, frightened, while Gwenline introduced him to Incan, the healer. It looks like the hospital room at school, but with a much better view, he thought, recalling that the school nurse had always been very friendly to him and had stood up for him in front of Aunt Petunia multiple times. However, when the healer, who was dressed in a white robe, pointed her hand at his head and waved her hand over him a few times, Harry felt very uncomfortable, unused to magic or medicine. He looked up, horrified, when the learned healer informed Gwenline about the bruises and welts that were covering 80% of his body. We know that he comes from an unfriendly home, Gwenline informed the healer. That's why we decided to take him in and make him a member of our family. She wants me in her family, Harry thought in delight, although she must know by now that I'm a freak. He drank the pepper-up potion, without complaint and deep in thought, from the goblet that the healer pressed into his hands, feeling happier than he had ever felt before. He only has a very bad cold that seems to have been neglected for a while. Perhaps he will need one more dose of pepper-up in the morning, but then he should be fine, Incan told Gwenline quietly. One day, I should do a thorough check-up on him, but that can wait until he's really comfortable with our magic. He seems to be a bit frightened. Gwenline thanked the healer profusely, before she took Harry's hand, squeezing gently, "Let's go home, sweetheart." While far away at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, an alarm alerted the headmaster and his colleagues, who were having tea in his office, to the fact that the wards around the Dursleys' residence were coming down. Harry happily walked back to his new home together with his new parents and siblings. Back at home, Gwenline led Harry into a bedroom that was even larger than Dudley's first bedroom. "Harry, would you mind sharing a room with Kengo?" she asked in a soft voice. "We can make another room, but for that we need to ask one of my husband's colleagues for help." No, it's fine, Harry hurriedly reassured her. I'd love to share a room with Kengo, but only if Kengo doesn't mind. He questioningly looked at the older boy. Of course I don't mind, Kengo replied, smiling. Just think how much fun we're going to have playing pranks on Jane. Chuckling at the unexpected reply, Harry shook his head. I'm a good boy, he thought. I don't play pranks, especially not on nice girls. While Harry engrossed himself in a conversation with the twins, their mother waved her hand around the room, adding a second bed, wardrobe, table, chair and bookshelf on one side of the room. Harry, this is your side of the room, Gwenline informed the child, before she continued in a no-nonsense voice, go to bed now and rest. All right, Harry grudgingly agreed, although his mind screamed that he felt well now and wanted to spend some more time speaking and playing with the twins. At the same time at Hogwarts. Albus, what is this sound? Professor McGonagall inquired in concern. The old wizard thoughtfully stroked his long, white beard, before he replied, the wards around Harry's home seem to come down. Minerva and Severus, would you be willing to accompany me to the Dursleys' residence and make sure that Harry is all right? Why would I go and check on Potter? Snape muttered, while McGonagall readily rose from her seat. A minute later, the three professors stepped out of Arabella Figg's fireplace. Hello Arabella, Dumbledore greeted her in a grave voice, do you have any idea why the wards around the Dursleys' home could be failing? No Albus, the old squib replied, astonished. I've seen Harry shovel snow earlier, but I don't know what's happening. Seeing that the professors already left her house, she ran behind them, across the street towards the Dursleys' house. Everything seems to be all right here. Maybe the Dursleys have gone out for dinner, Dumbledore supposed, upon realizing that no one seemed to be at home. Considering that Arabella saw Harry earlier, I think we don't have to worry right now. Let's return to Hogwarts. Albus, are you sure that Harry's all right? McGonagall queried in utmost concern. Yes Minerva, I'm certain, the headmaster replied, calmly. If he was in any peril, a different alarm would have alerted me to the fact. On the Goblin Island. When Harry woke up in the morning, sunshine flooded the room, and the twins were sitting on Kengo's bed smiling at him. It's time to wake up lazybones, Kengo said, chuckling. Breakfast is going to begin in 15 minutes, his sister added. And after breakfast, we're going to go and play Quidditch together with the other kids. Have you ever played Quidditch? Harry cast the twins an uncertain look. I'm sorry, but what's Quidditch? He asked, hesitantly, causing the twins to give him a detailed explanation about broom riding and Quidditch in general as well as on Goblin Island. By the time they headed to the teapot, Harry was certain that he wanted to play Quidditch together with the twins. 2 hours later, the Goblin children were very excited. Harry, we want you to play in the children's team, the Goblin who trained the children informed him, causing Harry to give his siblings a questioning look. That's all right Harry. You'll make a brilliant seeker, Kengo reassured him, smiling. And the children's team plays against the Goblins' team of the adults, Jane added. Most players coming from the children's team will play on the Goblins' team when they're older. The Goblins' team is our official team that plays in the tournament against the Elves' team and the Wizards' team, the trainer supplied. Only very good players are able to play in the children's team, but you're the best seeker that I've ever seen. With you as our seeker, we might be able to beat the adults' team. All right, Harry hesitantly agreed. If you think that I'm able to play. We saw that Harry, You were brilliant, the twins reassured him. What's your name? The trainer queried. Harry, son of Buckbean, Kengo supplied quickly, before Harry could even say his real name. Very well. Training is every Sunday afternoon at 5 o'clock, and the team has its own brooms. You don't need to bring one, the trainer informed Harry and dismissed him. Like in a daze, Harry followed the twins back home, where Jane and Kengo excitedly told their mother what had happened. Congratulations Harry, Gwenline finally said, smiling at the boy. I'm very proud of you son. She's proud of me, Harry wondered, knowing that never before anyone had told him that they were proud of him. It must be like this to have real parents, he thought, happily. Later the same day, after Harry returned from Quidditch practice with the children's team, Buckbean asked, Harry, if I understood correctly, the Dursleys are going to return home tonight. Are you sure that you want to remain here as a member of our family? I'd like to remain here, sir, if it's possible, Harry replied immediately, anxious. Of course it's possible, Gwenline reassured him. Buckbean just wanted to make sure that's what you want. Otherwise we'd have to take you back tonight. Now how about you call your friend Hermione and invite her to visit us tomorrow after school? And yes, it's possible, the twins threw in, grinning. With Gwenline's help, Harry Flo called Hermione, who was very happy after hearing what he told her about Goblin Island, and excitedly agreed to visit Harry the following day. Will I be in the same class as you? Harry anxiously asked the twins, when Gwenline and the three children walked to the school that morning. Probably yes. As we've only been 8 for 4 months, the twins replied, grinning enthusiastically. You'll see. School is great fun, they told him. I think you'll like it, sweetheart, Gwenline threw in, smiling. They teach lots of interesting things at our school. When they arrived at the school, which was a white stone building situated right next to the sea, the twins begged their mother to let them accompany Harry to the headmistress' office. However, Gwenline refused. You can't miss your first class without talking to your teacher beforehand. Just go to class, and maybe reserve a seat for Harry next to you, their mother instructed them firmly. Between us, you mean, the twins replied, simultaneously, grinning at their mother before they hurried away. To Harry's relief, the headmistress was a very friendly goblin. Oh well, so far all the goblins that I met were friendly, he thought, as he absent-mindedly listened to the conversation between the two goblins. It's no problem that he's human provided that he's magical, the headmistress informed Gwenline in a gentle voice. Yes, he seems to be a very powerful wizard, and he managed to get into the children's team, Gwenline replied proudly. He's already got used to his new siblings, and they get along very well, so I don't think he'll have problems adapting to our world. He grew up in the Muggle world, where he has been treated badly. Do you like Goblin Island? The headmistress turned to Harry, giving him an encouraging smile. Yes, ma'am, he replied, shyly. I love it. It's warm and sunny, and everyone here is very friendly. Also, from what the twins told me about the classes here at school, it seems to be much more interesting than the classes in my old non-magical school. Very well then, let me take you to your class, the older goblin said, holding out her hand to Harry, smiling when the boy hesitantly slid his own, small hand into hers. Don't worry, he'll be fine, she whispered to Gwenline, who nodded, smiling at the child. Enjoy yourself, Harry, she said, before she turned towards the entrance doors. In contrast to primary school, the goblin children had a different teacher for each subject. Everyone was extremely friendly to Harry, not just the teachers but the other children too, and he enjoyed himself a lot, even if he noticed that he had to catch up for the 6 months he had missed since the beginning of the school year. However, the twins consoled him, promising to study with him in the afternoons. However, in the last class of the day, they had potions, and the potions professor completely ignored Harry. He was very disappointed, especially since he found that the class was the most interesting of all classes and he really wanted to learn as much as possible about ingredients and brewing methods. Don't worry, Harry, the twins told him on their way home. Brightbird is not as mean as it seems. We think that he's very shy. And he probably just doesn't know how to handle a human. I hope so, Harry replied, feeling slightly consoled by the twins' words. If you want, we can go back to the potions classroom in the afternoon. He's always there, and we sometimes go. And brew fruit drops are a prank potion. But we could speak with him instead, the twins suggested, causing Harry's face to brighten immediately. Yes please, that would be great. And I'd like to brew something together with you, he added, chuckling in anticipation, before he remembered that Hermione was going to visit him in the afternoon. Harry, Hermione and the twins spent the whole afternoon walking through Goblin Island, playing on the beach and talking. Suddenly, Hermione let out a long sigh. You've no idea how much I envy you, she said, sadly. Your school seems so much more interesting than our stupid Muggle primary school. I wished I could attend school here too. The twins exchanged a quick look. Why not? They then blurted out. Let's go and ask Flowerbrick. That's the headmistress, Harry explained to Hermione, before he grabbed her hand and ran to catch up with the twins. You can't just go into the school and ask if I can attend, Hermione said in confusion, when they stopped in front of the school building. Maybe you can't. But we can, the twins contradicted, grinning, and strode ahead. Shaking their heads in confusion, Harry and Hermione hesitantly followed the twins, who were heading straight to the headmistress' office. Flowerbrick listened to the twins' explanation with apparent amusement, before she replied, "If Hermione is magical and her parents don't mind her attending our school, I don't have any objections, provided that you don't bring any other humans to our school for the time being. I won't accept more than 2 humans for one class." "We won't," the twins promised, simultaneously, making everyone smile at their antics. "I'm sorry for being so impolite," Hermione apologized, before she explained about her Muggle school and having heard from Harry about how interesting the Goblin school was. "I'm sure that my parents will allow me to attend school here. It's only for a little more than 3 years though, because then I'm going to attend Hogwarts together with Harry," she added. "Ah, I know Hogwarts," the headmistress replied. "Our Flitwick is a professor there. He only teaches a few classes here on Saturday mornings and gives extra classes during the summer holidays." She glanced at the clock on her wall, before she asked, "Is your home connected to the Flow network? I should speak with your parents in order to properly enroll you for the first class." "Yes, Madam Flowerbrick," Hermione confirmed, "and I need to go home now anyway." Turning to Harry and the twins, she said, "Thanks so much for everything. I hope I'll see you tomorrow morning." While Hermione stepped into the fireplace with the headmistress, Harry and the twins returned home. "This is even getting better," he thought on the way. "I can attend classes with everyone, Jane, Kengo and Hermione. That's cool. I hope her parents will agree." Harry and the twins arrived home with just a few minutes to spare before they had to leave for dinner. Buckbean motioned Harry to take a seat on the sofa in the living room and informed him, "Today I've been talking to my colleagues and they changed several things in your personal records." Seeing that the boy eyed him curiously, he continued, "Gwenline and I are your guardians now. For the magical world, we have listed Professor Flitwick as your guardian. I don't know if you've met him, but he is half goblin and half wizard and teaches here and at Hogwarts. I believe that he'll be a good guardian for you if you need any human in the magical world." "Thank you so much, sir," Harry replied, contentedly, thinking, "I can't wait to meet Flitwick on Saturday." "For the Muggle world," Buckbean continued, "the Grangers are listed as your guardians now." "Oh cool," Harry commented, pleased with the Banker Goblin's choices. "Thank you. As for the Dursleys," Buckbean spoke again, "if anyone asks about you, they'll tell them that you've just gone to visit a friend and will be back later on, and your teachers and classmates of your Muggle school have been dealt with as well, so that they won't miss you and possibly alert Professor Dumbledore to your absence." "Thank you so much for everything," Harry said, gratefully. The next morning, Hermione attended school together with Harry and the twins. Every morning, she took the Flow to Gwenline's and Buckbean's house, and the children walked to school together. Classes were very interesting, and Harry thoroughly enjoyed himself. The other children easily accepted that Harry and Hermione belonged to the twins' family and were all very friendly to the 2 humans. At first, Hermione and Harry had problems in a few subjects like sword making and finance, as they had missed the first half of the school year. However, the twins helped them catch up in the afternoons. "Don't worry about the sword making. We won't be able to finish our sword until the end of our 3rd year. And sword fighting will only be a subject starting in 4th year, anyway," Jane and Kengo reassured them and proceeded to concentrate on finance and goblin culture. Professor Flitwick's class was very interesting, and Harry and Hermione were disappointed that the first years only had one class with the half-human teacher. They learned easy charms that could be useful in everyday life like Lumos, the summoning charm Accio or the unlocking spell Alohomora. After their first class together, the teacher kept the 2 human children back, causing Harry to look at Hermione nervously, feeling slightly reassured at her encouraging smile. Hermione and Harry, Flitwick addressed them, sounding very excited. "I'm happy to see 2 human children here in order to study the goblins' culture. I really appreciate the effort you are taking to learn about it. It ought to be compulsory at Hogwarts." "Thank you, sir," Hermione replied, eagerly. "We're only going to remain here until we're of age to attend Hogwarts." I can't wait to be finally able to go to Hogwarts. I've read Hogwarts, a history 8 times by now. I can't recall having read your name though. Could you please tell us what you're teaching at Hogwarts? While Harry inwardly groaned at Hermione's endless questions, Flitwick chuckled in apparent amusement, before he replied, I teach charms, and I'm the head of Ravenclaw House, into which you're surely going to be sorted if you've read Hogwarts, a history 8 times at the age of 7 or 8. 8, sir, Hermione informed him, and Harry's 7. Harry, Flitwick turned to the boy, I received notice from Buckbean, who is listed as your guardian in the Goblin world, that I'm now your guardian in the magical world. Yes sir, Harry replied quickly, slurring in his rapid response. I hope that's all right with you sir. Of course it is, Flitwick reassured him, grinning happily. I was just wondering, does Professor Dumbledore know that you're not residing with your relatives anymore? No sir, he mustn't know that, Hermione threw in, moving towards Harry protectively. He was the one who placed Harry into an abusive home and forbade everyone to even tell him about the magical world. Professor, will you please keep his secret? Her brown eyes implored, as her oversized front teeth had caught her lip. Of course dear, Flitwick replied gently. I will only tell one of my colleagues, Professor McGonagall, about the matter, because I know for a fact that she's very worried about Harry and doesn't approve his placement with his relatives at all. Till now, although more than 6 years have passed already, she has been fighting with the headmaster about it at least once a week. I know Professor McGonagall, Hermione spoke up, thoughtfully. She's the Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor, right? Yes, Flitwick confirmed, grinning enthusiastically. She was Harry's parents' head of house and has often babysat him when he was a baby. I know that because we were all very fond of him as a little tyke. If you're sure that she won't give me out to the headmaster, Harry threw in, uncertainly, feeling very awkward upon hearing the teacher speak about him as a baby. I'm 100% certain about that, Flitwick reassured him. Very well, I have to hurry to my next class. Just know that you can ask me whenever you have any questions or problems with either the Goblin or the magical world. During the week, you can send me an email anytime. Harry and Hermione profusely thanked the teacher and left the classroom, where the twins were waiting for them, curious. One afternoon in April, when the two humans were caught up in all their subjects and Hermione had returned home right after school, the twins suggested to go back to the school and speak with the potions teacher, who was still very reserved towards Harry and Hermione although both children were very good in all subjects. Hesitantly, Harry followed the twins into the potions classroom, which was very bright, held several more workspaces than they needed for their class, and was very well organized, at least in Harry's opinion. Good day Brightbird, the twins greeted the teacher who was just busying himself brewing 2 potions simultaneously. Good day, Brightbird replied, frowning as he put his potions under a stasis charm. What brings 3 siblings back to the potions classroom in the afternoon? Harry couldn't help feeling himself blush at the teacher's sharp look and was extremely grateful towards the twins, when they replied immediately. We'd like to brew something interesting. Maybe some fun. Potion. If possible, and we'd like you to get to know Harry. Because he's very interesting in potions, they explained with their usual antics. The potions professor quirked an eyebrow in silent question, when Jane stepped over to the bookshelf and fetched a book that the teacher had shown them before. After helping the twins selecting an easy recipe of fruit drops, the teacher addressed Harry in a relatively soft voice. I suggest that instead of helping your siblings brew their potion, you could assist me in order to learn how to properly prepare the ingredients. You've missed several valuable months of classes. Yes sir, please sir, Harry replied, enthusiastically. He stepped over to the teacher's workspace and began to prepare the ingredients that were laid out on the table according to Brightbird's instructions. Very well done boy, Brightbird commended him, when he extinguished the flames under the simmering potions. You seem to be very adept at brewing. Come again in the afternoons whenever you wish to assist. I'd like that sir, Harry said, happily. Thank you so much sir. From that time onwards, Harry spent almost every afternoon in the potions classroom until the twins came to drag him away. From explaining to him what he had missed during the first few months of the school year, Brightbird proceeded to teach him thorough knowledge about potions and ingredients. By the time the school year ended and the summer holidays began, during which the school remained open and the pupils could busy themselves in their favorite classrooms, with or without their teacher's assistance, Harry was already able to flawlessly brew all the potions that were taught during the first 3 school years. On the last day of classes, Brightbird told Harry, "During the holidays, I intend to do some research. If you have time and want to assist, you're very welcome to do so." "I'd love that," Harry replied, immediately. "But I haven't done well in my Goblin culture test and was told I had to come for extra classes during the holidays." Brightbird snorted, "You don't need extra classes, just ask your parents to teach you whenever they have time. It's not that difficult." "It's not difficult," Harry agreed and explained in a barely audible voice. "I think the teacher hates me, especially since Hermione didn't do well either, and she's best in our class in all other subjects." Brightbird nodded, pulling a face. "I know Darkbark all too well. He must have a grudge against the two of you as you're human. Tell your father that I said he should teach you and your friend instead of sending you to Darkbark." "I will," Harry replied, happily, and when he told his parents about the matter, they both agreed to teach Harry and Hermione themselves every weekend when Buckbean was at home. Assisting in the lab even during the holidays was very interesting. On the first day, the teacher explained in detail what he was trying to attempt with his research. "Do you know what lycanthropy is?" he asked Harry, who shook his head in confusion. "Oh, all right, I thought you might know that as it's a human illness," the teacher said, thoughtfully, and explained everything about werewolves. Just when Harry was beginning to wonder if the Goblin was trying to find a cure for a human illness, Brightbird continued, "In the Goblin world, there's a similar illness. Of course it doesn't make goblins transform into werewolves, however, it makes them very ill before, during and after the full moon. It's called the Blue Moon Disease. As of today, it's not such a problem anymore, since the healers have found out that the vaccination for the wizarding and even the muggle measles makes goblins and humans immune to the Blue Moon Disease." Seeing Harry deeply listening, he continued, "However, there are still many goblins of all ages infected with the disease. Therefore, we need a remedy. Throughout history, for hundreds of years potions masters have tried to find a cure, so we mustn't get our hopes up. However, I'd like to do some research in this area." "I fully understand," Harry replied. "Thank you for allowing me to assist, sir." The teacher smiled and explained how he intended to proceed. He pointed to a few dozen rats, which he kept in small cages at the back of the classroom, and told Harry that during the next few days they'd make several variations of a potion and feed them to the rats. "We'll know if we succeeded when it'll be the full moon in a few days' time." This sounds really interesting, Harry thought, feeling very pleased that the professor included him in his research. However, the following morning, Harry woke up feeling very unwell. His head hurt badly, his ears seemed to be strangely filled with cotton wool, and he felt slightly dizzy. "I won't tell anyone," he resolved, hoping that it would just go away by itself like many illnesses had while he was living at the Dursleys. "There's no way I'm going to miss the potions brewing," he thought, while he dragged himself to the potions classroom, glad that the perceptive twins had still been asleep when he had left the house. Only Gwenline noticed that he was not his usual self when he came home at lunchtime, however, left him in peace when he told her that he was fine and would be going to the beach with Hermione and the twins after lunch. It was 2 days later, the day of the full moon, that Harry felt too unwell to even get out of bed. Not only did his head bang in time with his heartbeat, but appeared to have swollen to twice its usual size, and he felt hot and cold at the same time. He just closed his hurting eyes again to shade them from the too bright light and remained in bed, inwardly sighing in relief when Kengo noticed that something was wrong and fetched Gwenline to check on him. "Oh no," she blurted out, taking in his swollen, bluish face, seemingly horrified. "You've caught the Blue Moon Disease." The twins looked at Harry in clear shock. Has he not received his shots for the magical illnesses? In our healing class, Incan told us that all wizards and witches and muggles received shots for the Blue Moon Disease. And no one could catch it from the goblins at Gringotts. It's the vaccination for the measles, but the Dursleys never took me to a doctor or healer, Harry whispered, horrified. "Harry, the Blue Moon Disease." Gwenline began to explain, however, the twins interrupted her quickly. "Mum, you can see that he's feeling horrible. Just give him a potion if there's something you can give him. And let him get better, before you tell him the truth. Quote. He'll still have time enough to adjust before the next full moon. I know what the blue moon disease is, Brightbird explained it to me, Harry whispered, before he succumbed to the potions that Gwenline spelled straight into his system and drifted off to sleep immediately. If Harry had thought in the morning that his condition could not get worse, he realized during the evening and night of the full moon that he had been sadly mistaken. Gwenline and Buckbean took turns staying with him during the night trying to make him feel better. "Mum, am I going to die?" he asked Gwenline, who was sitting on the edge of his bed trying to cool his hot, blue face. "No, sweetheart, you'll be fine," the goblin reassured him, gently caressing his cheeks. "It's all right, you don't have to stay up with me," Harry whispered, although he had to admit to himself that it felt good to be cared for while feeling so miserable. It was 2 days after the full moon that he felt mostly back to normal again. "I thought I was going to die," he admitted to the twins, who gave him pitying looks. "You're not going to die from it. But you'll get it every full moon," they informed him in grave voices, causing Harry to nod, sadly. That's why Brightbird is so keen on finding a cure. It's a horrible disease, he thought, inwardly groaning. The potions teacher was shocked to hear about Harry's illness and informed him in a serious voice that none of the potions variations had worked on the rats. At the same time, he promised the boy that he'd continue his research until a cure would be found. A few days later, Hermione returned from her holidays with her parents, and Buckbean and Gwenline began to teach the children during the weekends, not only in goblin culture, in which both children had problems in school, but also in sword-making, health and economics, subjects which, they had been informed by Professor Flitwick, would not be taught at Hogwarts. At the same time, Professor Flitwick's summer class in general magic began. The professor was as horrified as Hermione upon hearing about Harry's problem. "Professor, is there any way to hide Harry's symptoms by charms?" Hermione asked the teacher on the first day of their summer class. "If people learn that he has a goblin illness, Professor Dumbledore will likely find out that he grew up with the goblins, and while he isn't of age, he could still try to send him back to the Dursleys." "Oh no," Harry panicked. "I didn't even think about that." Professor Flitwick gave Harry a thoughtful look. "We could hide his symptoms by concealment charms, that wouldn't be a problem. However, your classmates would notice that you're always ill around the full moon and assume that you're a werewolf. If they won't see my blown-up face, they won't know that I'm ill," Harry replied in a quiet voice. "I'm used to do my chores even while being unwell." "Well, we still have 3 years before we'll be able to attend Hogwarts. Maybe Brightbird will be able to find a cure in the meantime," Hermione threw in, giving Harry an encouraging smile. Harry let out a long sigh. "Thank you, Professor, my own. I don't think there will be a cure anytime soon though. Potions masters have been searching for one for several hundred years," he replied, darkly. "Harry, I'll think about it, and I'll speak with Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey, our Medowitch, about the matter," the diminutive professor promised. "We'll see to it that no one's going to know about your problem if possible. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot." He paused, grinning at Harry in apparent excitement, before he continued, "I told Professor McGonagall about you, and she was very glad and relieved hearing that you're growing up here. She told me to say hi to you, even if you'd probably not remember her." "Thank you so much, sir," Harry replied, smiling. "Please tell her that I'm looking forward to meeting her in 3 years' time at the latest." "Professor," Hermione threw in, urgently, "could you perhaps bring Professor McGonagall here one day? Harry and I could show her around the island. I'd love to get to know her." "That would be very nice," Harry agreed, knowing that Hermione seemed to be very fond of the Gryffindor head ever since reading Hogwarts, a history. "I'll see what I can do," Flitwick promised, before he excused himself, as he had to return to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall decided to visit Harry and Hermione at Harry's parents' home for his birthday, provided that the goblins didn't mind. "Of course that's all right with a sweetheart," Gwenline reassured the boy, who relayed the message to Professor Flitwick the following morning. "My birthday is good, then the next full moon will be over," Harry said to the twins, when they were relaxing in the boys' room in the evening. The full moon is in 5 days' time, Jane spoke up, giving Harry a concerned look. Are you still feeling all right? Kengo queried, equally worried. Harry let out a long sigh. My head hurts a bit, he admitted in a small voice, but it's still all right. It's just very unsettling to know that I'm going to be ill in a few days' time. However, this time I know about it in advance and I'm sure your mother will give me some potions that make me feel well enough to attend school. No, sweetheart, you can't go to school today, Gwenline told him 5 days later. You're ill. But I have to, Harry replied, heatedly. At Hogwarts, no one can know that I'm always ill on the full moon. Please let me go to school. Harry, you may get up and sit in the living room and read a book, but you can't go to school, Gwenline insisted. But Mum, the twins threw in. Today, we only have Flitwick's class for an hour. And then we can come home immediately. Gwenline sighed. Very well then, if you really think you're in a condition to attend that class, you may go. But if you have any problems, come home through the flow right away. Turning to the twins, she instructed them, please stay with Harry the whole time. She waved her hand over the child in order to cast a concealment charm to hide his blue, swollen face, causing Harry to cast her a grateful look. Thank you, Harry said in a small voice, feeling relieved on the one hand but absolutely awful on the other hand. He dragged himself through his class and back home, feeling the utmost relief when he could go back to bed. During the rest of the day, the twins kept him company, only when they had to go to bed in the evening, their parents took their seats on the edge of Harry's bed. I'm so sorry, Harry suddenly began to sob. My relatives were right, I'm nothing but a freak. You're not a freak, sweetheart, Gwenline said in a soothing voice, gently caressing his flushed cheeks. Besides, it's your relatives' fault that you caught the disease in the first place, Buckbean threw in, sternly. If they had taken you to get the necessary vaccinations on time, you wouldn't have caught it. Sorry for being such a burden, Harry sobbed. Leave it, Buckbean. He's too ill to understand, Gwenline whispered to her husband. As soon as he's better, we'll ask him about the adoption. That'll help him. A few days later, Gwenline and Buckbean had a private conversation with Harry. Harry, do you remember what you called us when you were ill the other night? Gwenline asked in a gentle voice, causing Harry to blush. I'm sorry, he stammered. No, sweetheart, there's nothing to be sorry about, Gwenline interrupted him. We were just wondering if that's what you really feel about us. Seeing that Harry was obviously feeling uncomfortable with the topic, she explained, to Buckbean and me it feels as if you were our third child, and we're thinking of properly adopting you, provided that's what you want as well. I'd love that, Harry blurted out, staring at the goblins, who had already been something like parents to him for months, in surprise. Very well then, I'll see to it tomorrow, Buckbean promised, smiling at the child. They want to become my parents although I'm a freak and have this illness, Harry thought, feeling very happy, loved and cared for. I hope the twins won't mind though. 2 days later was Harry's birthday, and knowing that Professor McGonagall was going to come to see Hermione and him on that day, Harry was very excited. Must be the first time in my life that I'm excited for my birthday, he thought, when he went to bed the evening before. When Harry, Hermione and the twins returned home after a visit to the potions classroom, Harry was surprised to see 3 human visitors sitting in the living room with his adoptive mother and Professor Flitwick. Hello, he said, shyly, looking up with interest when the visitors introduced himself as Minerva McGonagall, Rolanda Hooch and Poppy Pomfrey from Hogwarts. All 3 ladies wished him a happy birthday and lightly hugged him, exchanging horrified looks upon noticing how he flinched back from the touch in spite of his efforts not to do so. Harry, I'm so glad to see you alive and well, McGonagall finally said. Do you remember the tabby cat that was sitting on the garden wall at the Dursleys, from time to time? Seeing Harry stare at her in confusion, she explained, that was me. I was so worried about you all these years, and then you suddenly vanished. It was a great relief when Professor Flitwick told me about your whereabouts shortly later. Excuse me, Professor, Harry asked in a small voice, feeling just a little bit hurt at the revelation, but why did you never speak to me? I'd have been very happy if I had got to know you then. Professor Dumbledore forbade us to make any contact with you. He would be very upset if he knew that I went to check on you in my animagus form, let alone that we're meeting here today," McGonagall replied, and her expression softened. "I'm sorry, Harry, and I'm very glad that you found such a wonderful home." "Yes, I'm very happy here," Harry admitted, returning the professor's smile. "As for your health problem," Madame Pomfrey threw in, "I suggest that we let Professor Snape in on your secret. He's the potions master and might be able to develop some more efficient potions to help you fight the effects of the illness." "Poppy, do you think it would be wise?" McGonagall contradicted. "Remember how Severus despised Harry's birth father and even Harry when he was a baby merely due to his resemblance to James." "It's all right, ma'am," Harry threw in, quickly. "Please don't speak with Professor Snape then. Brightbird, our potions teacher, might be able to help me and is searching for a cure now. Maybe things will improve before I attend Hogwarts." With that, the adults decided to dismiss the matter for now and go to the beach, where everything was already prepared for Harry's birthday party. To Harry's and Hermione's surprise, the three witches transformed into a cat, a dove and a squirrel before leaving the house with Flitwick, Gwenline and the 4 children. "They think they attract too much attention walking through Goblin Island in their human forms," Flitwick whispered to Harry and Hermione, who were watching the 3 animagi in awe. As soon as the adults transformed back into their human forms upon arriving at the beach, Hermione spoke up, eagerly. "Professors, can you please teach us how to become an animagus? I'd love to become one as soon as possible." "Yes, that would be great," Harry agreed, smiling. McGonagall let out a long sigh, before she explained how difficult and dangerous the animagus transformation was. However, she promised to teach Hermione and Harry when they came to Hogwarts as first years. "In the worst case, we have to tell everyone that you're having problems with wand magic, officially because you grew up in the Muggle world and secretly because you're used to wandless magic," she said, thoughtfully. While everyone enjoyed their picnic on the beach, the 4 visitors from Hogwarts told the children a lot about Hogwarts and patiently replied to Hermione's never-ending repertoire of questions, before they finally announced that it was time for them to return to Hogwarts. "We'll come again for your next birthday," McGonagall promised, smiling, before she stepped into the fireplace. "Congrats for being Seeker on the Quidditch team, by the way," Hooch commended him, grinning. "I'll see to it that they abolish the rule about first years not being allowed to play on a house team." With that, she excused herself. "Harry, we'll speak about the matter with your illness again in 3 years' time," Pomfrey said in a soothing voice, before she as well returned to Hogwarts in the late afternoon. "Ah, that was interesting," Hermione blurted out. "I hope all teachers will be as nice as them. I just can't wait to attend Hogwarts." "You know, that hurts," the twins threw in, feigning pouts. "Don't you like our school? And Goblin Island?" Hermione rolled her eyes, while Harry chuckled, grinning at his siblings. "Of course I like it here," Hermione replied, sighing. "I wished I could attend both, the Goblin School and Hogwarts." Harry couldn't help laughing, shaking his head in amusement. "My own, Hogwarts is a boarding school. We won't be easily able to get away from there to visit our parents, let alone attend classes here," he replied, sounding slightly frustrated. In fact, Harry had already pondered the situation and wondered if he would be able to get away in order to assist Brightbird in finding a cure for himself and continue playing on the children's Quidditch team, only to have to admit to himself that it wouldn't be possible. "When is the apparition taught here?" Flitwick suddenly threw in, making the children turn their heads in confusion. No one had noticed the half-human enter the room together with Gwenline and Buckbean. "When we're 10, the twins replied, simultaneously. "Ah, that's good," Flitwick said, sounding contented. "As Hermione probably knows, it's impossible to apparate within the boundaries of Hogwarts." "Yes, sir," Hermione interrupted the professor, looking at him in expectation. "No one at Hogwarts, except me, knows, however, that it's possible to apparate within the castle using the goblins' way of apparition. It's a bit similar to the elves' method, and the elves are also able to pop through Hogwarts." He grinned in apparent excitement, seeing that the children were hanging on his words, and added, "See to it that you properly learn the goblin apparition before going to Hogwarts. Then you'll be able to easily apparate here right from your dormitory." In a sterner voice, he continued, "You must be very careful that no one misses you though. If you get sorted into Ravenclaw, it would be easier than if you will be in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, let alone Slytherin. We'll see to it, Professor, Hermione replied, eagerly, and Harry nodded in agreement. How can we see to it? He wondered. I don't have a clue what to do about it or even how we're going to get sorted. As if he had understood his silent question, Flitwick advised the children, just study goblin knowledge as much as you can, and you'll define. Classes resumed in the morning, and when Harry visited the potions classroom in the afternoon, Brightbird informed him that he was going to continue his research in favor of a cure for the blue moon disease during the school year. If you assist with the research and the normal potions that I have to brew for Incan, I'll have time enough during the afternoons, the teacher said, thoughtfully. Of course I'll assist, Harry promised, eagerly. However, in spite of all their efforts, during the next 2 years, all their efforts remained unfruitful. Every month around the full moon, Harry struggled through his classes in spite of the fact that Gwenline always tried to keep him at home during these days. Only twice did he allow his mother to inform the school that he was ill, once when his class had a maths test on the day of the full moon and he realized that he was in no condition to concentrate enough to get a good grade, and once when there was an exam in economics right after the full moon. Apart from his parents and siblings, Flitwick, Brightbird and Incan were the only goblins who knew about Harry's illness, and the boy definitely wanted to keep it that way. The day before his 10th birthday, however, there was a Quidditch match of the children's team versus the adults' team on the day of the full moon, and Harry put up a huge fight with his parents about participating in the match. The Quidditch match against the adults' team took place twice a year, once in winter and once in summer, and so far, ever since Harry had joined the team, the children's team had always won due to his seeker abilities. It's bad enough that I will only be able to participate one more year, Harry thought, dully, knowing that the players of the children's team could automatically transfer into the adults' team, even if it was only the reserve team, when they turned 14. I really have to practice apparating, so that I'll be able to attend practice and matches even when I'm at Hogwarts. Maybe there's a way to somehow create a copy of myself so that no one will miss me at Hogwarts. I'll do some research, he resolved and tried to explain to his parents how important it was for him to attend the match. However, his parents remained firm and told him that it was too dangerous for him to fly in his condition on the day of the full moon. Don't worry, Harry, even if we don't want you to get hurt either. We'll help you, the twins promised, when the 3 children were sitting in Kengo's and Harry's room in the evening before the match. Thanks, Harry replied and drifted off to sleep with a smile, knowing that he had the best siblings anyone could wish for. In the morning, Harry obediently remained in bed in order to not make his parents suspicious and hoping that he'd feel just a little better during the match in the afternoon, and Gwenline and Buckbean, who had decided to watch him like hawks, slowly relaxed. Right on time before the players had to gather an hour before the beginning of the match, the twins managed to distract their parents by setting up a cauldron in their small and rarely used kitchen, where they began to brew a prank potion. That's it, Harry realized. He scrambled out of bed, exchanged his pajamas with his Quidditch outfit with a wave of his hand, cast the concealment charm, which he had practiced multiple times, and hurriedly left his home. Only when he reached the Quidditch pitch, already feeling exhausted from the short walk, he let out a relieved sigh. The concealment charm seemed to work, he thought, contentedly, when none of the other players commented on his condition. I just have to catch the snitch quickly. By the time the match began, Harry almost wished himself back into his bed, however, he tried to focus on the task ahead. Nevertheless, it took more than 90 minutes, before he finally spotted the snitch. Not feeling well enough to do any spectacular dive or other antics in order to distract the other team's seeker, he flew straight into the direction of the snitch. As usually when he was affected by the blue moon disease, his ears felt like they were filled with cotton wool, and he did not hear a team member warn him of an approaching bludger. Just when he closed his hand around his favorite, small ball, he felt something hit his head. Unable to handle the situation in his unfortunate condition, he lost the grip on his broom and in front of the horrified spectators tumbled down towards the ground. Several kind hands cast slowing spells at him that softened his impact on the ground. Nevertheless, Harry was in so much pain that he remained unmoving on the ground, only barely registering that his parents and siblings were among the dozen of goblins leaning over him. Only when he heard someone say, "We'll have to take him to St. Mungo's," he slowly opened his eyes. "No, not Street Mungo's. Please take me to Incan," he whispered, remembering that he didn't want anyone in the magical world to know that he had the blue moon disease. Hearing his words, Incan ushered everyone else out of the way and carefully moved him onto a stretcher to take him to her domain. His parents and siblings followed her in concern, noticing in horror that unconsciousness engulfed him before they even reached the infirmary. At the same time, an alarm went off in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts that alerted Albus Dumbledore to the fact that one Harry Potter was in mortal peril. The Blood Wards, Dumbledore remembered, terrified. Maybe they really failed a few years ago. I need to go and check on Harry. Thank Merlin Minerva isn't here right now. She'd fret over the child again. He quickly stepped through the fireplace, glad that Arabella Fig was absent and he was able to leave her house without being seen. Changing his wizarding attire into muggle clothes as he went, he rang the doorbell at the Dursleys' residence. "What do you want?" Petunia Dursley hissed at him upon seeing the old wizard's face. "Leave us in peace." "Excuse me," Dumbledore replied in a friendly yet firm voice. "I'd like to check on your nephew. Is he at home right now?" "The freak has gone to see a friend," Petunia informed him, trying to shut the door into his face. This did not go well with the powerful wizard, who demanded, "Tell me the name and address of his friend." "I wish to see Harry now." "I don't know. It's important," Dumbledore urged and informed her about the alarm in his office. "And why exactly would I care?" Petunia scoffed. "Let the freak kill himself, then we're rid of the burden. It's only 7 more years before he'll be an adult, and from next year onwards he's going to spend 10 months of the year at Hogwarts anyway," Dumbledore replied coldly, before he turned on his heels and apparated back to Hogsmeade, hoping that all the devices in his office were faulty. To his relief, by the time he reached his office, the device in question had ceased to ring and did not indicate Harry Potter to be in mortal peril anymore. "Will he be all right? Will he survive?" Gwenline asked Incan, tears leaking from her eyes. "He's stable now for the time being," Incan replied in a stern voice. "I'd feel better if a human healer could check on him though. Some things are just different between goblins and humans. I understand that he doesn't want to be taken to the wizarding hospital because of the blue moon disease though. Madame Pomfrey, she knows him, and she's a human healer," the twins blurted out, causing her mother to make a beeline for the fireplace. "Do you really have to speak in that way even in such a situation?" Buckbean lightly scolded the twins, who merely returned innocent looks. "Ah, don't scold them," Incan spoke up in a soft voice. "They're fine children, and they'd do anything for their brother." "That I know," Buckbean replied, glaring at the twins. Everyone sighed in relief when Gwenline returned with Pomfrey in tow. The two healers quickly introduced themselves to each other, before Pomfrey turned into healer's mode and began to wave her wand over Harry, muttering to herself as she cast spell over spell. "He'll be all right," she finally said, as she let her wand sink. "Apart from the blue moon disease, which of course weakens his body immensely, he's merely suffering from a bad concussion now." "Yes, that's what my spell shows too," Incan agreed, seemingly relieved. "Earlier he was about to slip into a coma, which was life-threatening in combination with the blue moon disease. Will you take him with you? He should be stable enough now to be moved." "No," Pomfrey replied in a firm voice. "Our headmaster mustn't know that Harry is residing here and that I've been meeting him already a few times. I believe that he'll be in good hands with you here, and if it makes you feel better, I'll come and check on him once a day, whenever I'll be able to get away from Hogwarts." "Yes, that would be good," Incan replied, smiling. "In fact, I like Harry very much. I know him well, because he uses to assist our potions teacher brewing the potions for me, and he often comes and brings me the new batches on his way home." She suddenly interrupted herself and leaned over Harry, prying the snitch out of his right hand. "Here Buckbean, please take the snitch back to the Quidditch pitch and inform everyone that your son has caught the snitch," she said in a firm voice, before she added, grinning, "It's about time that the adults team feel ashamed for losing the matches against the children 5 times in a row." Harry had to remain in the infirmary for a whole week. He slept a lot, but he also spent much time talking with Incan about anything and everything under the sun. His parents visited him whenever they could, and the twins and Hermione, who used to spend the whole afternoon with him, kept him updated about what they had learned in Professor Flitwick's summer class, even if they weren't allowed to bring any schoolwork. Madame Pomfrey came to check on him every morning, and Harry used the opportunity to ask her anything that came to his mind about Hogwarts. To his surprise, even Brightbird came to see him twice and informed him about his newest ideas concerning the cure. When Incan released him on Sunday morning, informing not only Harry but also his parents and siblings that he was not allowed to do anything strenuous like Quidditch for at least 2 weeks, a nice surprise in form of a belated birthday party with his family, Hermione, Flitwick and the 3 professors from Hogwarts awaited him. He thoroughly enjoyed his birthday party, which as usual took place on the beach, and he was delighted when he received books from each of the professors. McGonagall gave him a book that was entitled, Discovering My Animagus Form. From Pomfrey he received, Healing Potions for the Advanced User, from Hooch a book with the title, Magical Animals and Their Use in Potions, and Professor Flitwick presented him a book called, Advanced Charms for Everyday Use. From his parents he received his own broom, a Nimbus 2000, which was not even officially released yet, but Buckbean had been able to lay his hands on the fast broom with the help of a long-time customer. The twins gave him a broom polishing kit, and from Hermione he received a book about magical animals that were suitable pets in the wizarding world. When school began again, the now 4th years learned apparition and sword fighting using their own swords, which they had finally finished during their 3rd year. Neither Harry and Hermione nor the twins overly liked sword fighting to say the least. However, all 4 children were very eager to learn apparition as soon and as well as possible. Just wait and see. We're going to visit you at Hogwarts, the twins promised, making Harry smile in anticipation. A few weeks after the beginning of the new school year, it was Hermione's 11th birthday, and she received her Hogwarts letter. When Harry and the twins stepped through the flow in the afternoon to have a small birthday party at her parents' house, she showed them the letter with excitement. Mum and Dad promised to take me to Diagon Alley tomorrow in order to buy my school supplies, she blurted out, excitedly. I know it's early, but I can't wait to read our new school books. Grinning at her enthusiasm, although he could only understand her all too well, Harry said, I wished I could go with you. Why don't you come with us, Harry? Mrs. Granger invited him, kindly. As you know, we're your guardians in the non-magical world, so even if anyone from Hogwarts saw us, it wouldn't be strange that we took you with us. I'd like that, Harry replied, smiling. May I call my mum and ask? 2 minutes later, he returned from the fireplace and said, the twins and I are all allowed to go, but Buckbean wants to take us to Gringotts first to show me my vaults. Mum said my parents left me several vaults with gold and other things. I'd love to see the vaults too, Hermione replied in apparent excitement. Mum, please let's meet with Harry's family at Gringotts. Later in the evening, when the children were already asleep, the Grangers visited Gwenline and Buckbean, and the 2 couples of parents decided to spend the day in Diagon Alley together. While they rode a carriage deeper and deeper into the mountain, Buckbean explained that goblins could just apparate into the vaults. However, since the Grangers were not able to do so, they had to content themselves with the carriages. This seems very far, Mr. Granger replied in apparent surprise. Yes, it is so far, because among the multiple vaults that Harry owns as one of the founders of Hogwarts, Buckbean explained. They're the oldest vaults that Gringotts accommodates and thus are the most far ones. The founders? Harry queried, giving his father a surprised look. Yes, you're the heir of Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw, Buckbean replied, smirking. Through your birth father. By now they had reached the vault, and Buckbean motioned Harry to lay his finger against the door. Harry felt a quick sensation, as a small pin shot out from the thick, old door and took 1 drop of his blood. An instant later, the door opened, apparently after recognizing his identity. Together with his siblings and the Grangers, Harry looked around the vault with interest. The vault consisted all kinds of antique-looking items. However, what caught Harry's interest was a couple of books on a small shelf that Hermione was staring at. Buckbean, she spoke up, absent-mindedly skimming a small booklet, would it be possible to borrow one of these? Buckbean smirked. Since it's Harry's vault, he can take with him or allow you to take with you whatever he wishes. Let's take all the books with us then, Harry decided, and resolved to come back in order to closer examine the other items at a different time. When they finally left the Founder's vault, Buckbean informed Harry that he possessed several vaults, which his parents had left, however, that with the exception of one vault, he was only able to access the vaults when he was of age or together with his guardian. "But you are my guardian, Dad," Harry replied in confusion. "Yes, son, together with me you may enter the vaults. Would you like to take a quick look, or shall we postpone it to the next time?" Harry gave the Grangers a questioning look. "Let's take a glance to see if they look different from that of the Founder's time," Hermione said, eagerly, causing Harry to grin. "She really has the best ideas," he thought, happily. To Harry's surprise, the vault did not look very different, apart from the fact that the many artifacts and even furniture were much newer than those of the old vault. "And here are more books," he thought, resolving to come back and borrow them after finishing those of the Founders. Finally, Buckbean showed them the vault that was meant for Harry to use until he was of age. "You don't really need anything though, as we're naturally going to pay for your school supplies," Buckbean informed him. However, Harry decided to take some of the gold with him, and when Buckbean handed him a small bag to put in the coins, he asked his father for 3 more bags and handed one bag full with gold each to Hermione, Jane and Kengo. It was almost lunchtime, when the two families finally returned to the entrance hall of the bank, and Buckbean invited everyone to the Goblin's canteen. After lunch, they headed to Flourish and Blots to buy the first year's books for Hermione and Harry and to the apothecary to retrieve everything that they needed for their potions class at Hogwarts, deciding to visit Madame Malkin's and Ollivander during the following summer. "Can we go to the magical menagerie?" Hermione asked, pleadingly. "I'd like to have a cat or something like that." The adults agreed, and soon, they found themselves looking at all possible kinds of animals that they could imagine. "Oh no, so many children at Onks, and certainly no one who understands SSSS me," Harry suddenly heard a voice. Turning around in confusion, he saw a colorful S, her iridescent scales incredibly beautiful. "Hey there," he hissed, "was it you that was just talking to me?" "Oh, SSS speaker," the S replied in apparent delight, making Harry cast her a questioning look. "You're the first to understand me in many years, SSSS, the S informed him. "I'm an Esculapian serpent. You're able to speak Parseltongue," the shop owner suddenly realized, coming over to where Harry was talking to the S, while his family and the Grangers were watching him in awe. "I'd like to ask you to take her with you then," he continued and explained. "She's very unhappy here, because she can't communicate with anyone, and she's a very valuable S. She's an Esculapian serpent, which means that she possesses a healing venom comparable to Phoenix Tears. She would be an absolute treasure for any potions master. Unfortunately, none of the potions masters around are able to speak Parseltongue. Usually, she's worth at least 100 galleons, but I'll leave her to you for 20. I know that she'll be in good hands with you, and maybe you'll be able to make use of her venom." "I'd like to take her," Harry replied with excitement, giving his parents an anxious look. "Would it be possible?" "Of course, sweetheart," Gwenline reassured him, while Buckbean confirmed with the shop owner that the S was not poisonous. "All right, I'll take her," Harry decided and paid for the S. "Her name is Iroh, which means color in Japanese," the shop owner informed him, as he carefully placed the S around Harry's neck. "The name fits well," Harry mused, considering that her skin is rainbow-colored. He was brought back to reality, when the S suddenly thought into his mind. "Thank you SSSO much for taking me with you. I took the liberty of bonding to you, SSO, that we'll be able to think to each other. Just SSSO, you know, I can make myself invisible if the need arises." "That's great," Harry thought back. "Thanks for becoming my familiar." "Harry," Buckbean spoke up, while they were waiting for Hermione to buy her cat along with everything that she needed for the feline. Harry looked at his father, noticing in surprise that the goblin seemed exceptionally excited. "I didn't know that you were able to understand Parseltongue," Buckbean continued, before he explained S language. "Anyway, there's a whole vault of Salazar Slytherin with books in Parcel script. It belongs to no one, as he doesn't have an heir anymore, and no one is able to read his books anyway. If you're interested, I'll have the vault transferred to your possessions, and you can take a look whenever you have time. Salazar Slytherin was the magical world's most famous potions master of all times, and maybe you'll find some valuable potions recipes among his books. I'd like that, Harry replied, staring at his father in amazement. Thank you so much for everything. You're so welcome, sweetheart, Gwenline threw in. We're so glad that you're happy. I wonder what Brightbird will say about Iroh and about Slytherin's vault, Harry mused, while he followed the others back to Gringotts, where the two families stepped through the portal that lead them back to Goblin Island, from where the Grangers took the flow home. To his chagrin, his parents did not allow him to take Iroh to school with him. It's as Harry, and not only your classmates but also the teachers might be afraid at her sight, Buckbean said in a firm voice, of which Harry knew that it did not allow any contradiction. She can turn herself invisible though. And imagine what fun we could have with her. The twins tried to help their brother, in vain. However, when Harry returned to the potions classroom in the afternoon, he took Iroh with her and introduced her to Brightbird, who was extremely excited to learn about his pupil's valuable familiar. She might help us to find a cure, he said, thoughtfully. However, by the time Harry received his own Hogwarts letter, which he answered immediately, using the school owl who had brought it for his reply, they were none the wiser how to make a cure. When McGonagall, Hooch and Pomfrey came for the birthday party, accompanied by Flitwick as usual, Hermione and Harry bombarded them with questions about Hogwarts, causing the twins to let out uncharacteristic sighs. Hogwarts must be a wonderful place. ... It's just too bad that we're not able to study there as well. Professor Flitwick shot the twins a surprised look. Would you want to attend Hogwarts? He asked, curiously. Maybe it is possible. Let me speak with the headmaster. Deputy headmistress, may I ask for your opinion please? A small smile flashed over McGonagall's face, before she replied, it would be unusual, however, if we have a half-goblin as professor and head of house, I don't see a reason why we couldn't have 2 goblin students attend Hogwarts. Phileas, let's speak with Albus tonight and see how he reacts. Turning to Gwenline, she queried, would you and Buckbean allow the twins to attend our school? Of course, Gwenline replied, gently. They and Harry and also Hermione are so close that it would be very sad for Jane and Kengo to remain here without them. She remained thoughtful for an instant, before she asked, would they be able to come home sometimes during the weekend? Usually, our students may only go home during the holidays, McGonagall replied, sternly. However, as I have already told Harry, as long as Professor Flitwick, Madame Pomfrey or I know where he is and no one else misses him, it will be all right. As far as I heard, he wants to continue playing on the children's team here. The same goes for the twins of course, although no one except for the 4 of us, she pointed to her colleagues, should know about it. Excuse us, Professor, but how is it possible to vanish from the school without anyone noticing? The twins queried, simultaneously quirking eyebrows. I believe that this won't be a problem. Pomfrey, who had quietly followed the conversation so far, suddenly spoke up, causing everyone but her colleagues to stare at her in surprise. I've discussed the matter of Harry's illness with my colleagues, Pomfrey began to explain, and we've made a decision. Knowing from his parents how badly he is affected during the night of the full moon, we believe that it's hard enough for him to fight the disease and that he doesn't need the unnecessary stress of hiding from his classmates how miserable he feels. Therefore, we have decided to assign him one of the small rooms behind the hospital wing, where he can stay during the whole school year, not only around the full moon in order to prevent anyone from thinking that he was a werewolf. We still have to decide on a proper cover story for the headmaster and our colleagues that would make this special treatment necessary, however, that won't be a problem. Of course Harry's room will be open to his friends, and he and the twins could use it to apparate home for a short while, provided that I'll be informed. I won't be able to live in a dormitory, Harry thought, sadly, although he knew that Pomfrey's suggestion would be the very best for him. Too soon for Harry's liking, the interesting afternoon passed, and the 4 visitors from Hogwarts excused themselves. At dinner, we'll speak with Professor Dumbledore, and you'll hear from us later on, McGonagall promised, before she stepped into the fireplace. Unfortunately, the professor returned to Goblin Island a few hours later, wearing an exasperated expression. "I'm sorry," she apologized, but Professor Dumbledore believes that the Wizengamot would never allow 2 Goblin students into Hogwarts, especially as it would be too late since the application deadline for the new school year was today. Seeing the twins look at her in clear disappointment, she added, "I'll still try to convince him to bring your case to the Wizengamot, however, please don't get your hopes up." "I'm sorry that I don't have better news." "That's all right, Professor. It's not your fault anyway," the twins replied, smiling at the deputy headmistress. "Please take good care of our little brother then." "That I can promise you," McGonagall replied, smiling back at the twins who immensely reminded her of the Weasley twins, who had just finished their second Hogwarts year. During the last 4 weeks before he had to leave for Hogwarts, Harry intensified his potions research together with Brightbird and spent lots of time practicing apparating from one side of Goblin Island to the other side and back. "You also need to practice apparating over a longer distance," Gwenline reminded him one day. "Why don't you try to apparate to Hogsmeade, the magical village near Hogwarts?" "That's a good idea," Harry agreed and fire-called Hermione, making an appointment to meet the girl at Hogsmeade the following day. The 2 11-year-olds had agreed to meet in front of the bookshop in Hogsmeade. Harry arrived at 10 minutes to 10, only to realize that Hermione chose the same instant to pop up in front of himself. Great timing, he thought, casting his friend a happy smile. "Hi Harry." "That worked well," Hermione spoke up, seemingly contented with their apparition abilities. "Shall we have a look into the bookshop before we explore the rest of Hogsmeade?" Typically Hermione, Harry thought and readily agreed. 2 hours and 2 robe pockets full with shrunken books later, the 2 friends emerged from the shop and walked down the main street, eagerly inspecting the shops on both sides of the road. "I like Hogsmeade," Hermione said, sighing. "Too bad that we have to wait until our 3rd year, before we'll be able to come here on Saturdays." "That's true," Harry agreed, "but maybe we can just apparate here sometimes." The girl cast him an incredulous look. "Harry, do you want to risk being expelled from Hogwarts?" she asked, reproachfully. "It's no problem to apparate to Goblin Island or to my parents' house, but we can't just apparate to a place where the teachers could see us." "Yes, you're right," Harry had to admit and pulled his friend into the joke shop in order to find an adequate gift for Jane and Kengo. After looking around the shelves that were filled with various real-looking animals like spiders and other creatures for about 20 minutes, they decided on a bag with assorted drops. The sweets had varying effects, and it said on the package that everything would wear off after an hour. "Let's see if we can get a glimpse at Hogwarts," Hermione suggested, when they finally left the joke shop. "I really can't wait." Harry chuckled but readily accompanied the girl in the direction of where they assumed the school to be. "I can't wait either. The only problem is where we're going to get sorted. What if the hat sorts us in different houses?" Hermione let out a pensive sigh. "I've thought about that, too," she admitted, "but remember what Madame Pomfrey told you about getting your own room behind her office. That way we can always meet in your room and do our homework together." "Yes, that's true," Harry replied, feeling very much consoled by her reasoning. "It's only 1 more week and then we'll know anyway," he said, soothingly. If there only wasn't the full moon right before the 1st of September, he thought, unaware of the fact that he voiced his thought. "When exactly is the full moon?" Hermione queried, sounding alarmed. "On the 31st of August, Harry replied, dully. "Oh well, at least it's not on the 1st of September. That would be much worse." "Oh no Harry," his best friend said, compassionately, suggesting, "Why don't you skip the train ride and just apparate here and mix with everyone when the train arrives?" Harry let out a snort, before he explained that he was used to attend classes on the day after the full moon. "Yes, that I know," Hermione said, impatiently. "Nevertheless it would be easier for you to just apparate here." However, Harry decided to take the Hogwarts Express just like all the other students. To Harry's and his mother's surprise, Madame Pomfrey came to visit Harry in the morning of the full moon. Since classes at the Goblin school had already commenced, the twins were at school and Harry was lying on his bed, reading one of the books written by the founders of Hogwarts. He looked up, astonished, when the healer entered the room. Hello, Madame Pomfrey, he said, giving the kind witch a weak smile. I'm sorry to disturb you when you're obviously not feeling well, Pomfrey spoke up, returning the smile. You're not disturbing me at all, Harry replied and motioned the healer to take a seat, which the Medawitch accepted. I came here to discuss with you how to proceed concerning your illness, she began to explain. I'm sorry that my planning took me so long, but I've done some research, as our plan has to be foolproof in order to be believable. The headmaster is not exactly stupid. I understand, Harry said, slowly. He won't find out, will he? He won't, Pomfrey replied, reassuringly, especially not since Professors McGonagall and Flitwick are on our side and will help us if necessary. Tomorrow at dinner, I need you to feign feeling unwell. Sorry, Harry, she interrupted herself, I know that you won't have to feign. Anyway, please tell your head of house or your older housemates that you're not feeling well, so that someone will take you to me. All right, Harry said, wearily, thinking, that won't be too difficult. Very well, the healer continued, smiling. As I said, I've done some research together with Healer O'Brien, who is the head healer of St. Mungo's and a good friend of mine. I've told him about your case without telling him your name. She gave Harry a sharp look, before she asked, Are you feeling well enough to listen to me, or would you prefer that I explain everything to you at a later time? It's not so bad yet, please go on, madam, Harry replied, focusing on the healer's words. All right then, Pomfrey continued. We've found a very rare and barely known magical illness, which is called the Marga Dragonis. The symptoms are quite similar to those of the Blue Moon disease, however, it doesn't appear on certain times like the Blue Moon disease but can flare up at any time and is not curable so far. It's very dangerous though, as it might affect the patient's lungs, which is most likely to occur during the night, and in the worst case the person's magic. Therefore, the patient has to be monitored on a constant basis, especially during the night, which makes it believable that I want you to stay in a room in the hospital wing instead of a dormitory. To me that sounds foolproof, Harry replied, smiling. Thank you so much for taking so much trouble for me. You're no trouble at all, dear, Pomfrey replied kindly. Just see to it that you come to see me tomorrow night after the welcoming feast. I will, Harry promised, feeling very relieved and grateful towards the kind healer. Are you excited? Pomfrey inquired in a soft voice. Yes, very, Harry admitted, especially about the sorting. Seeing that Pomfrey gave him an amused look, he added, I hope that I'm going to be sorted into the same house as Hermione. I remember how excited I was at that time, Pomfrey replied, and her features softened some. But remember, since you're going to have your own room, it'll be easy for you to have friends from different houses. Seeing Harry nod his agreement, she stood up in determination. All right then, I'm going to let you rest now. Take care and I'll see you tomorrow. She gave him a sharp look. If you don't feel well enough to attend the welcoming feast, you can even come to see me beforehand. You can always be sorted at a later time. Harry vehemently shook his head. Definitely not, he replied, chuckling. Thank you so much for everything. The healer merely smiled and left the room. After a horrible night, during which his parents, as usual, had taken turns sitting on the edge of his bed comforting him, Harry tiredly took the flow to the Grangers in order to travel to King's Cross together with Hermione and her parents by car. Harry, today's the day, Hermione greeted him in apparent excitement, making Harry laugh in spite of still feeling miserable. I'm very happy to go to Hogwarts too, but I'm also going to miss Goblin Island, he admitted in a small voice. I'm not going to be homesick though, especially as I'm going to go home for the Quidditch matches and if possible for the practice, a small voice spoke up from the back of his mind. To his relief, the trainer of the children's team had promised that he would be allowed to play in the matches even if he couldn't manage to attend practice, knowing that Harry had never lost a game so far. I hope I'll also find the time to go home and help Brightbird with his research, Harry mused. Together with his very excited friend, Herneasel Cat and Iro, who was curled up around his neck, Harry finally boarded the Hogwarts Express, where the two friends found a compartment just for themselves. A few minutes later, a boy hesitantly entered the compartment. May I sit here? He asked, seemingly nervous. Of course, come in, Hermione replied, gently. We're first years as well. I'm Neville Longbottom, the boy introduced himself and his toad, before Hermione and Harry told him their names and showed their pets. Another, red-haired boy came in and fled immediately upon seeing Harry's colorful S. However, after a short while, the compartment was full with first years, who spent the train travel talking, reading and searching for Neville's toad that took every opportunity to try getting away from the boy. Only Harry, who was still feeling awful, remained fairly quiet and contented himself listening to the other children's conversation, thoroughly enjoying himself. Together with Neville Longbottom and Susan Bones, Harry and Hermione boarded a boat that slowly took the soon-to-be first years over the lake to the castle that looked impressive and beautiful at once. I can't believe it, I'm at Hogwarts, Harry thought, while he looked at the castle's towers with interest. The thought, I'd rather be in my own bed at home now talking with the twins pushed itself to the forefront of his mind. However, Harry shoved it back quickly. He toyed with the thought of unobtrusively taking his potions before the welcoming feast. However, knowing that he had to go to Madame Pomfrey after dinner, he dismissed the thought, knowing that he really had to feel miserable in order to ask his head of house to take him to the hospital wing. I hope we'll both end up in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, he thought, absent-mindedly climbing up the stairs together with his new classmates. A small smile played on his lips when he realized that it was none other but Professor McGonagall who greeted the first years and shortly informed them about the 4 houses, before she motioned them to wait a moment and left the students. All of a sudden, a blonde-haired, pale boy addressed Harry and introduced himself as Draco Malfoy. He was surrounded by 2 other boys, Crabbe and Goyle. Draco looks nice, but the other 2 seem a bit stupid, Harry thought. However, before he could speak with Draco, McGonagall returned and proceeded to lead them into the Great Hall. Oh right, here's the ceiling that Rowena Ravenclaw charmed, he realized, having read about it in Ravenclaw's diary. Together with the other first years, he stood in front of the high table, waiting for the deputy headmistress to call his name. That must be Snape, the potions master, he thought, glancing at a tall man who cast him a grumpy look. There's Madame Pomfrey, but I have to feign not knowing her. I wonder. He was brought out of his musings, when Hermione was called to the hat. Almost as soon as Professor McGonagall had placed the sorting hat on Hermione's head, the hat shouted, Ravenclaw. She's in Flitwick's house, Harry thought, slightly envying his best friend. I just hope I'll manage to get into Ravenclaw as well. Right now he could not wait to sit at any house table just to rest his still aching body. However, the sorting seemed to drag on infinitely. He absent-mindedly registered that Neville was sorted into Gryffindor and Draco into Slytherin, before McGonagall finally called his name. Harry Potter, the Scottish lioness read from her roll, causing the headmaster to slightly lean forward to get a look at the boy of his attention. Harry inwardly sighed in relief, when he sat on the stool and the deputy headmistress placed the hat on his head. Suddenly, a faint voice penetrated his mind. This is difficult. What am I going to do with you? You seem to fit into any house. Maybe I should just sort you into the hospital wing considering what you're hiding. No, Ravenclaw, Harry thought, devastated, jerking up in surprise when the hat replied to his thought. Ravenclaw would be an option, but you'd do well in Slytherin. Oh well then, let's make it. The hat interrupted itself only to shout into the hall, Ravenclaw. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, as he handed the hat back to McGonagall, casting the professor a small smile. Harry headed over to the Ravenclaw table, where he sat between Hermione and a boy who introduced himself as Terry Boot. While McGonagall brought away the sorting hat, the first years eagerly began to introduce themselves to each other, and Harry looked at the high table that was quite near to where he was sitting. First of all, the headmaster caught his eye. Sitting in the center of the high table in a large gold chair was Dumbledore, the oldest wizard that Harry had ever seen. Dumbledore, Harry thought, resolving to be very careful towards the famous wizard with the long, white beard. A little further up the table, Harry saw Flitwick, who eagerly waved at him, and Pomfrey, who smiled at him, encouragingly. The conversation at the Ravenclaw table stopped abruptly, when McGonagall returned and the headmaster rose from his seat. Dumbledore happily greeted the students in the shortest speech that Harry could imagine, before he opened the banquet. Harry was not hungry at all and contented himself downing several glasses full of pumpkin juice. Harry, are you feeling all right? Hermione suddenly asked, eyeing him in apparent concern. Of course, Harry replied, resolving to let the girl in on Pomfrey's instruction on the way to the Ravenclaw common room later on. All of a sudden, the ghosts floated into the hall. To Harry's surprise, each house seemed to have its own ghost. In the case of Ravenclaw, it was the so-called Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw. After she greeted the older students and exchanged some words with them that showed Harry that everyone seemed to like the ghost, she turned to the first years. "Hello and welcome to Ravenclaw House," she greeted them and inquired, "I heard that a heir of mine has come to Hogwarts today. Is it one of you?" Harry almost cringed under the ghost's sharp look, when Hermione gently laid her hand on his right arm and said, "Harry, that must be you." Harry couldn't help blushing as he felt the whole table stare at him at Hermione's revelation. "I think I'm the heir of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw," he said in a small voice. "I'm happy to see you, Harry. You're the first heir of mine in our house. Thanks for letting yourself be sorted into our house." "I'm glad to be here," Harry replied, smiling. "Very well," the ghost continued, "I wish to show you something. Meet me in the entrance hall right after your last afternoon class tomorrow." "All right," Harry replied, tiredly. Knowing that he had to go and see Madame Pomfrey and wanting nothing more than to go to bed as early as possible, he slowly cancelled his concealment charms, causing the ghost to give him a concerned look. "Are you feeling all right?" she inquired, hovering right opposite of him. "I think Harry's not feeling so well," Hermione answered on his behalf, apparently understanding that he had taken off his concealment charms for a reason. "Come with me then. I'll take you to the hospital wing," Helena offered and slowly floated in the direction of the doors. Confirming with a glance at the high table that Madame Pomfrey had already left the feast, Harry followed the ghost out of the Great Hall, feeling very much comforted by the fact that Hermione hurried to catch up with him. "Harry, are you feeling worse than usual?" she asked in concern. No, everything is all right," Harry whispered and quietly informed her about Madame Pomfrey's instructions. "I really like Hogwarts. It's awesome," he thought, looking at the moving paintings in amazement. It was not a long walk to the hospital wing, which to Harry's relief was completely deserted. "Madame Pomfrey is probably in her office," the Grey Lady informed them, pointing to the office at the other end of the room. "Get well soon, Harry, and if you can't come to the entrance hall after classes tomorrow, I'll come and look for you." "Thank you so much, Mrs. Ravenclaw," Harry replied, causing the ghost to chuckle. "No one calls me that, sweetie," she informed him. "Just call me Helena." "All right, Helena, thank you," Harry repeated, while Hermione hurried to fetch Madame Pomfrey. "Hello dears, and congratulations to your sorting into Ravenclaw," the healer greeted them, smiling. "Thank you, madam, we're so happy about it," Hermione was the first to reply, causing Harry to nod his consent. "Come on, Harry, make yourself comfortable on the first bed here," Pomfrey instructed him, apparently realizing that the boy could not keep himself upright much longer. When Harry complied, she magically exchanged his school clothes with stripy hospital pajamas and explained, "I will first do a quick checkup and give you your potions, before I'll fetch Professors Dumbledore, Flitwick and McGonagall and explain to them what I told you yesterday. Afterwards, I hope that the headmaster agrees with my suggestion to make you stay overnight in one of the teachers' rooms." "All right, dear." "Yes, thank you, madam," Harry replied, feeling slightly anxious at the thought of having to face the headmaster so soon. "I'll be with you," Hermione whispered in a soothing voice, while the healer began to wave her wand over Harry in a complicated movement. The two first years continued to talk in small voice, before Pomfrey explained to her colleagues what she had told Harry the previous day. "McGonagall and Flitwick know the truth, this is only to convince the headmaster," Harry told himself in order to calm himself. He was just about to relax and drift off to sleep, when Dumbledore directly addressed him. "Harry, did the Dursleys not notice that you're suffering from the Marga Dragoni's disease?" Harry stared at the headmaster in surprise. "No, sir," he replied in a soft voice. "How would they?" Hermione threw in, sounding very upset. "They completely ignored Harry when he was ill and locked him into his cupboard and made him do chores. I don't think they ever took him to a doctor or a healer. We've been neighbors from when we were very small, so I know Harry very well." "Is that so?" Dumbledore queried, baby blue eyes looking at the boy. Yes, sir, Harry confirmed, making the old wizard sigh. I'm sorry, my boy, the headmaster replied, but there are blood wards around your aunt's house that ensure your safety. Therefore, it was important that you lived with your aunt's family, and it's still necessary that you return to your relatives during the holidays. I understand, sir, Harry replied, carefully keeping all emotions out of his voice. Very well, Poppy, Phileas, I agree with Poppy's suggestion of assigning Harry one of the teacher's rooms, Dumbledore said to his colleagues, before he excused himself, assuring Harry and Hermione that they could come to him if they encountered any problems at any time. Only when the headmaster had left the hospital wing, Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance. Come to him when we have problems, yes, sure, he thought in sarcasm, absent-mindedly following Pomfrey through her office into a small single room. I'm sorry, Harry, but you'll understand that we couldn't prepare this room for you in advance, Pomfrey spoke up, before she instructed him to lie down and go to sleep. The house elves will bring your luggage here later on. At the same time, McGonagall and Flitwick waved their wands around the small hospital room. While Flitwick changed the crisp white color to different tones and shades of blue, McGonagall transfigured the furniture into a wardrobe, a bookshelf and a desk surrounded by a couple of comfortable-looking chairs. It might be a good opportunity to overcome the house rivalry if you have friends in other houses and sometimes study together here, she said to Hermione in a small voice. Yes, Professor, that's what Harry and I thought when Madame Pomfrey told us about this room, the girl replied, eagerly. Very well, Miss Granger, I shall accompany you to the Ravenclaw common room, Flitwick suddenly spoke up. That would be great, as I have no idea where it is, Hermione only now realized. Good night, Professors, Harry. May I come in the morning to fetch Harry for breakfast? She then turned to the healer, who was observing her in clear amusement. Of course, dear, she said kindly. I'll ask the elves to make a connecting door from this room out into the hall, so that you don't have to go through the hospital wing to get here. Before Hermione had even left the room, Harry was already fast asleep, a small smile playing on his lips. When Harry woke up in the morning, he noticed that there was a large window covering most of the wall that was opposite of his bed. It allowed him to see the grounds along with the lake and parts of the Forbidden Forest. This is great, Harry thought, observing the giant squid play in the early morning sunshine in amazement. Opposite of the door, through which he had entered the room yesterday, 2 more doors had appeared overnight, and Harry curiously climbed out of his bed to check out where they led. Nodding in understanding, he realized that one of them allowed entrance into a small but comfortable-looking bathroom, while the other led out into a corridor. He took a few steps into the corridor, however, he had to admit that he could not recall having seen that specific corridor the evening before. Only when he returned to his room, he realized that there was a portrait of an older witch guarding his door. Good morning, madam, he said, uncertainly, giving the witch a curious look. Good morning, my boy, the woman replied, gently. I'm Helga Hufflepuff, and Madame Pomfrey has asked me to guard your room. Please choose a password for this door. A password, Harry thought in confusion. My room, he suggested, unsurely. All right, dear. Well, you can change it at any time, Helga replied, rolling her eyes at his inventiveness. Now you should go and get ready for the day. Breakfast is going to commence in 30 minutes. All right, Madame Hufflepuff, Harry replied and obediently stepped into the room. Just call me Helga, dear, Helga informed him. I'm glad to see that you look better than last night. Seeing that the boy gave her a questioning look, she explained, there's a huge portrait in Madame Pomfrey's office, from where I overlook the whole hospital wing, and I saw you when you arrived yesterday. After a few seconds' break, she added, just so you know, I am aware of what's wrong with you. Madame Pomfrey told me everything, so you don't have to hide anything from me. Oh, that's good, Harry said in relief. Thank you, Helga. Harry, this is very near the Ravenclaw common room, Hermione informed him, excitedly, when they stepped out into the corridor on their way to the Great Hall 30 minutes later. After just a few steps, she pointed to a portrait on the right-hand side. Here, Harry, this is the Ravenclaw common room. The password is, Instantia, which means as much as constant diligence. At breakfast, his housemates questioned Harry about his illness and pitied him because he was not allowed to sleep in the dormitory. They were all very friendly. However, not liking the attention at all, Harry felt relieved when Flitwick approached their table and handed out the timetables. I have to be careful to call him Professor and not just Flitwick like we do on Goblin Island, Harry thought, absent-mindedly letting his eyes wander over the timetable. We have potions in the first morning class together with the Hufflepuffs, Hermione spoke up, alerted. As far as I heard, the potions classroom is in the dungeons, so we probably need to leave if we want to be there on time. Don't worry, firsties, I'll take you to the potions classroom. A boy, who was having his breakfast not far from where the first years were sitting together, spoke up. I'm Roger Davies, a third year, he introduced himself. We have charms in the first morning class, and Professor Flitwick excused me for a few minutes so that I can show you the way. Thank you so much, Roger, Hermione replied on behalf of her classmates. Should we go? Yes, let's go, Roger confirmed and told the younger students on the way that the potions professor was very strict and they should better behave during his class. With mixed feelings, Harry followed his classmates to the dungeons. On the one hand, ever since he had entered the Goblin school, potions had been his favorite subject. However, on the other, he remembered well that Professor McGonagall had said that Professor Snape despised him because of his resemblance to his birth father. Deep in thoughts, he entered the potions classroom with Hermione on his heels. Seeing Susan Bones, a Hufflepuff first year, who had shared the compartment on the Hogwarts Express with them, sitting alone in the first row, Harry and Hermione sat next to her. Unbeknownst to the two friends, this had the effect that the first years of both houses took their seats in a completely mixed-up manner, a first in the potions classroom. Finally, Snape entered the room, although Harry had more the impression as if the tall wizard swept down on them. The professor quirked an eyebrow in apparent surprise upon seeing the two houses uncharacteristically mixed up. However, he did not comment on the matter but silently let Onyx's eyes wander around the classroom. Finally, he began a long and seemingly well-trained monologue about the art of brewing potions. He spoke in a small voice, however, the class was so silent that every word could be heard. After listening to the professor's speech for a few minutes, Harry could not help his thoughts drift off. As much as I like Hogwarts, I wished I could still have classes with Brightbird, Harry mused. He's so much nicer than Snape. Oh well, at least Flitwick told me that Snape is a great potions master. Maybe I can learn something that'll help me to find the cure. He was brought back to reality when Snape suddenly towered over him. The Hufflepuffs are known for their laziness and disinterest that makes them fail their owls, the professor sneered, but from the Ravenclaws I expect that they take notes. But maybe as our new celebrity, you believe that you're above the rules. What? Harry thought, having no clue what the professor wanted from him. However, he should know better soon enough. Potter, the potions master bellowed, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? A sleeping potion, also called the draught of living death, sir, Harry replied as if it had been the easiest question imaginable for a first-year student in his first potions class. He felt all eyes of his classmates stare at him in apparent amazement, when the potions master continued to bombard him with questions, which were getting more difficult as the minutes passed. Keep calm, Harry. Don't let him get to you, Hermione whispered in a soothing voice that made Harry smile and the professor see red. 5 points from Ravenclaw for your insolence, he barked at Hermione, before turning back to Harry. Out. Now, he bellowed, only to add, wait in front of the classroom door. While the professor made the first years brew an easy healing potion, Harry sat on the floor in front of the potions classroom, feeling very annoyed on the one hand, slightly reassured that he was not missing anything important on the other hand. Finally, the classroom door opened with a bang. Accompany me to the headmaster, Potter. Now, the professor barked, while his classmates passed them, giving Harry compassionate looks. From the corner of his eyes, Harry saw that Hermione ran behind them. Professor, please, she addressed the Slytherin head, who merely took 20 more points from Ravenclaw and shooed the girl away. Having no clue what he had done except for flawlessly answering all of the professor's questions, Harry anxiously hurried behind the potions master through a flight of corridors until they came to stand in front of a gargoyle. Mars bars, the professor said, impatiently, causing the gargoyle to open for them. Standing behind the tall wizard on a moving staircase, Harry once again wondered what he could have done wrong, before they finally reached the headmaster's office. The old wizard was standing behind his desk and greeted them warmly. "Severus, Harry, how nice of you to visit me on this fine morning. Would you care for a drop?" While Snape declined the offered sweet wearing a disgusted expression, Harry accepted one, not sure why he wanted to provoke the potions master by doing so. "What brings you here, my boys?" Dumbledore finally asked, inviting them to take a seat. "Potter saw fit to use legilimency on me," Snape informed the headmaster, sounding grim. "I did what?" Harry queried in shock. "I didn't do anything." "Slowly, my boys," Dumbledore threw in, calmingly. "Now Severus, please tell me from the beginning what you think Harry might have done." "Potter was inattentive in my class, and I asked him a few questions," Snape informed the headmaster. "Strangely, he answered all questions correctly, even those that are 7th-year material. How can a first year, who has been raised by muggles, know the answers to Newt-level questions?" "Will you enlighten us, Harry?" Dumbledore queried, turning to the boy. "Why do you know so much about potions?" Harry shrugged. "Because I'm very interested in potions," he replied, simply. "Well, Severus, then I suggest that you're happy to have a student who is so interested in your subject," the headmaster said, pleasantly, and dismissed them both. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, when he followed Snape out of the headmaster's office. When they passed the gargoyle, Snape once more turned to him. "Even if the headmaster believes you for some reason which is beyond my understanding, I don't. Detention with me tonight at 7 o'clock sharp." "Yes, sir," Harry replied and slowly continued to walk, glad that the potions master was so fast that he was out of sight within seconds. "Now I have to go to the Transfiguration classroom, but I don't have a clue where that is," he thought, and decided to ask Madame Pomfrey. "Oh dear," she said after hearing about his encounter with the potions master. "You and he will be in for a fun time once he discovers that you don't only have an extensive knowledge about potions but are also a fantastic brewer. Just remember, sweetheart," she continued in a soft voice, "that I can get you out of your detention if you don't feel well." Harry profusely thanked the healer, knowing that he would only take the witch upon her offer if he was really feeling miserable, and also realizing that this evening's detention would probably not be his last detention in the potions classroom. To Harry's relief, Madame Pomfrey accompanied him to the Transfiguration classroom and handed him a small parchment. "Give this to Professor McGonagall, so that she knows why you're late," she said kindly. Transfiguration was very interesting, even if it was easy for Harry to transfigure the match that was lying on the desk in front of him into a needle. "Well done, 5 points each to Ravenclaw," McGonagall commended Hermione and him with a rare smile playing on her lips. After the last morning class was over, Harry toyed with the thought of apparating back to Goblin Island in order to speak with Brightbird about Snape. "Maybe he knows him and can give me some advice how to get along with him," he thought. However, Hermione would not let him go. "Harry, do you really want to get into even more trouble?" she queried in apparent disbelief. "Detention on the first day of classes is already a record." "That's not my fault," Harry replied, heatedly. "I know that," Hermione reassured him, "but the professors don't, apart from McGonagall and Flitwick. Anyway, give him a few days to get used to the fact that you're not a beginner in potions before you speak with Brightbird." Inwardly groaning, Harry had to admit to himself that Hermione was right. "I'm not a baby that runs home as soon as something happens," he thought. During the afternoon classes, he tried to keep the thought about his detention out of his mind in order to concentrate on the tasks ahead. "Maybe he'll let me brew a potion," he thought, as he walked down to the entrance hall in order to meet the Ravenclaw ghost after his last afternoon class. "Hello, Harry, I'm glad you're better today," Helena greeted him, casting him a warm smile. I should tell her the truth, Harry thought, however, dismissed the idea for the time being, knowing that he couldn't talk about confidential matters in the corridors of Hogwarts. "I wish to show you to our quarters," Helena informed him and led him through the corridor in front of the Ravenclaw common room as well as his own room, until they reached a very dusty corridor just a little ahead of Harry's room. It was very dusty and barely recognizable as a corridor. "The password to get through this wall of mist is, Wisdom of the Raven," Helena informed him. Harry uttered the password, and to his surprise, the corridor in front of him was as clear as all the other corridors. Only the heirs of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor and their spouses are allowed in here, Helena explained, only to add, grinning, feel free to bring your future wife here. My future wife, Harry repeated in confusion, giving the ghost a sharp look. Do you already know whom I'm going to marry when I'm grown up? He queried, curiously eyeing the paintings on both sides of the corridor. Helena smiled. Oh yes, my dear. You must know that my mother Rowena is a seer, and she told me everything about you. Who is it? Harry inquired, curiously, causing Helena to roll her eyes. That's for you to find out, sweetheart, she replied, smirking. By the way, I was only joking. You may bring your friends here as well, however, the Wall of Mist is charmed to only allow real friends of our family members entrance. If someone pretends to be your friend but in fact is not your friend, he or she won't be able to get through the wall, even if the person knows the password. With that she floated ahead and showed Harry the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor quarters, beginning with the office, where she introduced him to her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw. The quarters were much larger than Harry had anticipated. There was a relatively large, old-fashioned living room with dark wooden chairs that were arranged in a circle around an antique-looking oak table. Only the dark blue sofa near one of the walls looked newer and very comfortable. While one side of the room was completely covered by a large window that allowed the view onto the lake and the Quidditch pitch, the room was overlooked by a life-size portrait of the four founders on the opposite wall. Adjacent to the living room were several bedrooms as well as a modern-looking bathroom. Further along the secret corridor, Helena showed Harry a huge library, a sword fighting and dueling room and finally a fully equipped potions lab. Since we lived here until about 900 years ago, several heirs of mine have stayed in these rooms, Helena explained. One of them was a potions master and has added the potions lab to our quarters. Oh well, feel free to come and go as you please. You could even stay in our quarters if your head of house allows you to do so. Too soon for Harry's liking, the hour until dinner passed and he had to leave the interesting-looking quarters. Helena, may I use the potions lab to do some research? He asked on their way back through the secret corridor. Of course, Helena replied, smiling. Be careful that you don't do anything dangerous without supervision though. I will, Harry promised, before he hurried to the Great Hall, eager to tell Hermione of the interesting rooms, as soon as they had an undisturbed minute. After dinner, Harry trailed towards the dungeons, letting out a few long sighs. What is wrong, Harry? Iroh, who had been curled up around his neck, invisible, almost the whole day, spoke up, causing Harry to sigh again. It's just annoying to have detention, let alone in the potions classroom, he hissed back. He should be very nice to you considering that you have an Esculapian serpent as your familiar, Iroh replied, smirking. My venom would be very valuable for him. By now they had reached the dungeons, and Harry hesitantly knocked at the door to the potions classroom. Mere instants later, the potions master opened the door, looking at Harry with a blank expression. Since you missed this morning's potion, you will brew it now, he informed the boy. With a flick of his wand, the recipe appeared on the board. Staring at the board, Harry realized in relief that it was a very easy healing potion, which was the base for many other healing potions, which he had so often brewed for Incan during the last few years. Yes sir, he replied and immediately set to work, barely paying attention to the professor who proceeded to sit at his desk, not far from Harry. Severus let himself sink into his chair, his potions monthly open on his desk. However, he noticed soon that he didn't even have to pretend reading, as the boy did not pay any attention to him. The child once read the recipe, nodded, and set up his cauldron in a, as Severus had to admit to himself, proficient way. Severus observed with a combination of amazement and shock how the boy prepared the ingredients, absolutely perfectly and without consulting the recipe as much as once. Had he hoped that he would be able to ridicule the boy and get his revenge for the occurrences in the morning, he was sorely disappointed after observing the boy for 5 minutes. Finally, Harry began to brew the potion, and Severus pondered how he could manage to distract him in a manner that he would fail the task. Mr. Potter, he addressed the first year at a time, when the boy had to stir 7.5 times counterclockwise. Yes. The boy queried without even looking up from his cauldron. It's yes, sir, Severus corrected the boy, grumpily. Yes, sir, Harry repeated, as he carefully added the moon fern. Where did you learn to brew potions? Severus queried, knowing that this was the most difficult step in the generally easy potion. From my teacher, Harry replied, shortly. What teacher? Severus queried. As far as I know, you grew up with your Muggle relatives, and... Before he knew what happened, the boy cast a stasis charm at the potion and turned to view him. Professor, he spoke up, politely. It is not of anyone's business where I learned about potions. However, I came to your class in order to further study potions. May I please now finish my potion, undisturbed? Severus merely nodded and turned back to his potions monthly. He knows how to brew, he realized. I can't give him 0 points for this. Nevertheless, it's unsettling that he is so good, and I really want to know where he learned it. Harry inwardly sighed in relief when the professor finally left him in peace so that he could finish the easy potion. Finished, sir, he announced, wondering what to do with the potion. Snape rose from his seat, where he had been engrossed in a journal, and stuck his long nose into Harry's cauldron, sniffing at the potion whilst eyeing it sharply. He then waved his hand towards one of the shelves and instructed the boy, bottle the potion and take it to Madame Pomfrey for use in the hospital wing. Yes, sir, Harry replied and fetched a batch of empty phials of the correct size. Oh no, how can I bottle it magically using my wand? He thought, aware of the fact that no one could know that he was capable of wandless magic. Excuse me, sir, he hesitantly addressed the professor, would you mind teaching me the spell to bottle the potion? You don't know? Snape queried, causing Harry to shake his head. No, sir, he admitted in a small voice. Pity, the professor sneered. Clearly fame isn't everything. With that he waved his wand in a quick succession that prevented Harry from catching the spell, and the potion was bottled and labeled. Thank you, sir, Harry said, forcing himself to remain polite, before he took the box with the freshly brewed batch of potions, glad that the professor dismissed him without further belittling him. Harry hesitantly entered the healer's office, seeing that she was just having tea together with Professor McGonagall. Professor Snape deemed your potion good enough for use in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey said, smiling, as Harry handed her the batch. This is a first, apart from very few cases, in which he brought me potions from his newt class. This means that he admits that you can brew. He won't like it though, McGonagall threw in, at least as long as he doesn't know why Harry is so good at brewing. Yes, I think so, Harry agreed and told the two witches how the professor had tried to disturb and question him. I hope he'll never find out. He won't easily find out, Madame Pomfrey said in a soothing voice, before she awarded Harry 20 points to Ravenclaw for the batch of potions. Harry thanked the healer and, knowing that he still had a few minutes' time before curfew, headed to the Ravenclaw common room. Harry, have you already done your homework? Hermione queried, as soon as he entered the common room. No, Harry replied, sighing. It's only transfiguration though, isn't it? And potions, Hermione informed him. Professor Snape assigned us an essay about the difference of magical and non-magical herbs in healing potions. How long? Harry queried, quirking an eyebrow. He didn't say, Terry supplied. I didn't hear that because he kicked me out of the classroom, Harry thought, however, opened his potions book in order to see what he was supposed to know about said ingredients and set to work. He hurriedly wrote his essay, knowing that it wouldn't be long before the beginning of curfew. Do you have to be back in your room by curfew? Mandy, another first year, who was sitting at the same table, asked, glancing at her watch. I don't know, I have to ask Madame Pomfrey, Harry replied, sighing. But it's only a 10 seconds walk to my room, so I still have some time. If so, Mandy said, giving him a pleading look, could you help me with that essay? I don't understand what exactly the difference is between magical and non-magical herbs. There are several, Harry replied, thoughtfully, but the main difference is that non-magical herbs can be harvested at any time, while with magical herbs it depends on the herb when it has to be harvested to fulfill certain conditions and to be most efficient. Also, apart from some exceptions, magical herbs are more efficient than non-magical ones, he explained, before he looked at his classmate. Sorry, I can't describe it better. It was a brilliant description, Harry, Hermione threw in, and of course absolutely correct. All right then, I have to go. I'll see you in the morning, Harry said after a glance at his watch. Good night, Harry. I'll come and fetch you on time for breakfast, Hermione promised, before she added as an afterthought, did you remember to write home? Harry stared at the girl in shock. No, I didn't have time yet, he replied, resolving to quickly apparate home later on. I wonder if Pomfrey checks if I'm in my room, he thought as he crossed the corridor. He should not have to wonder about it for more than 3 minutes, as Helga Hufflepuff alerted the current healer that Harry had returned to his room as soon as she had let him in. Shortly later, Pomfrey entered Harry's room. Are you feeling all right, or is the blue moon still bothering you? She asked in a soft voice. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Harry replied, returning the older witch's smile. Very well then, I won't bother you by checking on you, Pomfrey decided. We just have to keep up appearances in front of the headmaster. Harry agreed and asked if he was supposed to be back in his room by the beginning of curfew. Considering that your health is not very good, even if you might feel well for 3 weeks out of 4, I believe that you need your rest and should be here by curfew, the healer said in a firm voice. Helga will alert me when you're back in your room, so that I know that you're back safely. If you need to stay longer in the common room for some reason, you can always let Helga know and she'll inform me. If it doesn't happen every now and then, I won't have a problem with it. Harry thanked the healer, only now realizing that he felt absolutely exhausted. As soon as Pomfrey had left, he went to bed, deciding to find some time to apparate home during the following day. Only in the morning when Hermione came to fetch Harry for breakfast did he have a chance to tell his friend about the Gryffindor Ravenclaw quarters. A whole library, Hermione squealed in delight. Will I be able to accompany you there? Of course, Harry replied, smiling, before he told her about the potions lab and admitted, I intend to use it to continue the research for the cure. Be careful, Harry, Hermione told him, looking at him in obvious concern, before she asked, can we go there after classes today? Harry let out a long sigh, before he answered, I can take you there if you don't mind being on your own for a while. I want to apparate home to speak with Mum, the twins and Brightbird. Hermione gave him an uncertain look. If you're sure that I find my way back alone, she finally said, causing Harry to chuckle. Already forgot that you can apparate, he whispered, as they just entered the Great Hall. You can just apparate back into my room or into one of the alcoves next to the halls. Hermione groaned. Of course. Can you believe that I completely forgot about it over all the excitement of finally being at Hogwarts? Grinning, Harry nodded and slipped into the empty seat next to Terry. To Harry's relief, all classes were interesting and otherwise passed uneventfully. Hermione and he were much advanced in charms, however, since Flitwick knew about the matter and helped them hide from everyone else just how much ahead they were, it was no problem. Thank Merlin, except for Snape all the teachers are nice, Harry thought, when he headed to his last afternoon class together with Hermione, Mandy and Terry. The 4 first years had already become friends and remained together most of the time. However, as soon as Harry entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, his head began to hurt. Now, Harry thought, terrified. But it's just 3 days after the full moon, so why now? Harry, are you all right? Hermione whispered, noticing that his face was scrunched in pain. Bad headache, Harry mouthed, as he let himself sink into the seat next to her. He did not learn much during his defense class, as he could barely concentrate, and the teacher's permanent stuttering did not really help. Quirrell is strange, Harry mused, somehow having a bad feeling about the teacher, although he couldn't place it apart from the stuttering and the strange turban that the professor was wearing. Harry sighed in relief when the class was over, and on the way back into the direction of Ravenclaw he noticed that his headache receded almost as quickly as it had begun. Strange, he thought in confusion. When they arrived in front of the portrait hole, Mandy and Terry gave them questioning looks when Harry and Hermione walked straight ahead. Are you going to go back to your room already? Mandy inquired in apparent surprise. No, Harry replied, inwardly groaning, and told his best friends about the Ravenclaw library. Mandy and Terry excitedly decided to join them, and Harry led his friends through the wall of mist into the library. Feel free to look around, he told the others, I've got something to do. I'll see you at dinner. All right, Harry, Hermione reassured him, before she and her two housemates turned towards the shelves with excitement. Harry quickly left the library and chose the empty corridor to apparate home. Harry, the twins shouted, simultaneously, when he arrived right in the living room. Harry, sweetheart, is something wrong? Gwenline asked, as she hurried over and pulled the boy into a light hug. Hi, Harry replied, smiling. Nothing's wrong, Hogwarts is great. I just came to say hello, because I didn't have time to send an owl yet. Tell us about Hogwarts. In which house are you? And where's Hermione? The twins questioned him, excitedly. We're both in Ravenclaw, and our classmates are all very nice, Harry replied. The teachers are also all right apart from two of them. Letting out a small sigh, he told them about the stuttering defense professor and the potions master, who seemed to dislike him with a passion. Oh sweetie, don't let Professor Snape get to you, Gwenline said, gently. As to Professor Quirrell, I'll speak about him with Buckbean. Maybe he knows something. All right, Harry agreed, smiling. I'll go and speak with Brightbird. Maybe he knows Snape and can give me advice how to handle him. I'll see you on Sunday. He said goodbye to his mother and the twins and apparated straight to the school, choosing to arrive in front of the potions classroom so as not to give Brightbird a shock by apparating directly into the classroom. Harry, Brightbird looked at the boy in surprise. Have they already kicked you out of Hogwarts? Of course not, Harry replied with a small pout and told his mentor about Snape and his apparent aversion against him. Brightbird quietly listened to what Harry told him, before he replied, I've met Snape a few times at potions master congresses and such. I don't know if he remembers me though. Anyway, I don't think that there's anything that you can do about his attitude except from being on your best behavior and managing to brew everything flawlessly. I'll try, Harry promised, inwardly sighing. That's what I feared, he thought, before he told the teacher about the potions lab in the Ravenclaw quarters and promised to continue with the research for the cure. Harry and Brightbird decided to take notes and exchange them when Harry was going to come to Goblin Island for Quidditch practice every Sunday afternoon. I thought about something, Brightbird suddenly said, pensively. Last year, you told me that you possess a vault with books written by Salazar Slytherin, is that correct? Yes sir, Harry confirmed in surprise. Maybe you can check it out and take some of his potions books with you to read, Brightbird suggested. I can imagine that there are many potions which are lost in our time. I'll do that as soon as I can get away from Hogwarts again, Harry promised, before he hurriedly excused himself, having seen by a glance at his wristwatch that dinner had already begun in the Great Hall. Harry hurriedly apparated back into one of the alcoves near the entrance hall, wondering if he would attract more attention if he was late for dinner or if he missed it completely. Maybe it's better to just skip it, he thought, and decided to head to the potions lab and check out how it was organized. I should brew the potions that I need around the full moon anyway, so I don't have to ask Madame Pomfrey for potions every time. She'll probably ask me anyway, but maybe she doesn't know that I already need them 2 days before the full moon, he thought. Still deeply engrossed in his musings, he arrived at the potions lab. The lab looked fairly similar to the potions classroom. Like everywhere in the Ravenclaw quarters, one wall was completely occupied by a huge window that made the old stone room very bright. Files and ingredients were properly stocked in shelves that were made of maple wood and thus much brighter than the furniture in the other rooms. Harry noticed that everything was very well organized, just like he was used to it from Brightbird's lab. To his surprise, the lab was equipped with all kinds of ingredients that Harry could imagine. They must be kept under a refreshing charm, he thought, realizing that everything was as fresh as he was used to it. He decided to brew a headache potion in case he'd get a headache in Professor Quirrell's class again and immediately set to work. One shelf was filled with cauldrons in gold, silver and black and in different sizes, and Harry quickly chose a normal, black cauldron, selected the needed ingredients, only to stop dead in his tracks. While he gathered the necessary amount of wormwood, he saw from the corner of his eyes that the birch bark, which he had just taken a minute ago, had been replaced automatically. Am I dreaming? He wondered, closely observing the ingredients shelf. By the time he was finished gathering the ingredients, he was sure that all the ingredients in the lab were charmed to be self-refilling. That's great, he thought, then I'll never have problems with the ingredients, even when I'm continuing the research. 50 minutes later, the finished potion was simmering in the cauldron, and Harry quickly waved his hand to bottle it and clean the lab. I must be the luckiest student at Hogwarts, having a whole potions lab for myself, he thought, as pocketed a few files and put the rest into a shelf to keep them in the lab. He hurriedly made his way to the Ravenclaw common room, knowing that Hermione would probably fret because he had missed dinner. However, considering how late it was, the girl apparently assumed that he had eaten at home and merely said, "Harry, you're late. Have you finished your homework already?" No, Harry admitted and immediately began with his transfiguration and charms homework. To his relief, he was just finished when curfew began, and, as much as he would have liked to stay in the common room and talk with his classmates about their findings in the Ravenclaw library, he knew that he had to return to his room. 20 minutes later, when Madame Pomfrey looked into his room, Harry was fast asleep with a huge smile on his face. Smiling as well, she closed the door again, contented. However, when Harry woke up in the morning and at a glance at his timetable realized that he had potions in the first morning class, a feeling of foreboding overcame him, although he could not know just how bad his day was going to become. "Iro, do you want to come with me to class?" Harry asked his familiar. "We've got potions, so it might be dangerous for you." "I'll be fine. I'm not an Esculapian for nothing," Iro hissed back and, as usual, curled up around Harry's neck, making herself invisible at the same time. When they entered the potions classroom, Hermione slipped into the seat next to Susan and Harry sat next to her, while their friends sat together with Hannah Abbott, remembering what Hermione and Harry had told them about mixing up with the Hufflepuff students. Suddenly, the Hufflepuff boy, who was sitting right over the aisle from Harry, addressed him. "Shouldn't you be sitting with the Ravenclaws? You're taking our places on the Hufflepuff side." "There's no such thing as the Hufflepuff side or Ravenclaw side," Hermione replied, before Harry had even understood what the matter was about. Harry just glanced around, noticing in relief that most of their classmates had once again followed their example and were sitting in a mix of both houses. When Snape stormed into the classroom and called their names, Harry registered absent-mindedly that the boy's name was Wayne Hopkins. Maybe he has older siblings who have told him such nonsense, he thought, before he concentrated on the recipe that had just appeared on the board. Ah, the potion to enlarge items, he realized as he recognized the recipe. That's very easy. He quickly gathered the ingredients and set to work, not paying attention to his surroundings and thus unaware of the fact that the professor was observing his every move. Suddenly, Snape hissed at the Hufflepuff sitting right over the aisle from Harry, "Hopkins, you ought to read. It says anti-clockwise for a reason. 0 points for today, Evanesco." Unable to hide a small grin, Harry could not help feeling amused at the fact that the boy, who had been so unfriendly to him earlier, had failed his potion. "When you've finished brewing, place 1 phial of your concoction onto my desk," Snape instructed the students, causing Harry to think, "I'd better place an unbreakable charm on the phial." Who knows what Snape would do in order to give me 0 points. Harry had just finished his potion that had to simmer for 5 minutes before completion, when a small movement from his right side caught his eye. He could not see what it was. It looked like a chocolate frog, but who'd throw a chocolate frog into a potion? He thought, fairly sure that it had been Wayne Hopkins who had thrown something into his potion. Just an instant later, his potion began to spit out oversized chocolate frogs that spread all over the potion's classroom in fast movements. "Potter!" the professor bellowed, banishing Harry's potion with the Evanesco spell. "Detention with me. For a week and 50 points off Ravenclaw for your insolence." "But Professor," Hermione threw in, sounding very upset. That was not Harry's fault. Hopkins threw the frog into his potion in the first place. 5 more points from Ravenclaw for disturbing my class, Granger, Snape sneered, and 0 points for today, Potter. But Harry's potion was correctly brewed. Terry saw fit to jump to Harry's defense. Otherwise the chocolate frogs wouldn't have been so big. 5 points, Mr. Boot, Snape said, icily. "Don't say anything else, the professor is only looking for something to punish you even more. Iro hissed into the silence that followed, as everyone seemed to realize that Snape was in a rage. What was that? Snape growled, glaring at Harry and Hermione. That was my familiar, sir, Harry replied quietly, causing the professor to see red. How dare you bring animals into the potions classroom, you dunderhead, let alone AS. Have you not understood how dangerous potions can be? Another week of detention, Potter, he shouted, before he dismissed the class that had been observing the discussion between him and the Ravenclaws in shock. I had only heard that he was mean towards the Gryffindors, but the Ravenclaws don't seem much better off, Harry heard someone say on the way to the greenhouses, where their next class was going to take place. 2 weeks of detention, Hermione whispered in concern. When are you going to do your homework? Afterwards, Harry replied matter-of-factly, wondering when he'd have time for his research. At least if Snape makes me brew potions, time will pass fairly quickly, he thought. However, Snape had no intention to do the best first-year potion student whom he had ever had the favor of making him brew anything. Instead, he had gathered a huge amount of dirty cauldrons. Hand over your wand and clean these cauldrons without magic, he instructed the boy. Yes, sir, Harry replied and immediately began with the task ahead, realizing in surprise that the teacher apparently had no intention to supervise him but had retreated into his office. If he does that again tomorrow, I'm going to brew something, he decided, feeling very reassured by the thought. Harry was lucky. On the following evening, Snape again returned into his office, as soon as he had taken Harry's wand and instructed him to clean a huge pile of cauldrons. He pondered the situation for a moment, before he quickly cleaned the cauldrons with a flick of his hand. After putting everything away, he apparated into his lab, grabbed the recipe that he wanted to try out next for the research, gathered the ingredients and apparated back into the potions classroom. Setting up his cauldron, he began to brew, pushing the thought, what will happen if Snape catches me? To the back of his mind. Luckily, he did not have to find out what would happen and was able to finish his potion 80 minutes later. He bottled one phial, which he hid in his robe pocket and cleared up the rest with a few waves of his hand, before he hesitantly knocked at the office door. Finished, he informed the professor when he was called in. Snape merely quirked an eyebrow and handed Harry his wand, before he pointed to the door and said, "Same time tomorrow, Potter." On the following day, the first years had their first flying class. Knowing that he could fly well, Harry was not in the least excited. However, several of the first years of both houses, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, had never been on a broomstick before, and the main topic of the day remained the flying class. Only after lunch, Harry suddenly became excited, upon hearing that the Quidditch captain was going to observe their class in order to find possible candidates for the house team. I thought first years weren't allowed to play on the house team, Hermione spoke up in surprise. There weren't, but Professor Flitwick saw to it that the stupid rule was abandoned, Roger, who had been playing beaters since his second year, informed her. We urgently need a good seeker and 2 chasers though. Is any of you any good? Harry will make a brilliant seeker, Hermione replied, smiling. He's fantastic. I'd love to play, Harry admitted. But seeing that I'm going to spend the complete next week in detention with Snape, I won't even be able to attend practice. That doesn't matter, Harry, Hermione said, convincingly. Just watch him fly and catch the snitch, then you'll understand, she told Roger, who promised to speak with the captain on Harry's behalf. The flying class turned out to be extremely boring. Since many of the children had no experience flying, they were first taught to call their brooms up into their hands, before they were even allowed to make a first attempt at sitting on the broom. Harry looked up in surprise, when he suddenly heard his name. Mr. Potter, Madam Hooch addressed him. Mr. Miller, the Quidditch captain of your house would like to fly together with you during our class. Is that all right with you? Yes, madam, and thank you, Harry replied and headed over to the older student, the school broom firmly in his hand. Hello, Harry, I'm Marcus Miller, 6th year, the captain introduced himself, before he said, Professor Flitwick as well as Roger Davies have suggested you as our new seeker. Therefore, I'd like to do a seeker scrimmage now if that's okay with you. Of course, Harry replied simply and took into the air, while the captain released the snitch and mounted his broom as well. 10 minutes later, Harry caught the snitch, causing enthusiasm to appear on the older boy's face. During the remaining time of the flying class, they did 5 more seeker scrimmages, and Harry won them all. "That's it, Harry. You're on the team," Marcus finally announced, lightly patting his right shoulder. "Thank you," Harry replied, feeling very happy. "I'm in detention in the potions classroom for at least 12 more days though, and since Snape seems to hate me with a passion, he'll surely make that a month." "Well, try to not get any more detentions, but the main point is that you catch the snitch in the matches," Marcus replied, smirking. "I'll do my best," Harry promised and asked, "Are we allowed to have our own brooms here at Hogwarts, or do we have to fly on school brooms?" "No, you may of course bring your own broom," Marcus confirmed. "Maybe your parents can send it to you." Harry merely nodded, resolving to bring his broom with him on Sunday. During the following 2 weeks, Harry had barely time to do anything else but homework. Sometimes, he even had to finish his homework back in his own room after curfew. The only good point about his detentions was that Snape continued to leave him alone in the classroom, so that Harry could efficiently use the time for his research. Since he did not have time to bother searching for rats, he merely took his potions to Brightbird, when he apparated to Goblin Island for the Children's team's Quidditch practice on Sunday afternoon. At the same time, they discussed further variations from their recipes, so that Harry knew what to brew during the following week. "Otherwise it might happen that we waste time by brewing the same concoctions," Brightbird said, grinning. "Next Saturday, I'll try to get away and have a look at Slytherin's vault," Harry promised, recalling what Brightbird had advised him the last time. After a short visit to his family, Harry apparated back to Hogwarts, his broom shrunken in his robe pocket. And Hermione, Mandy and Terry greeted him, excitedly. "Do you know Ronald Weasley?" Terry asked. "He's the brother of the Weasley twins and a Gryffindor first year. Anyway, apparently he had a midnight duel with Draco Malfoy from Slytherin, and Ronald and 2 other Gryffindor first years got lost on their way back and were bitten by a 3-headed dog that is being kept on the 3rd floor." Harry stared at his friends with bewilderment. "They're keeping a 3-headed dog at Hogwarts that bites students?" he queried in disbelief. Hermione rolled her eyes. "No, Harry. Oh well, yes, but do you remember that Professor Dumbledore told us at the welcoming feast that the 3rd floor corridor was off limits? If we follow the rules, we won't be bitten." 2 days before the end of Harry's 2-week detention time with Snape, Harry met Neville Longbottom on his way to the potions classroom. "Hello Neville, what are you doing in the dungeons?" he asked, sympathetically. "I have detention with Professor Snape," Neville admitted. "I think he hates me because I'm so bad at potions." "Oh, welcome in the club," Harry replied, grinning. "He hates me too for some reason, and I've already had 12 detentions with him." "Really?" Neville queried, gaping at Harry in disbelief. "Yes," Harry replied, chuckling. Together, they entered the potions classroom, where Snape confiscated Harry's wand and instructed him to clean cauldrons as usual, before he informed Neville that he had to brew the potion again, which he had failed in the morning. To Harry's relief, the professor did not supervise them but returned to his office as usual. "Detention because of failing your potion?" he asked the Gryffindor in surprise. "Well, I didn't only fail the potion, but my cauldron exploded," Neville admitted in a small voice. "The problem is that I've no idea what I did wrongly and how I can prevent it from happening again." Harry let out a thoughtful sigh. "Let me help you," he said, finally. "You have your wand, right?" "Yes," Neville said in surprise, pulling his wand. "Then clean these cauldrons," Harry instructed him, carefully teaching him the spell. An instant later, the cauldrons were all clean, and Harry taught him how to magically place them back into their respective shelves. "How do you know these things?" Neville inquired, staring at Harry with a combination of surprise and amazement. "Oh well, don't tell anyone, and thank you very much for doing this for me," Harry replied, grinning. "Now let's begin with your potion." Together, they brewed the potion, which Neville had failed before. The boy was very happy that Harry patiently explained whatever he had to know in order to brew it correctly. "You explain much better than the professor," he said, gratefully. Unfortunately, just when Harry explained why he had to stir anti-clockwise and that he had probably stirred in the wrong direction to make his cauldron explode earlier, Professor Snape stepped into the room, taking in the scene with anger. "Potter, you're supposed to clean cauldrons and not interfere with Longbottom's brewing," he bellowed, furiously. "The cauldrons are finished, sir," Harry replied, calmly. "And Harry only helped me and explained how I could brew it correctly," Neville piped up, backing up in fright, when the professor towered over him. "Another week of detention for both of you and 20 points each of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor," Snape hissed, furiously. Harry hurriedly grabbed Neville's wand so as to not let anyone know about the wandless magic and cast a stasis charm at the potion in order to prevent Snape from giving Neville 0 points for his potion. "Potter," the potion's master bellowed upon realizing what Harry had done, when the boy returned the wand. "You'll write 500 times, I must do as I am told and keep from matters that have nothing to do with me. Due tomorrow before your detention. Now leave." Together with Neville, Harry fled the potions classroom, completely forgetting to retrieve his wand from the professor. "I'm so sorry for getting you into trouble," Neville apologized, while they climbed up towards the entrance hall, causing Harry to stare at his classmate in surprise. "It's not your fault at all," Harry replied, reassuringly. "Plus I don't care. Since my first day at Hogarth's, I've been having detention with the Git. I'm getting used to it." After a short detour to the common room to inform his friends, Harry returned to his room, knowing that curfew was about to begin. "And I haven't even finished my homework, let alone the 500 sentences," he thought, inwardly groaning. He sat at the desk in his room and began with his homework, deciding that he would still be able to write sentences even when he was very tired. It was midnight before he could begin with his sentences. How annoying, Harry thought. From homework, I can at least learn something, but this is just completely stupid and unnecessary. Suddenly, Helga spoke to him from her portrait. "Harry, it's after midnight, and I believe that you should go to bed and get some rest." "You need it." "I know," Harry replied, sighing, before he told the kind, old witch what had happened in the potions classroom. A few minutes later, Pomfrey stepped into the room inquiring what he was doing. Harry once more explained the matter and promised to finish after 200 sentences and go to bed and write the rest somehow during the day. However, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he was still writing sentence 189. "Harry, go to bed now. If you don't, I'll wake up Madame Pomfrey and make her cast a sleeping spell at you," Helga threatened the boy in a no-nonsense voice that made Harry grudgingly obey and go to bed for 3 hours of sleep. At breakfast, Harry continued writing, and he skipped history of magic and lunch to somehow get to 400 sentences, knowing that he had still an hour after the last class and could, if necessary, complete it during dinner. Unaware of the fact that Hermione had observed him the whole day in utmost concern and dragged Mandy and Terry to Flitwick in order to voice her concern about Harry's detentions and other punishments by the potions master, Harry dragged himself down to the dungeons. He was very tired and did not feel overly well on that evening. Harry handed his parchments to the potions master, who looked at the first page and commented, "Potter, your handwriting is atrocious. Clear out and clean the ingredients cupboard, without magic of course," he instructed him, holding out his hand. On Harry's questioning look, he drawled, "Your wand." "You still have my wand here, sir. I forgot to get it back last night," Harry replied, causing the professor to stare at him in disbelief. Before Snape could comment on the matter, Neville anxiously stepped into the classroom, and Harry hurriedly headed towards the ingredients cupboard, sighing in relief because he did not have to clean cauldrons for a change. He heard how the professor told Neville that he had to brew all potions, which they had learned from the beginning of the school year, during his detention. "You will brew them until they're correct," the potions master sneered at the frightened boy. "And if Mr. Potter helps you, you'll both be in for more detentions. Be my guest." "Of course I'll help him," Harry mused, knowing that it'll be me who has to clean the complete classroom if Neville's potions explode. He refrained from speaking to Neville, noticing that the professor had left the door to his office slightly ajar. However, all of a sudden, Neville whispered, "Harry, how am I supposed to prepare the frog eggs?" "Just mush them," Harry replied quietly without even turning around in case the professor had heard them. However, to the boy's luck, just when Snape turned his head towards the classroom, there was a knock at his door and he was called away because of a fight in the corridor between Gryffindor and Slytherin first years. "Thank Merlin, that'll hopefully keep him away for a while," Harry blurted out, turning to Neville. "Do you need any other help?" Neville cast him a miserable look. "I always need help. I just don't understand potions." Inwardly sighing, Harry interrupted his own task and guided Neville through the preparation of his ingredients and helped him with the beginning of the brewing process, until they heard the professor return to his office. When Snape stuck his nose into his classroom, Harry was already engrossed in the cleaning of the ingredients cupboard. 10 minutes later, Neville's potion let out an angry hiss, and in the blink of an eye, the potion's master was standing behind him, shouting, "Evanesco." Poor Neville, Harry thought. I should tutor him in potions. The problem is that I just don't have time at all because of these stupid detentions. I wonder what's wrong with me tonight. I feel as if it was close to the full moon, but it's still a week away. By the time curfew began, the two boys were still quietly working in the potions classroom. While Neville made a second attempt at brewing his potion, Harry eagerly checked all the ingredients for their expiry date, sorted out those that were close to expiring and cleaned the cupboard. All of a sudden, the fireplace in the classroom flared and Madame Pomfrey stepped out. After a mere glance at the two boys, she headed into the professor's office. "Severus, I'm sorry, but curfew has already begun and I have to insist that you let the boys go for tonight. Mr. Potter's health condition is not good enough to stay up half the nights and miss meals in order to write lines for you or to do his homework, for which he doesn't have time otherwise because of his detentions. Mr. Longbottom also needs time to do his homework and get enough sleep." "Mr. Longbottom is an absolute dunderhead," Snape sneered. "Not even able to brew the first simple potions correctly. Then I suggest that you let Harry tutor him during their detentions, considering that Harry's potions are good enough to be used in the hospital wing. Anyway, Severus," she continued in a much sterner voice, "I will not have Mr. Potter aggravate his condition because of your punishments for whatever he might have done. Otherwise, I will speak with Albus together with Phileas and Minerva, who both spoke with me tonight in concern because he seems to be completely overworked." Harry listened to the conversation in amazement. Madame Pomfrey's telling him off, he thought. That's brilliant. He sighed in relief, when Snape stepped into the classroom, shook his head in apparent annoyance at the color of Neville's potion and handed Harry his wand, before he dismissed them both. Together with the healer, Harry and Neville climbed up the way towards the entrance hall. "Thanks a lot, Madame Pomfrey," Harry finally spoke up, when they had left the dungeons. "You're welcome, dear," she replied, smiling, before she asked, "Are you feeling all right, Harry?" "I'm fine," Harry lied and turned to his classmate. "Neville, as soon as I have time, I'll tutor you in potions. Maybe sometime during the weekend." "Oh, that would be great," Neville replied, gratefully. "That's a good idea," Pomfrey threw in, smiling. When they separated from Neville in the entrance hall, Harry admitted, "I feel as if it was the day before the full moon, although it isn't." Pomfrey cast him a worried look and said, "Harry, you must be careful to not overexert yourself, otherwise, you might suffer from the symptoms even at other times." She accompanied Harry back to his room and quickly waved her wand over him, before she instructed him to go to bed right away. "I know that you still have to do your homework, but I'll excuse you with your teachers, and if you don't feel better in the morning, you'll also be exempt from classes." "No, I want to attend classes," Harry replied, tiredly. "I'll be all right. I'm used to it. We'll see," Pomfrey replied and gently tucked the boy in, noticing that he drifted off to sleep before she had even left the room. Unbeknownst to Harry, the four heads of house, the headmaster and the healer used to have tea together after curfew whenever they could find the time. They either met in one of their living rooms or, often enough when Madame Pomfrey had patients to look after, in the healer's office. This evening was not different, and Madame Pomfrey informed their colleagues about Harry's condition. "He wants to attend classes tomorrow, although I offered to excuse him, but he was not able to do any homework, nor will he be in a condition to attend detention tomorrow." During the conversation following her statement, especially Flitwick and McGonagall questioned the necessity of Harry's detention considering his anyway fragile condition on the one hand and his apparent brewing abilities on the other. His brewing abilities are out of question, Pomfrey threw in, smiling. Severus even accepted a batch of his brewing for use in the hospital wing. Severus, Dumbledore finally spoke up. Why don't you make Harry your student assistant? You're in dire need of someone to help with your workload, and since he's so adept, he'd surely be able to efficiently assist, provided that he's willing to work together with you. He won't, Snape scoffed. He's a Potter. Severus, McGonagall admonished him sharply. He's Lily's son as much as James's, and he doesn't even remember his birth parents. I agree, Pomfrey said in a firm voice. He's a very sweet and extremely polite child. He even offered Neville Longbottom to tutor him in potions whenever he had time. He has to ask me if he wants to use the potions classroom, Snape replied, grumpily. I don't think that he'll need the potions classroom, Flitwick spoke up in apparent excitement. The Grey Lady told me that she introduced Harry to the Ravenclaw quarters, as he's the heir of the Gryffindor Ravenclaw family. She said that their quarters also contain a well-equipped potions lab. Finally, Dumbledore decided that Harry would not be allowed to serve any detentions during the weekends and asked Snape to make some effort to try getting along with the child. I'll also speak with Harry, he promised the potions master in return. When Harry woke up in the morning, Helga addressed him from her portrait. Harry, Madame Pomfrey has been called to Hufflepuff, as there's a mass outbreak of the wizard's flu. She instructed me to tell you that she has informed your teachers that you're exempt from classes and detention today. If you insist on attending classes, you may do so, but you may return here and skip classes as you wish. She left 2 files for you on the night table. Thank you, Helga, Harry replied, gratefully, before he said, hesitating, I'll probably attend most of the classes and also my detention. Would it be all right if I stayed in the common room after curfew tonight? It's Hermione's birthday tomorrow, and our class is going to have a birthday party for her tonight until after midnight. I know I should have asked Madame Pomfrey, but as she isn't here. He slowly trailed off, giving the founder a pleading look. That's all right, dear, Helga said gently. I'll inform Madame Pomfrey. Just be careful that you don't aggravate your condition, and come back here if you don't feel well. I will, Harry promised in spite of knowing better. He gratefully gulped down the headache potion and fever reducer, before he got ready for classes. Strange, the potions don't work as well as usually before the full moon, he thought, as he followed Hermione to the Great Hall for breakfast. Thank Merlin I already made the fruit drops for her during the weekend. Her birthday is tomorrow, he thought. Harry, our classmates decided to hold my birthday party out near the lake right after the beginning of curfew, Hermione suddenly whispered. Will you be able to come? Yes, Harry replied, smiling. I already informed Helga, as Pomfrey wasn't there this morning. The 2 friends had just taken their seats at the Ravenclaw table and Harry helped himself to a large glass of pumpkin juice, when Flitwick came over and addressed the boy. Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you right after breakfast. The password is frogs. Yes, sir, Harry replied, giving the half-goblin a questioning look. However, Flitwick did not further explain but returned to the high table. I wonder what I've done now, Harry thought, slowly sipping his 3rd glass of pumpkin juice. Harry, are you not going to eat anything? Hermione asked sternly, eyeing him in concern. No, I better go and see what Dumbledore wants, Harry decided, noting that the headmaster had already left his seat. I'll be late for potions. I'll tell Professor Snape, Hermione promised, causing Harry to snort. As if he'd listen to your explanation, he thought, when he made his way out of the Great Hall. Frogs, Harry told the gargoyle that immediately let him through to the headmaster's office. I wonder if that's a new invention and involves drop in the form of chocolate frogs that jump through his office, he thought, absent-mindedly noticing that Dumbledore was petting what seemed to be a fire phoenix. Harry my boy, how nice of you to join us. Have you met my phoenix, Fox, yet? Dumbledore greeted him, holding out the bowl of drops to the boy. No thank you, Harry politely refused, before he turned to the bird. Hello Fox, I'm happy to meet you, he said, smiling at the bird that looked just amazing. Hashtag is that an Esculapian serpent? Hash Fox trilled in obvious excitement. Hash she's beautiful and very rare to have, especially for a nestling like you. Hash. I can communicate with her, that's why, Harry replied, shyly. Can you understand Fox? Dumbledore queried in apparent surprise. Yes sir, Harry admitted, feeling slightly confused at the question. Hashtag the nestling must be a phoenix animagus, hash Fox trilled, hashtag and I can sense that I'm going to become his familiar in the far future. Hash. The headmaster thoughtfully gazed at his familiar, before he changed the topic, inviting Harry to take a seat. I had a longer conversation with the four heads of house and Madame Pomfrey, and it came to my attention that you and Professor Snape are still having problems, he spoke up, giving Harry a questioning look. He has a problem with me, Harry threw in, heatedly. I'm not having problems except for having to serve completely useless detentions in the potions classroom every evening since my first day at Hogwarts. Now my boy, Dumbledore replied in a calming voice. I know about your detentions, and I've informed Professor Snape that from now on you're not allowed to serve any detention during the weekends. Oh Professor, thank you so much, Harry said, gratefully. I really appreciate it. You're welcome my boy, Dumbledore assured him. I believe that the whole problem results from the fact that Professor Snape finds it unsettling that you're so good at potions although you grew up with your muggle relatives who wouldn't have been able to teach you. Harry shrugged, before he said matter-of-factly, it's not his concern where I learned about potions. Dumbledore let out a long sigh. Harry my boy, does anyone here at Hogwarts know the truth? Yes sir, Harry informed him, several of your colleagues know and have promised to keep my secret, which I appreciate greatly. I understand, Dumbledore said, slowly, and Harry could tell from his expression that he was not happy with their conversation at all. I'm sorry headmaster, he threw in, absent-mindedly patting Iroh's head. It's all right Harry, if some of my colleagues, I assume that Professors McGonagall and Flitwick are among them, know and appreciate it, it can't be anything bad, the old wizard voiced his thoughts. Just promise me that you don't provoke Professor Snape and try to get along with him. I know that he's not easy to get along with. I'll do my best, Harry promised, sincerely. I just hope Snape will do so too. It's Professor Snape Harry, and yes, I've asked him for the same favor, Dumbledore reassured him. However, when Harry entered the potions classroom 15 minutes after the beginning of the class, which he had only managed by apparating right in front of the classroom, he realized that at least Snape had already forgotten about Dumbledore's admonishment. 15 minutes late Potter. 20 points from Ravenclaw, the potions master bellowed, causing Harry to cast Hermione a questioning look. I already told him, but he didn't listen and only took points, Hermione whispered. Don't say anything else now. For an instant, Harry pondered if he should just leave and return to his room, however, he dismissed the thought, remembering what Dumbledore had told him. He glanced at the recipe on the board. The fever reducer, he realized, wondering if he could unobtrusively bottle a few doses for later use. I seem to need them today, he thought, as he dragged himself to the ingredients cupboard. Even if he had begun to work 10 minutes later than his classmates, he managed to finish his potion on time, since he saved valuable minutes of double-checking the recipe, the ingredients and the brewing method. He just sat there and brewed the potion, which he had made for Incan so many times already that he would have been able to brew it in his sleep. Unbeknownst to the boy, the professor was observing his every move. After finishing the brewing process, Harry filled one dose into a phial, unobtrusively casting an unbreakable charm at it, before he placed it on the professor's table like everyone else did. When he returned to his seat, he noticed with a combination of surprise and suspect that Snape was leaning over his cauldron. I'll take the batch to Madame Pomfrey later on, the potions master informed him in a voice that was void of any emotion. Thank you sir, Harry replied, politely, unaware of the fact that the whole class, which only consisted of Ravenclaws that morning, because the Hufflepuffs had taken ill, was observing the interaction between him and the professor in disbelief. He's really making an effort, he thought, smirking. Is it normal that first-year's potions are used in the hospital wing? Padma asked, incredulously, staring at Harry on the first year's way back out of the dungeons. Harry had never spoken to the girl before, not because he didn't like her, but because he just didn't have enough time to spend in the common room. Usually not, Hermione immediately reassured the girl, only Harry's, because he's proficient at brewing. Harry dragged himself during the day, somehow feeling worse by the hour. After the last morning class, he decided to skip lunch, defense and history of magic, and headed to the potions lab in the Ravenclaw quarters. He once again brewed the fever reducer and gulped down a dose of it as well as of the headache potion, once more noticing that they only helped so much. In fact, his throat had become a little sore by now, and he began to wonder if he had caught a cold. But tomorrow is Saturday and I really want to go to Slytherin's vault, he thought, when a sudden idea crossed his mind. I'll go right away, he decided. If I can't go tomorrow, then I'll at least have something interesting to read. Not further pondering the matter, he apparated right into Slytherin's vault at Gringotts, which was now his own vault. It was bigger than the other vaults that he had visited last year and was full with bookshelves from the ground to the ceiling. It's Slytherin's complete library, he realized, and eagerly skimmed the shelves. Most of the books were written in Old English, 95% of them about potions. However, there was one shelf, containing about 6 books, which were written in parcel script with Slytherin's name on the cover. These are the ones that he wrote by himself, Harry thought. They're probably the most interesting. He cast a shrinking charm at the books in parcel script and pocketed them all. Back at Hogwarts, he enlarged the books and placed them into an empty shelf in the potions lab. He only picked out 3 books, which he slid in his book bag in order to read them back in his room. Knowing that he had about 3 hours left until the beginning of his detention, Harry hesitantly entered one of the bedrooms and lay down on the bed that looked overly inviting for a much-needed nap. By the time Harry's mind turned back to awareness, it was already dark outside. Oh no, he thought, horrified. I'm late for detention. A hurriedly cast Tempest charm showed him that it was shortly before 10 o'clock in the evening. Harry was stunned. I can't believe that I slept so long, he thought in disbelief. Thank Merlin Madame Pomfrey excused me from detention, otherwise I'd be in for another week or 2. Unfortunately, the sleep had not helped to improve his condition. If he felt any change, it was rather worse than better. Casting a refreshing charm and his usual concealment charms at himself, Harry fetched his present for Hermione from the lab and went by his own room to leave his book bag, before heading to the common room. Harry, where have you been? Helga asked in apparent concern. Madame Pomfrey was worried, because no one had seen you after your morning classes. I'm sorry, Harry replied and told the kind witch about his long nap in the Ravenclaw quarters. Well then you needed it, Helga said gently. Have fun at the party. Harry thanked the founder and made his way into the common room, where his friends also bombarded him with questions about his whereabouts. Finally, the 10 first years headed out onto the grounds, accompanied by some of the older students. They've helped us organize everything, Hermione whispered to Harry. They even asked some house elves to prepare something to eat and drink for us. When they stepped out onto the grounds, Harry stared at the scene in front of him in utter surprise. One part of the lake was brightly illuminated with torches, and right next to the shore of the lake, Harry could see 5 small benches, put into a circle, and near the benches was a large table with all kinds of delicacies that Harry could imagine. Won't the teachers see the lights? He asked, worriedly, causing Hermione to smile. No, Harry, think magic, she replied, enlightening him. The torches are charmed so that they can't be seen from inside the castle. Cool, Harry said, letting himself sink onto a bench. It was 5 days before the full moon and there were no clouds in the sky, so that the moonlight helped turning the dark nightly grounds bright enough for a picnic. While his classmates stormed the buffet, Harry contented himself with a few glasses of pumpkin juice, before Hermione brought him a plate with just a little bit of everything and instructed him to eat something. He was not hungry at all, however, the food was so delicious that he somehow managed to clear the plate within minutes, making Hermione nod contentedly. When everyone was so full that they could not eat any more, the older students suggested to take a bath in the lake. We didn't bring our swimsuits, Mandy said in confusion, giving Hermione a questioning look. You don't need anything, Terry replied, grinning. No one will see you in the lake. Smirking, Harry unobtrusively waved his hand at the girl, transfiguring her attire into a swimsuit, before he did the same with Hermione and the other girls. Was that you're doing? Hermione mouthed, relaxing when Harry smiled. Are you not going to swim? she then asked, giving him a concerned look, when he shook his head and told her that he had caught a cold. Go and enjoy yourself, Harry instructed her. And tell the giant squid to be quiet and not give us away. Yes, he's really loud tonight, isn't he? Hermione replied, before she hurried after the others, who were already jumping into the lake. If Harry had thought that he would be alone, while everyone else had gone swimming, he was mistaken. Just when he heard the others splash and shout in the water and hurriedly cast a silencing spell around the lake, two tall figures came out of the castle heading straight his way. Only when they entered the path around the lake, Harry recognized them as two third-year Gryffindors. The Weasley twins, he thought. What are they doing out here during the night? Only when they reached the lake, the twins seemed to have noticed what was going on and came over to Harry. Hi there, we're Fred and George Weasley. And who are you? They greeted him in a funny sing-song that strangely reminded him of Jane and Kengo. I'm Harry, he replied, inviting the twins to sit down. Not after we've had something from the buffet, they informed him, and shortly later returned with 2 full plates. Are you perhaps the one and only Harry Potter? Who is said to be so good at potions? The twins queried, causing Harry to stare at them in surprise. Neville told us, and we wondered if you were interested in brewing prank potions together with us. From time to time, Harry immediately agreed and told the twins that he would contact them through Neville. Probably we can brew next weekend, he added, thoughtfully. Harry and the twins talked about Hogwarts, about the teachers, students, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and when his classmates returned from the lake, he had the impression as if he had already gained 2 new friends. I really like them, but they remind me too much of Jane and Kengo, he thought, suddenly feeling very homesick. Thank Merlin it's the weekend and I'll be able to go home for a while, he thought, when all of a sudden a movement at the edge of the Forbidden Forest caught his eye. A larger figure, obviously an adult, came right out of the Forbidden Forest and walked in the direction of the castle. Harry quickly alerted the others, and everyone quietened immediately. That's Quirrell, Fred Weasley blurted out, and Harry could make out the professor's smelly turban in the moonlight. However, Quirrell did not came over but continued to walk straight on. Thank Merlin he was too preoccupied with himself to notice us, Hermione said, letting out a relieved sigh. It was shortly after midnight that Harry returned to his room, not feeling tired at all due to the long nap that he had taken in the afternoon. Resolving to take a look at Slytherin's books, he sat at his desk, ignoring Helga's disapproving look, and began to skim the first book. This sounds interesting, he thought, feeling extremely grateful that Slytherin had added a comment about the effects of each potion to the respective recipe. Maybe I should translate the title and the explanation of each recipe and show them to Brightbird, so that he can tell me if there's any recipe that would be interesting to have in our time. Suddenly feeling exhausted, he laid the book aside and went to bed, knowing that he'd time enough to study the book during the weekend. When Harry woke up in the morning, he felt dreadful. It was slightly different from the feeling that he used to have during the full moon, mainly because his throat was so sore that he could barely swallow. He slowly opened his eyes just a little bit, when he heard someone enter the room from the Ravenclaw corridor side. It was Madame Pomfrey. She stepped nearer and held out a file for him. Your classmates are all feeling awful this morning after eating too much during the night, she said, smirking. I didn't eat much, but I think I'm ill, Harry replied, noticing that his voice sounded very hoarse. Oh no, Pomfrey said, sighing, and began to wave her wand over him. Yes, you caught the wizard's flu, she diagnosed after a moment. Did you not attend lunch in the Great Hall yesterday, when the preventive potion was added to the food? No, Harry replied, weakly. I took a nap, because I didn't feel well in the first place. I'll fetch you some potions, Pomfrey said, bustling through the door leading into the small corridor behind her office. A short while later, she returned, carrying 2 goblets, which she handed Harry one after the other. Harry gulped down the potions as fast as he could with the pain in his throat that felt red and raw on this morning. That's much better, he said, gratefully handing back the second goblet. The healer instructed him to stay in bed and rest, promising to look after him again later on. Before she had even left the room, Harry succumbed to the potions. By the time his mind drifted back to awareness, Hermione was sitting on the edge of his bed, engrossed in an old tome. My own, Harry mumbled, "Happy birthday." "Thank you, Harry," the girl replied, smiling. "Are you going to have another party today?" Harry asked, feeling bad to be ill on his best friend's birthday. "No," Hermione said, smirking. "I prefer to stay here with you. Oh, by the way, I've written to your parents and informed them that you won't be able to apparate home tomorrow because of being ill with the wizard's flu. I hope that was all right." "Thank you," Harry agreed, sighing. "Otherwise they might worry if I can't go home tomorrow." It was a few hours later, around dinner time, when Harry realized that his family had indeed received Hermione's letter. Feeling better just after another round of potions, Harry had asked Hermione to hand him Slytherin's book that was still lying on his desk. While the girl continued reading the old tome, knowing that Harry wasn't able to talk much, Harry looked over the titles and the explanations given in Salazar's recipe book. All of a sudden, Jane and Kengo apparated straight into the room. "Jane, Kengo," Hermione shouted, happily hugging Harry's siblings. "Happy birthday, my own," the twins replied. Simultaneously, "Thanks for your letter. And for looking after our little brother." Turning to Harry they said, "Dad told us to tell you. You should contact him as soon as you can. Quote. He found out something about Professor Quirrell. And he needs to speak with you urgently." "I'll go home then tomorrow," Harry replied, worried what his father might have found out about the strange professor. "You can't," Hermione admonished him in exasperation. "I didn't write to your parents just for fun but because Madame Pomfrey told me that you won't be able to apparate." "I will," Harry contradicted, adding in a soft voice, "Don't worry, I'm not going to play Quidditch." Hermione cast him a look that clearly told him she'd see to it that he wouldn't be able to go. The twins spent the rest of the afternoon with Hermione and Harry, and Madame Pomfrey even allowed them to have dinner together with the two first years. Before they apparated home later in the evening, Jane told Harry, "We'll ask Dad to visit you here and tell you about Professor Quirrell." "I'm not really sure if he'll dare coming here though," Kengo added, smirking. Before Harry could even consider apparating home on Sunday morning, his parents both came to visit him. While his mother sat on the edge of his bed and began to gently wipe his flushed face with a cold cloth, his father gave him a concerned look. "Harry," Buckbean finally spoke up. "Several of my colleagues did some research about Professor Quirrell and his behavior, and they believe that he's possessed by the one who gave you that scar." "Quirrell's possessed by Voldemort," Harry blurted out, horrified. "That's what the goblins believe," Buckbean confirmed. "You must speak with Flitwick and inform him of this, so that he can exempt you from your defense against the dark arts class. It would be too dangerous for you to attend his class." "All right, Dad," Harry replied, uncertainly. "The goblins are now trying to find a way to vanish the possessing part from the host," Buckbean continued, "however, I can't promise you that they'll find a solution within a few days." "All right, Dad," Harry repeated. "Please thank your colleagues on my behalf, and I hope that they'll find a way soon. It's a bit unsettling to have Voldemort here at Hogwarts." "Yes, son, you should never be alone in the halls," Gwenline said in a stern voice. Unfortunately, during the following 2 months, the goblins were not able to find a solution to the problem. As soon as Madame Pomfrey allowed him out of bed, Harry informed Flitwick of what his father had told him, and the Ravenclaw had promised to speak with his colleagues and the headmaster in order to exempt Harry from Quirrell's class. On Tuesday after dinner, the headmaster once again called Harry into his office. To his surprise, not only Flitwick, but also Professor Snape were present when Harry entered the room. "Harry, my dear boy," Dumbledore greeted him, offering him a drop, which Harry politely declined. "Your professors and I believe that Professor Quirrell might be possessed by Voldemort." He came straight to the point. "Professor Flitwick told me that your scar hurts in his presence. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied, feeling very much reassured by the half-goblin's presence. "Very well," Dumbledore continued, "if our assumption is correct, it would be too dangerous for you to attend Professor Quirrell's class. Therefore, we have decided to exempt you from your defense class." Harry inwardly sighed in relief, when the headmaster went on, "Fortunately, Professor Snape is a brilliant defense against the dark arts teacher and has offered to teach you in private." Harry stared at the headmaster in shock, before he slowly let his eyes wander to the potions master. "Thank you, sir," he said in a small voice. Snape merely slightly inclined his head and spoke up in a voice that for once held no malice. "Come to my office tomorrow after dinner, so that we can compare our timetables and fix the times for your defense class." "Yes, sir," Harry voiced his agreement. With that, Dumbledore dismissed him, promising that the professors would think about a way to get rid of Voldemort. "Professor Snape," Harry hesitantly addressed the potions master, seeing that the professor did not rise from his chair. When the professor quirked an eyebrow in silent question, he queried, "About my detention, sir, what I am supposed to do tonight?" "Madame Pomfrey excused you from your detentions for the whole week," Snape replied, his voice void of emotion. Casting the professor a surprised look, Harry excused himself and left the room after petting Foxhead for a few seconds. Before he returned to the common room to enjoy his unexpected freedom, Harry walked by the hospital wing to thank Madame Pomfrey. "Ah, you're welcome, dear. I need you to rest more, especially now before the full moon," the healer replied in a firm voice. "Due to the blue moon disease, your immune system is fairly weak, and you're susceptible to other illnesses if you have problems like you had last week due to overexertion." Seeing that Harry was listening, she continued, "In fact, I asked Professor Snape to make you brew potions during your detentions, especially since he's very busy with several potions that I urgently need. However, he told me that the point of a detention was to make the student do something which he does not like and that therefore making you brew potions wouldn't be a punishment for you." Harry let out a long sigh. "That might be true, but still," he said, thoughtfully, before he asked in a small voice, "Should I ask him if I could help him brew if he's so busy right now and I don't have detention?" A smile stole itself onto the healer's face, as she replied, "That would be very sweet of you, Harry, and it might help improve your relationship with Professor Snape. However, please keep in mind that you need a lot of rest this week." When Harry hesitantly entered the professor's office on the following evening, he noticed in surprise that the professor once again spoke with him in a normal voice. Comparing their timetables, they found 2 hours during the week, where Snape had a free period during the Ravenclaw first year's defense against the Dark Arts class, and they decided to hold the third class on Sunday mornings. "Thank you so much for teaching me in private, sir," Harry said, feeling very grateful towards the older wizard who was willing to spend his free time for him in spite of disliking him so much. "You're welcome, Potter," Snape replied in an even voice. Harry let out a long sigh, before he spoke up, hesitantly, "Madame Pomfrey told me that you're very busy brewing potions for the hospital wing right now. Is there anything that I could help with?" The potions master raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Madame Pomfrey said that your condition was not well enough for your detentions," he replied, giving the boy a questioning look. "Yes, I know," Harry replied, sighing. "The brewing of potions is less strenuous than for example cleaning cauldrons though, so it's no problem." "Very well then," the potions master said, pensively. "Would you be able and willing to brew the potion for the wizard's flu?" "Of course, sir," Harry replied. That specific potion belonged to the most common healing potions which he knew by heart. He set up his cauldron and proficiently brewed the requested potion, finding it very soothing to brew together with the professor, who busied himself at the table next to him simultaneously brewing several other concoctions. The two wizards did not speak with each other, but instead of a hostile silence, Harry found it to be rather a comforting one. Only when his potion was finished, Harry finally raised his voice. "I'm sorry, sir, I still don't know the spell to bottle the potion." To his surprise, the professor patiently taught him how to magically bottle and label the potion, before he dismissed the boy, stating that he would be in trouble with Madame Pomfrey if he'd make him brew more than one potion. "Tomorrow, I have Quidditch practice, provided that Madame Pomfrey allows me to attend, but on Thursday I could come and assist again," Harry said in a small voice, hesitantly glancing at the professor. "Such proficient help as yours is always welcome," Snape replied in a soft, baritone voice. "All right, sir. Good night," Harry said and left the classroom with a smile playing on his lips. 10 points to Ravenclaw, Severus uttered, as soon as the boy had left the classroom. Maybe Poppy and Albus were right, and the boy is very different from his father. Nevertheless, it's unsettling that he's so proficient at brewing potions. Tonight, he didn't even have to look at the recipe for the wizard's flu, and that potion is L material. Harry was very happy to finally be able to attend Quidditch practice, and after practice on Wednesday and Friday, his teammates told him to not worry about attending practice. "If you fly like you did during practice, we're going to win the Quidditch Cup this year and probably for 7 years in a row," Roger told him, and the other team members nodded enthusiastically. "I love to fly," Harry admitted, feeling very happy to be a member of the team. "I really have to thank Flitwick for that," he thought. On the other days, Harry kept to his promise and assisted Snape in the potions classroom, enjoying himself greatly brewing together with the professor. Like during the first evening, the two wizards barely spoke with each other but concentrated on their tasks, and as always, Harry brewed his potions flawlessly and in a quality that allowed the professor to add them to Madame Pomfrey's stock. Harry realized soon that the defense class with the professor was very good. During his lessons on Wednesday and Friday morning, which took place in an empty room in the dungeons that the professor had prepared for dueling, he had the impression as if he had learned more than he had learned in Professor Quirrell's class since the beginning of the school year. Unfortunately, Monday night was the night of the full moon, and on Saturday morning, Harry noticed already that he was more affected by the illness than usual. He tried to hide from his housemates how bad he felt. However, when Hermione witnessed that he told Neville he wouldn't be able to tutor him on that day, she dragged him to Madame Pomfrey. She immediately waved her wand over him, muttering to herself as she proceeded with her check. Finally, she informed him, "It's probably worse this time because your condition was still not good after you caught the wizard's flu. I'm sorry, sweetie, but you really have to take care of yourself. No Quidditch, no classes and no brewing until 24 hours after the full moon." "No," Harry replied in a very upset voice. "I always attend classes before and after the full moon, and I fully intend to continue this here, as I don't want anyone to find out about it." "Harry, behave yourself," Hermione admonished him lightly. "You know that Madame Pomfrey only wants to help you." "Sorry," Harry muttered and returned to his room, where he spent the day translating the titles and explanations of the first potions recipes in Slytherin's book. Afraid that Madame Pomfrey and Hermione would prevent him from apparating home on Sunday afternoon, he went to visit his parents and Brightbird on Saturday evening. While his parents scolded him lightly for apparating and possibly worsening his condition, Brightbird was extremely excited about the information that Harry gave him. "Harry, most of these potions we still have in this time. However, out of the 20 recipes of which you translated the information, there are about 3, of which I've never heard before," the Goblin told him. He marked the 3 potions and asked the boy to translate the complete text. "One day, preferably when you're in a better condition, we'll talk about what to do with the recipes," he then said. "You could either brew the potions and sell them, or you could publish the recipes under the name of Salazar Slytherin as the inventor and you as the translator. You can think about it, and we'll discuss it at another time." "All right, sir," Harry agreed and apparated straight back into his own room at Hogwarts, hoping that no one had missed him during his absence. The next full moon was on Halloween, and this time Harry only had to miss the Halloween feast, which he did not overly regret, knowing that Halloween was the day on which his birth parents had been murdered. Like she had done on the previous full moon, Gwenline came to Hogwarts to stay with Harry during the night. Harry felt very happy and comforted by his mother's presence and was relieved that the effects were not as bad as during the last full moon. Only when Harry dragged himself to the Great Hall in the morning, did he hear what had happened at Hogwarts during the previous evening. Someone let a troll into the school, and 2 Gryffindor first years were injured badly, Hermione informed him. Ron and Seamus wanted to keep Professor Snape from getting behind the 3-headed dog and ran straight into the troll, Neville told them, when he joined the friends in the entrance hall. "What rubbish," Hermione blurted out, giving Neville a bewildered look. "They think that the dog is guarding something, because Seamus noticed that he's sitting on a trapdoor," Neville informed them, causing Hermione to shake her head in annoyance. "Professor Snape's a teacher here. Why would he want to get something that's hidden behind a 3-headed dog? This is just ridiculous." "Oh well," Neville changed the topic. "What I wanted to ask is, are we going to have potions tutoring tomorrow morning, Harry? I really need it, but Hermione told me you were ill last night." "I'm fine now," Harry replied, smiling at the boy, with whom he had become good friends during the last month. During his defense against the dark arts class on Sunday morning, Harry noticed in surprise that the professor was limping badly. "Are you all right, sir?" he asked in concern. "Should we skip our class today?" "I'm fine," Snape growled, casting the Expelliarmus spell at Harry. However, Harry already knew the professor's tactics and was not unprepared. Thus, he could easily dodge the spell. This is strange though. Maybe Neville was right and Snape tried to get behind that dog, he thought. During the last month, Snape and Harry had both made efforts and got along well. Harry did not receive any detentions, however, he could not help the professor with the brewing either, simply because he didn't have time to assist, as Madame Pomfrey insisted that he needed more rest and had to go to bed at curfew. To Harry's chagrin, he was not even allowed to read in bed, so that he barely had a chance to continue translating the potions recipes, apart from Saturday afternoons. On the other hand, I can't really imagine that he'd want to steal something that the school would be hiding. Oh well, at least I don't have these stupid detentions anymore, and Snape behaves civically, he thought. However, 4 weeks later, even Hermione changed her opinion about the potions master. Harry's first Quidditch match took place on the day before the day of the full moon. Harry inwardly groaned upon noticing the date of the Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff match, however, he did not allow anyone to talk him out of playing, not even the healer. "It's not the day of the full moon but the day before, so it's not a big deal," he told Pomfrey in the morning, already used to guardians who tried to keep him at home over the days before and after the full moon. Together with the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, he mounted his broom, not noticing 2 green parrots sitting haunches of the first row of trees. He circled over the pitch for a while, hoping that he'd be able to find the snitch quickly on this cold afternoon. It looks as if it was going to snow later on, he thought, realizing that it would be difficult to spot the snitch between the low-hanging clouds. It's easier on Goblin Island, where the weather during the day is always warm and sunny, he mused, once again feeling slightly homesick in spite of already having been at Hogwarts for 3 months. "I hope the twins will come and visit me again tomorrow," he thought. Too bad that the day of the full moon is a Sunday. On the other hand, it's good of course, so that I don't have to struggle through classes. He was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, while feverishly searching for the snitch, when he suddenly realized that his broomstick began to make strange movements which he could not control. He was barely able to keep himself on his broom. "What's happening?" he thought, as he feverishly worked against the jinx that someone had to be casting from the ground. Harry's classmates first thought that he was showing up on his broom, when his broom began to strangely move back and forth. However, when Harry ended up hanging from his broom only able to grip it with his hands, Hermione realized that something was wrong. He wouldn't deliberately do such a thing, especially not during a Quidditch match, let alone on the day before the full moon, she thought. Casting a wandless zoom charm at herself, she frantically skimmed the crowd, before she stood up in determination. "What are you doing?" Terry inquired. "It's Snape," Hermione mumbled. "He's standing there jinxing Harry's broom." Before her classmates knew what happened, she stormed out of the student's stand and towards the teacher's stand. Shoving Professor Quirrell out of the way, not caring that he stumbled into the row in front of him, she quietly reached Snape and set fire to his robes. On her way back to the Ravenclaw stand, she noticed in relief that Harry was able to pull himself back onto his broom and continue his flight. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, noticing in relief that he was able to pull himself up onto his broom again. Whatever it was, it has stopped. A few minutes later, he landed on the ground, carefully spitting out the snitch that he had only been able to catch by almost swallowing it. It was Snape, Hermione informed him, while the Ravenclaws stormed onto the pitch. "He was jinxing your broom." "Nonsense," Hagrid threw in, who was standing nearby. "Why would Professor Snape do such a thing?" "Because he hates me," Harry replied in a small voice. "Harry, let's go and speak with the headmaster," Hermione said in a firm voice. "It's too dangerous for you to have defense classes with Professor Snape if he wants to kill you." "Let me just go and change," Harry replied in a daze. As quickly as he could in spite of feeling awful, noticing that the potions which he had taken earlier had worn off, he took a hot shower and dressed in his school clothes. He was the last to leave the changing rooms. Hermione was still outside waiting for him and cast him a concerned look that turned into disbelief, when Jane and Kengo all of a sudden appeared right in front of them. "Jane and Kengo, what are you doing here?" Harry blurted out with a combination of surprise and joy. "We came to observe the match. We watched everything from the trees over there." In our animagus forms, the twins told them and informed them that they had seen Professors Quirrell and Snape cast charms at Harry's broom. "Oh no, I'm so stupid," Hermione concluded. "That means it must have been Quirrell to curse the broom, and Snape was probably speaking the counter-curse." "That's what we think," the twins agreed. "Don't worry about it though, Harry. Dad told us they've found a way to get rid of the spirit. They just can't do it right now because they need your help. Which isn't possible so close to the full moon." "Oh, thank Merlin," Harry replied, letting out a relieved sigh. "When and how?" "Dad will tell you everything tomorrow. He's going to accompany Mum here tomorrow," the twins promised. A week later, on Saturday evening, Harry slowly walked to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. To his utmost relief, his father and 5 other goblins were already waiting for him in the small alcove near the office, where they had agreed to meet. One of the goblins, who introduced himself as Birch Hook, repeated the instructions, which Harry had already received from his father. "You only need to give us a sign, when you feel the spirit take over the professor's mind, which you will be able to sense as the pain in your scar should intensify." "All right, sir," Harry replied, feeling very unsure about the matter on the one hand, but reassured on the other hand due to his father's presence. "Let's apparate inside the office," Birch Hook instructed the small group, and together with the goblins, Harry apparated straight into Quirrell's office. His scar began to hurt immediately. He kept an eye on Birch Hook, knowing that the goblin would cast a spell to make Voldemort's spirit come to the front. As soon as Birch Hook moved his hand towards the professor, who had jumped up from his chair in confusion at the appearance of Harry and the goblins, he felt the pain in his scar become tenfold. "Now," he quickly uttered, causing the 6 goblins to wave their hands at the possessed professor. "Kill the boy before they kill me, you idiot," he heard Voldemort shout. However, Quirrell did not have a chance to obey, before a black cloud emerged from his head and he sank to the floor, unconscious. While his colleagues pointed their hands at the black cloud, Buckbeam told Harry, "Well done, son. Now let's apparate back to your chamber." Harry gladly followed his father's instructions, feeling very comforted when Buckbeam arrived in his room at the same time. "What's going to happen to Quirrell, Dad?" he asked, thoughtfully. "Will he be completely all right now? And what if he tells the headmaster that I was there together with a group of goblins?" Buckbeam remained pensive for an instant, before he replied, "Don't worry about that, Harry. My colleagues will wipe that certain memory from Quirrellson, before they'll leave him in front of the hospital wing, so that he'll get help as soon as possible. If he'll ever be all right again I do not know." "All right, Dad, thank you very much," Harry said, relieved. "I'll go and inform Madame Pomfrey then. She'll keep the secret." "I know, son," Buckbeam replied, smiling. He hugged his son and instructed him to take care of himself, just when Madame Pomfrey entered the room, alerted by Helga that Harry needed to speak with her. Buckbeam quickly told her what happened, and Pomfrey nodded in apparent relief. "Thank you so much for solving our problem this way. It'll be much safer for Harry now," she said, smiling, before she bustled away to check on Professor Quirrell. On Sunday morning, Professor Dumbledore informed everyone in the Great Hall that Professor Quirrell, who seemed to have been possessed by Voldemort's spirit, had been attacked by unknown persons. Due to the possession, he was greatly injured and has been taken to St. Mungo's. Therefore, all Defense Against the Dark Arts classes will be cancelled until we find a new defense professor, he announced. Thank Merlin, Harry thought. Even if he knew that the professor was not possessed anymore, it would have been strange to have Professor Quirrell around. Naturally, his classes with Professor Snape were now cancelled as well, and Harry had to admit to himself that he was disappointed. In spite of his missing abilities of explaining during the potions class, Snape had been an extremely talented defense teacher and had behaved civically towards Harry during the last few weeks. "Thank you for teaching me all this time, sir," he thanked the professor, when he addressed the older wizard in order to confirm that his defense classes were cancelled now. "You're welcome, Mr. Potter, Snape replied, sounding bored. If you ever need assistance with potions for the hospital wing, I could help now on Sunday mornings, Harry continued, raising an eyebrow at the professor. I can always use an assistant, Snape replied, his voice void of emotion. That's probably the best answer that I can get, Harry understood and promised to assist on Sunday mornings. The following weeks passed quietly, and soon it was time for the students to travel back home for Christmas. Harry couldn't wait to go back to Goblin Island, although he had to admit to himself that he was very lucky, as in contrary to all the other students, he was able to travel home every Sunday. Like everyone else, Harry and Hermione took the Hogwarts Express to King's Cross, where Hermione's parents collected the excited children. On the day after Christmas, the Quidditch match children's team versus the team of the adults took place, which Harry ended by catching the snitch after mere 13 minutes. Apart from his Quidditch activities, Harry spent most of the time with his siblings playing on the beach and talking about what they had learned during the last months at their respective schools. He also questioned them how they had managed to become animagi so quickly and begged them to practice with him. However, during the 2 weeks of Christmas holidays, Harry did not manage as much as transform his left hand, which was the first step to the transformation. Sometimes, he visited Brightbird, who held a long conversation with Harry about possibly publishing a book with lost potions recipes. Unable to decide what he wanted, Harry convinced the teacher to once again speak about the matter at a later time, when he had translated more of the recipes. So far I've only finished 1 book out of 60, he thought, resolving to somehow trying to find more time during the rest of the school year. Apart from a Quidditch victory versus the Slytherin team, the following months passed fairly uneventfully, until Snape and Harry had a huge fight at the end of May. It was on the day of the full moon, and as usual on these days, Harry had hidden his ailments by concealment charms. However, on this day, he felt worse than usual, his fever was a tad higher and his ears were strangely sore and completely clogged up. Unable to hurry from the Transfiguration classroom to the potions classroom fast enough, he arrived 2 minutes late, when Snape had just began his class. 5 points from Ravenclaw, the professor bellowed. However, Harry was so glad to be able to sit down that he could not care less. He slipped into his seat next to Lisa Turpin, who had changed seats with Hermione a few weeks ago in order to receive help with potions from Harry after failing her midterm test. Unbeknownst to Harry, who could not hear anything that was not said fairly loudly, the professor informed the class that the potion which they had to brew would count as an additional test and that therefore no help would be tolerated. Harry fetched his ingredients and quietly began to brew his potion. It was the potion for sunburn, which for him was very easy. Like most of the first-year potions, he knew it by heart. While he concentrated on the brewing process, from a corner of his eyes he observed Lisa begin to add her ingredients. Just when his own potion was on a stage, where it had to simmer for 2 minutes before completion, he noticed that Lisa began to stir clockwise after adding Moonfern to her concoction. Anti-clockwise, he hissed, nodding contentedly when the girl immediately followed his advice. However, this did not go well with the potion's master. He towered over Harry and said icily, "How dare you ignore my instructions, Potter? Detention with me until the end of the school year." Harry stared at the professor, whose eyes were blazing with anger. "I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear well today. Is something wrong?" 50 points for your insolence, Potter," Snape roared, banishing Harry's and Lisa's potions with a flick of his wand. "Professor, Harry is ill and didn't hear your instruction not to help anyone." Hermione tried to make the teacher see reason to no avail. "If Mr. Potter is ill, he shouldn't attend classes." 20 points from Ravenclaw for disturbing my class, Snape hissed, before he returned to his desk in apparent anger. "Don't say anything else," Ira thought to Harry. "Hess in a bad mood and won't see reason." Only when Snape dismissed the students, did Harry hear from Hermione what happened. "Oh no," he said, groaning. "Please tell Lisa that I'm very sorry. I'll go back to my room and ask Madame Pomfrey to excuse me for today." "Really?" Hermione stared at her best friend in shock, knowing that he had barely ever missed classes during the full moon so far. "I'll accompany you," she decided, knowing that Harry had to feel very miserable to willingly miss classes. "I'll explain everything to Madame Pomfrey." Harry nodded contentedly and went straight to bed, not even bothering to change into pajamas. A few minutes later, Madame Pomfrey entered his room with Hermione in tow. Looking at Harry in surprise, she magically exchanged his clothes, before she waved her wand over him multiple times. "I'll be back in a minute," she said to Hermione, who had made herself comfortable on the edge of Harry's bed, somehow sensing that he needed her company. The healer returned in the blink of an eye, handing Harry a small goblet. "Can you hear me now?" she asked in a soft voice after taking back the empty goblet. "Yes, madam. Thank you so much, Harry Ed. You've caught a middle ear infection on top of the blue moon disease," Pomfrey informed him. She cleared her throat in thought, before she continued, "I suggest that you cancel the concealment charms for the time being, as they only aggravate your condition. You're going to remain here in bed for at least 3 days, and I'll exchange a stern word with Professor Snape tonight. You won't be able to attend any detention for at least a week anyway." "Thank you so much," Harry replied, feeling very much consoled to have the kind healer on his side against the unfair professor. Harry spent most of the day sleeping. However, he felt very depressed about this morning's happenings, not only because Lisa had received 0 points in the test because of him, but also because his relationship with the professor of his favorite subject was so bad again in spite of all his efforts to get along with the older wizard. To his relief, Hermione remained at his side the whole day, until later his mother took her place on the edge of his bed. At the same time, Madame Pomfrey had a stern conversation with her youngest colleague. However, even the healer was not able to convince the potions master to let Harry out of his detention. "If he's ill and especially if he can't hear a word, he shouldn't be in class," Snape insisted, "and certainly not in a potions class that can be really dangerous." "Harry is ill so often that he insists on attending classes," Pomfrey explained patiently. "If it's not too bad, I usually let him go. Now however, he has aggravated his condition so much that I must excuse him from classes and detention at least for the rest of the week." "Well done, Severus," McGonagall threw in, sounding very angry. "The boy's like his father, behaves as if Hogwarts belonged to him," Snape countered. "It's about time that he learns to keep to the rules." "Severus," the headmaster threw in, calmingly, "if you insist on making the boy serve detention for the rest of the school year, would you at least be willing to make him brew potions? You'll surely both profit from such a solution." However, the potions master shook his head. "No, Albus. Then it wouldn't be a detention." Dumbledore sighed. "Very well then, as you know, Harry is not allowed to serve any detention during the weekends. During the remaining weeks of the school year, Harry had to scrub dirty cauldrons every evening except for Saturdays and Sundays. On Saturday mornings, he was still tutoring Neville, while he spent the afternoons in the Ravenclaw common room together with his friends. On Sunday mornings, he used his now free time, during which he had always assisted Snape, to continue translating recipes from Slytherin's books, and on Sunday afternoons, he apparated home in order to visit his family in Brightburn and attend Quidditch practice. When he told Brightburn how Snape was treating him yet again, the Goblin Potions Master remained thoughtful. "Harry, come back here after Quidditch practice. Until then I'll have a potion ready, which you can spell right into his stomach. Or better ask a house elf to do it and don't do it yourself, in case he questions you under Veritaserum," he added as an afterthought. Harry chuckled. For the first time in weeks, he really felt amused at the thought that his potions teacher was willing to get back at his human colleague for his behavior towards him. "What is it going to do to him?" he asked, curiously, when he returned to the potions classroom after his practice with the children's team. "That's for you to find out," Brightburn replied, grinning mischievously. Back at Hogwarts, Harry searched out Helena and asked her if she could spell the potion into Snape's stomach. "Of course I'll do that for you, little one," Helena promised, smiling at the boy. "Maybe better on Wednesday or Thursday," Harry said, thoughtfully, "so that it'll be evident that I wouldn't have had the time to brew anything." "Yes, that's true," Helena agreed, chuckling. "Can you brew the antidote to Veritaserum?" "I don't know," Harry replied, thoughtfully. "I'll look for the recipe though. Maybe that's a good idea, as Snape surely will want to question me." During his following 2 detentions, Harry used the time to search the bookshelves for the recipe of the antidote to Veritaserum. Finally, he found it in a newt level book. He wandlessly copied the page and slid the copy into his inner robe pocket, definitely not wanting Snape to catch him brew such a potion during his detention. Instead, he brewed it in his own potions lab in the Ravenclaw quarters during his free period that had originally been Defense Against the Dark Arts on Wednesday morning. Knowing that the potion would work over 24 hours, he immediately took a dose, leaving the other files in the lab. Entering the Great Hall, Harry whispered to his friends, "Let's sit near the high table today." Hermione, Mandy and Terry exchanged a surprised look but nonetheless complied. During dinner time, Harry unobtrusively let his eyes wander to the high table every now and then. However, he noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Only when he had almost finished eating, a huge gasp sounded through the Great Hall, and like everyone else, Harry turned his eyes to the high table. In surprise he realized that the potion's master's features had taken on those of a goblin, and he could not help chuckling. Brightbird is brilliant, he thought with amusement. Seeing Hermione cast him a questioning look, Harry merely shrugged with a small smile playing on his lips. "How?" she mouthed. "Brightbird," he whispered back, causing the girl to stare at him in surprise. "Severus," they could hear the headmaster speak up in his usual, gentle voice. "Do you have any idea who might have done this to you?" "Potter," Snape replied in a high, pitchy voice that made all students sitting near the teacher's table smirk. "Or some of the 7th years. None of the other students would be able to brew such a complicated potion." "Nor do I," Harry thought, however he knew better than to voice his thoughts. "Maybe I would, if I had the recipe." "Headmaster, I insist that you question Potter and the 7th years under Veritaserum," they heard Snape demand in his uncharacteristic, childish voice. "Severus, you must understand that I can't question so many students, especially since they have to agree on being questioned under Veritaserum," Dumbledore replied kindly. "Then at least Potter," Snape insisted. "Very well, then let's take him with us to my office and ask him right away," the headmaster decided, inviting the other heads of house to join them. Hermione cast Harry a worried look, when Professor Flitwick walked by the Ravenclaw table and said casually, "Mr. Potter, please follow me to the headmaster's office." "It's all right," Harry whispered to the girl in a soothing voice and hurried to follow his head of house. Flitwick led Harry to a small alcove casting a silencing charm, before he queried, "Harry, will you tell me the truth please?" "Was it you?" Harry sighed. "Brightbird brewed it, when I told him how Snape treats me, and I gave it to the Grey Lady," he admitted. "At least you didn't brew it yourself," Flitwick replied, sighing. "He's going to question you under Veritaserum, but they can only question you with your consent." "That's all right sir," Harry admitted, knowing that he could trust his old teacher. "I've taken the antidote to Veritaserum." A smile of excitement spread over the charms professor's face, and he said, "Let's go then." Together, they apparated right in front of the gargoyle in order to save some minutes. Flitwick gave the password, and a few seconds later, the two wizards entered the headmaster's office. "Harry," Dumbledore spoke up, offering the boy a drop, which Harry as usually declined. "Professor Snape believes that you're the only student who would be capable of brewing a potion like the one that someone gave to Professor Snape today." Harry let out a snort. "Professor, I feel honored that Professor Snape deems me able to brew such a potion. However, I have to disappoint you. I don't have a clue how to brew such a thing," he replied, honestly. "Then you will surely agree that Professor Snape questions you under Veritaserum," Dumbledore continued, giving Harry a questioning look. Harry shrugged, before he replied, "I trust you, Headmaster, and if you'll see to it that Professor Snape doesn't ask anything else, I'll agree." Dumbledore gave Snape a short nod. "Only one drop please, Severus." The potion's master rose from his chair, pulled a tiny phial out of his robe pocket and stepped over to Harry, letting just one drop fall onto Harry's tongue. "What's your name?" Snape queried. "Harry Potter," Harry replied, knowing that he had to reply immediately, so as if it was automatically, if he didn't want to arouse the professor's suspicion. "What's your birthday?" Snape asked, causing Harry to reply with the correct date. "The Veritaserum seems to work," the potion's master acknowledged and began his interrogation. "Did you brew the potion that was given to me today?" "No." "Do you know who brewed it?" "A goblin." "Who was it?" I don't know, Harry lied around the Veritaserum. Who gave me the potion? A ghost. Which ghost? I don't know, Harry replied, before Dumbledore held out his hand to stop the potion's master. Severus, you've heard that Harry has nothing to do with your predicament. Please give him the antidote to the Veritaserum now. Harry gave the headmaster a grateful look and accepted a tiny phial from the Slytherin head. Thank Merlin, that went well, he thought. Come on, Potter. Detention. Snape's high, childish voice brought Harry back to reality. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, Harry followed the potion's master out of the headmaster's office, smiling at the professors who remained. I wonder how long it'll take until it wears off, he thought, as he followed the Slytherin head towards the dungeons, for once easily able to keep up with the professor's uncharacteristically slow pace. The potion took a whole week to wear off, and as much as Harry silently enjoyed Snape's predicament and felt extremely grateful towards Brightbird for pranking the Slytherin head so efficiently, Snape's mood was at a 0 point, and he let Harry feel it in his detentions and during the potions class. To Harry it seemed as if he had to clean a larger amount of dirty cauldrons every day, and in class, he ended up fighting with the professor every other time. 2 days after being questioned with Veritaserum was the day of the last full moon before the summer holidays. Not being his usual self, Harry accidentally messed up his potion, however, knew how to remedy the matter and was just on his way to fetch the necessary ingredients, when Snape glanced at his potion and banished it wearing a contented expression. Instead of accepting the 0 points, Harry began a discussion with the professor, ending up with 500 lines to write within 24 hours. And that today, Harry thought, horrified. However, the professor merely smirked at his terrified expression. Harry skipped lunch and history of magic, sitting at his desk writing lines. When Hermione came to fetch him on time for Transfiguration, which was the last afternoon class, he had just managed to write the sentence 100 times. Harry, you know as well as I do that you won't be able to write this tonight, Hermione spoke up in a lecturing tone. You have 2 possibilities. Either you ask Madame Pomfrey to get you out of this. No, Harry interrupted her quickly, while scribbling another sentence. Or I take your parchment with me and ask in the Ravenclaw common room who'd be willing to help writing. I'm sure Flitwick will see it as a pleasure to charm the writing. Afterwards to look like yours, Hermione suggested, smiling. Knowing that he had neither the energy to fight his energetic friend nor the ability to write anything during the night, Harry handed over the parchment and quietly followed the girl to the Transfiguration classroom. Don't worry, Harry, they'll be happy to help you. Everyone is aware of the fact that they owe it to you that Ravenclaw is probably going to win the Quidditch Cup, Hermione said in a soothing voice, causing Harry to roll his eyes in annoyance. In the morning, Hermione handed him several parchments containing the 500 sentences for Professor Snape in Harry's handwriting. Feeling very happy at his housemate's invaluable help, Harry used his detention to brew a huge batch of chocolate drops for them. Unbeknownst to the Ravenclaws, the drops contained a weak but yet efficient prank potion that made blue bubbles come out of their mouths whenever they spoke for the rest of the evening, entertaining everyone in the common room. The head boy, who was a Ravenclaw 7th year and had not tasted the drops yet, even took a small plate with chocolate drops and offered them to the teachers who were having tea in Madame Pomfrey's office as usual. Unaware of the circumstances under which Harry had brewed them, he admitted that the Ravenclaws had received them from Harry, who was very good at potions. Apparently not 100% sure where and when Harry had brewed the chocolate drops, Snape merely took points from Ravenclaw. When Harry showed up for his detention the following evening, however, from that day onwards, he supervised Harry's detentions so that Harry could not do anything but scrub dirty cauldrons. The final match of the season, Ravenclaw vs. Gryffindor, was a huge success for Ravenclaw. Harry managed to catch the snitch early enough for Ravenclaw to not only win the match 180-30 but also the Quidditch Cup for the first time since everyone could remember. Marcus, the Quidditch captain, accepted the trophy from the headmaster and handed it over to Flitwick, who jumped up and down in clear excitement. Ravenclaw spent the rest of the day having a huge party in the common room, before the students returned to studying on Sunday, since the test week was going to commence on Monday. During the test week, Harry did not have any time to study due to his detentions that lasted until curfew every night. He felt absolutely exhausted and even outright ill. However, he knew that he was ahead of most of his classmates due to his education on Goblin Island and just tried to do his best in the tests. Every day, Madame Pomfrey offered to excuse him from his detention. However, knowing that Snape would use any opportunity to ridicule him, Harry always declined. Finally, the test week was over, and the students more or less enjoyed the last week before the holidays. If only Snape didn't supervise me, Harry thought, while he busied himself in the potions classroom on the last evening before the leaving feast with the useless task of cleaning cauldrons. During the summer, I'll speak with Brightbird. Maybe there's some way to get out of potions class. Even if I really want to study potions, it's impossible with Snape as the teacher. While he did his work, deeply engrossed in his thoughts, Madame Pomfrey stepped out of the fireplace. "Severus and Harry, I need you both urgently," she spoke up in a stern voice. Seeing the two wizards look at her in silent question, she explained, "The whole Gryffindor tower has taken ill with the squid's pox. They need the potion for the squid's pox as well as the salve for their rash and fever reducers as soon as possible, and everyone else needs the preventive potion during the next few hours, if possible before curfew. Otherwise, all students will be unable to travel home on Saturday, as I'd need to quarantine everyone. Can you work together and brew enough of all of these potions, please?" Snape and Harry exchanged a glance, before they nodded, simultaneously. "Set up your cauldron here," Snape instructed the boy, while he set up 2 cauldrons on the next table. Harry complied and looked at the potions master for further instructions. "The pox potion is the most complicated and takes very long to brew. Will you be able to brew the other potions, while I deal with the pox potion?" Snape queried, quirking an eyebrow. "Yes, but wouldn't it be better if I first prepared the ingredients for the pox potion and you brewed it, sir?" Snape agreed and laid out the recipe for Harry. "It takes 7 hours to brew the potion for the squid's pox. Maybe with your help we'll manage it in 5 hours, and whenever one of us has time, we need to brew the other potions simultaneously." While Harry prepared the ingredients, Snape laid out the recipes for the other potions, before he began to brew the squid's pox potion. Between the preparation of the ingredients, Harry brewed the preventive potion, before they took turns brewing the other requested items. As soon as a batch was ready, they called Pomfrey, who came herself or sent the heads of the houses to collect the potions. It's like brewing together with Brightbird, Harry thought. Snape is almost nice tonight. In spite of being very tired, he really enjoyed himself. Nevertheless, he was relieved beyond belief, when they finished the last potion at 5 o'clock in the morning. Together, they carried the last batches to Pomfrey, who made each of them drink the preventive potion and told Harry that he was exempt from his morning classes. "Thank you, madam, but I will go to class," Harry replied in a firm voice, before he retreated to his room for a cat nap. At breakfast, a black raven landed on the Ravenclaw table right in front of Harry, holding out a small parchment to the boy. Harry took the parchment and fed the raven a piece of his bacon, before he curiously unfolded the letter. "Potter, understand your tonight's detention is served last night. Thank Merlin," Harry thought. "I wouldn't want to miss the leaving feast." The leaving feast was indeed worth attending. When Harry entered the Great Hall together with his friends, the complete hall was decorated in Slytherin colors. Apparently Slytherin won the House Cup, Hermione stated the obvious. "Thanks to Snape from taking so many points from us," Terry added, glaring in the direction of the Slytherin table. As soon as the students had taken their seats, the headmaster rose from his chair and greeted them. "Another year over," he said, sounding cheerful. "And I believe that we have the House Cup to award. The house points stand thus: in 4th place, Gryffindor, with 302 points, in 3rd, Hufflepuff with 320 points, in 2nd place Ravenclaw with 462 points, and Slytherin have 486. A huge tumult began at the Slytherin table. "Yes, well done Slytherin," Dumbledore commended the Sis house. "However, there are still some recent points that have to be considered. If not for our Harry Potter, who spent most of the last night assisting Professor Snape, many of you would not be able to travel home tomorrow. Others would have missed tonight's feast. Therefore, I award 25 points to Ravenclaw." Looking at the decoration, he clapped his hands and added, "I believe that a change in decoration is in order." The Ravenclaw house cheered loudly, while the Slytherins became very quiet, as it became evident who had won the House Cup. Congratulations to Ravenclaw for winning the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. Dumbledore concluded his speech, cheerfully. And both because of you, Hermione whispered into Harry's ear, causing the boy to fiercely shake his head. Nevertheless, Harry felt very happy, especially after Flitwick excitedly jumped from his high chair and informed everyone that it was the first time in 13 years that Ravenclaw had won the House Cup and the first time after 31 years that they had won the Quidditch Cup. Ravenclaw has never won both cups in 1 year. Well done, Ravens. I'm very proud of you all, he said, bouncing up and down in excitement. He's a great head of house, Harry said in a quiet voice, and everyone sitting nearby agreed. The following house party in Ravenclaw was loud and lasted the whole night, most of which Harry was peacefully asleep in front of the fireplace. When he apologized to Helga in the morning, she smiled at him and said soothingly, "Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey did not expect you to return here last night. Congratulations to the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. Well done, sweetie." A few hours later, Harry clambered into the Hogwarts Express and managed to get a compartment together with his best friends, Hermione, Mandy, Terry, Neville, Lisa and Susan. It was a bit cramped, especially as the Weasley twins joined them for a few hours. However, the soon-to-be second years had a lot of fun. Hermione glanced around, smiling. "All right, now here's the incentive for next year," she spoke up, making everyone look at her in expectation. "Our best friends are from 3 different houses, but we don't have a single friend from Slytherin in our midst. Now next year we should try to make friends with at least one Slytherin." "That's true," Harry immediately agreed. "I think Millicent Bulstrode and Blaise Zabini are quite nice," Mandy informed them, explaining, "I've met them in the library the other time and helped them with their charms homework." Although Harry knew that his parents could not come to the station in order to not blow his cover, he wished they could. However, Hermione's parents were there, and Harry rode the car back home with them. In between telling the adults about Hogwarts and the House Cup that they had won in the last minute, the two friends made plans for the summer holidays and agreed that Hermione should come to Goblin Island whenever she had time. Harry was surprised that he did not find it strange to be back at home although he had spent 10 months at Hogwarts. "Probably because I came home almost every Sunday anyway," he thought, happily allowing his parents and siblings to pull him into hugs. "So how did you get on with your end-of-year tests?" Gwenline asked in concern, since Harry had not been well enough to come home on the Sunday after the test week. Harry shrugged. "I don't know," he replied, helplessly. "I think I did all right, but I'll only receive the results sometime during the holidays. But we won both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup this year, which according to Flitwick is a first." The twins chuckled. "Let's guess. With you as the seeker. The other houses didn't have a chance," they commented, causing Harry to smile. "I was really lucky," he replied, feeling very happy to be back at home for a while. On Sunday afternoon, Harry visited Brightbird and told him why he did not have time to translate any more recipes during the last 2 weeks. "What a strange professor," Brightbird said, thoughtfully. Harry let out a long sigh. "The other night when he didn't get around brewing together with me, he was really all right, and it was as if I was brewing together with you. It was great. But usually," he slowly trailed off and remained thoughtful for a moment, before he asked, "Is there any way to get out of potions class?" "Probably not, right? It's supposed to be one of the main subjects." Brightbird stared at the boy, pensively. "Is that really what you want?" he asked, finally. "Wouldn't you miss brewing potions in class?" "I probably would," Harry admitted, averting his eyes to the floor, as he explained, "but I've been in detention since the first day of classes and almost during the whole school year, and I miss everything that occurs in the common room. I don't have any time to spend with my friends, let alone to do research." "I understand," Brightbird replied, nodding in understanding. "We need to ask Flitwick," he then continued, "but I believe that there would be a way, provided that you're willing to spend most of the next 4 weeks working." "Of course, sir," Harry replied, looking at the goblin in expectation. At the Goblin School, students usually take their potions owls after their 8th year and their newts after their 10th year, Brightbird explained. "Taking these exams is not mandatory though. I know that you're well capable of taking your owls, even the newts, however, you'd have to at least once brew all of the potions that we cover in our 5th to 8th year. You only finished 4th year, is that correct? Yes sir, Harry confirmed, before he said in a firm voice, I'd like to do this, I mean brew all the potions and take my owl if it's possible. It is, Brightbird replied, grinning. Since the school year is going to end in 2 weeks' time, the owls are going to take place next week. Noticing Harry look at him in clear shock, he continued, however, there's always another date for those who failed their exam or want to retry for a better grade. You could even try to take the owl next week and would still be able to redo it in August. It's completely up to you. Do you think I could pass it, sir? Harry inquired, excitedly. Yes, Brightbird replied shortly. Won't Hogwarts know that I took the owl on Goblin Island, sir? Harry asked, hesitantly. No, everything is organized by the department within the Ministry of Magic that is responsible for everything concerning us goblins. However, you will receive a normal owl certificate like those that are handed out to the humans. Your professors might wonder how you came to take your owl after only finishing your first Hogwarts year, but that's not our problem. They won't find out, the teacher explained, smirking. Exactly 10 days later, Harry was, according to what the examiner from the Ministry of Magic told him, the youngest student who had ever taken his potions owl. I just hope I passed it with a good grade, Harry thought, and decided to nevertheless brew all the potions, of which Brightbird told him that they were 5th to 8th year material. No, Gwenline told him in a firm voice. You're not going to brew anything until you receive the results. Madame Pomfrey sent me a long letter explaining about your condition during the last school year, and she recommended that you should rest as much as possible. At least for these 2 weeks, you're going to take a break, and I'll tell Brightbird as much. Don't worry, Harry, you're not going to be bored, the twins promised, grinning at Hermione, who, as usual during the holidays, spent most of the time on Goblin Island. Only when her parents were going to close their practice for a few weeks in July, she would go on holidays with them. Let's practice the animagus transformation, Hermione spoke up in excitement. Sorry Jane and Kengo, I know it's nothing new for you, but Harry and I want to learn it too. Yes, that's true, Harry agreed, enthusiastically. I can't wait to be able to transform. Accompanied by Jane's and Kengo's laughter and more or less helpful suggestions, the two friends practiced the animagus transformation at least twice each day. By the time Harry received the result of his potions owl, they were both already able to transform their right hands into wings. You did it, beautiful. The twins commended them, looking at Hermione's white owl wing and Harry's light blue phoenix wing in apparent amazement. Your form's equally pretty, Hermione replied, remembering all too well the twins' parrot forms. Yes, that's true, Harry agreed, before he asked, shall we go home? I'd like to see if the results have arrived. Triple chuckle followed his question. The three others knew how impatiently Harry was waiting for the results of his exam. Harry, here's a letter from the Ministry of Magic, Gwenline told them as soon as they entered their home. And, did I pass? Harry asked in excitement. Gwenline smirked. That's for you to tell us, son, she replied, handing her son a closed envelope. Impatiently, Harry tore the envelope open, stared at the parchment inside and let himself sink onto the sofa, closing his eyes. What does it say? Did you pass it? The twins inquired, observing their younger brother in apparent concern, while Hermione pried the parchment out of his hands. Her eyes widened, before she read aloud. Ordinary wizarding level results. Pass grades, outstanding O exceeds expectations E acceptable A. Fail grades, poor P dreadful D troll T. Harry James Potter son of Buckbean has achieved. Potions, O. She slowly let the parchment sink, staring at her best friend. Congratulations Harry, she said, smiling happily. Congratulations little brother, you did it, you got an O. The twins shouted, cheerily. Yes, Harry confirmed. Sorry, but I just can't believe it. He jumped from his seat. I must speak with Brightbird. Will you come with me? The twins chuckled. We'll head to the teapot. And eat some ice cream. To celebrate your victory, they decided, grinning at Hermione. All right, I'll meet you there, Harry agreed and dashed away, causing everyone to laugh. An hour later, Harry caught up with his friends, but they realized soon that he was not overly happy. "Harry, what happened?" Hermione inquired, carefully. Harry sighed and said, "Ah, nothing. I just had a disagreement with Brightbird. I asked him if I could try to take my Newt in August, but he said he had promised Mum to not make me work too hard and that brewing all Newt potions until then would be too hard. That's all. He said I should brew them during the school year and take the Newt next summer." Hermione shot him a glare. "Well, that's only reasonable," she said in a firm voice, causing Harry to roll his eyes in annoyance. "It's not," Harry thought, however, not wanting to argue with his best friend, neither with the potions teacher. He gave in and contented himself to assist Brightbird with the research for a cure. One day, Iroh told him that a few weeks ago she had met a basilisk at Hogwarts. "A basilisk?" Harry hissed back in disbelief. "Yes," Iroh confirmed. "She was Salazar Slytherin's pet and is living in his chambers SS in the dungeon SSS of Hogwarts SSS. "That's amazing," Harry said in surprise, making Iroh chuckle. "Yes, it ISSS," she agreed. "Anyway, her name ISSS Amaterasu, and she's really nice. But she needs your help." "My help?" Harry queried, quirking an eyebrow in confusion. "She told me that she's cold. Salazar always lit the fireplace for her, but a few years ago a SS speaker like you came and switched it off. Let's go and light it for her then," Harry decided and just readied himself to apparate right away, when Iroh stopped him. "Wait, little one," she hissed and informed him that he couldn't just go and meet a basilisk. "If you look into her yellow eyes, you will die. She told me that Salazar always cast a charm at the whole school grounds SS that allowed her to roam the grounds SS and the forest. She taught me the spell and I can teach you. You must cast it from a specific point behind the lake." "I will show you," Iroh promised. Since everyone else was still asleep, Harry decided to apparate to Hogwarts right away, hoping that none of the teachers would be roaming the Hogwarts grounds that early in the morning. With Iroh's assistance, Harry cast the charm from the point behind the lake that the serpent showed him, explaining that cast at that very point the charm would cover the complete school and its grounds. Finally, he followed his familiar down a slippery path from a hole beginning just over the surface of the lake. "Oh well, if I didn't know that the hole was there, I'd have never been able to see it," he had to admit to himself. All of a sudden, they reached a very large room. Almost as big as the Great Hall, Harry thought in surprise. "Don't fret," Iroh told him, "she's huge." An instant later, the biggest animal that Harry had ever seen slithered into the room. He was just about to hurriedly close his eyes, not sure if the charm had really worked, when Amaterasu thanked him profusely for casting the charm. "You have no idea what it means SSS to me," she said in the voice of a gentle, old woman. The thought, she must be 1,000 years old if she was Slytherin's familiar, crossed Harry's mind, when the basilisk continued to speak and told him that several years ago a speaker like Harry had come, claiming that he was her owner now. "He was as evil," Amaterasu told him. "He made me go out into the school without casting the charm at me and made me kill a girl." The basilisk seemed devastated, and Harry quickly reassured her that he would come every year and renew the charm, so that it could not happen again. "Thank you so much, my boy," Amaterasu hissed, gratefully. "You're my rightful owner now." She then led the boy to a smaller side room of the large chamber. It was equipped with a group of wooden seats and a table as well as a bookshelf. However, the center of the room was held by an enormous fireplace. Harry quickly lit the fire, causing the basilisk to let out a grateful sigh and curl up in the front part of the fireplace. That explains its size, Harry thought in amusement. He spent a few more minutes speaking with Amaterasu and Iroh, before he suddenly became aware of the time and hurriedly excused himself, promising the basilisk to visit her again as soon as he could. "You can apparate right from here," Iroh advised him. As soon as he arrived in his room, the twins cornered him. "Harry, where have you been? We wanted to be the first ones to congratulate." "Don't tell us we're late," they spoke up, sounding much too awake for the early morning time. "I've no idea what you're talking about, but I had to run an errand for Iroh and went to Hogwarts," Harry replied, staring at his siblings in confusion. "Have you met anyone?" Jane inquired, glancing at her brother. No, Harry said and explained about the basilisk and the charm that he had to cast. Well then I won, Jane told Kengo, before she turned back to Harry. Happy birthday Harry. Seeing Harry's puzzled look, Kengo chuckled. Don't tell us that you forgot your birthday, Jane finished the sentence for him. Yes I did, but is my birthday a reason to be so excited? Harry queried, rolling his eyes in annoyance. You should be thankful that they care, unlike the Dursleys who completely ignored your birthday, A small voice spoke up from the back of his mind. I'm sorry, Harry quickly apologized. That's all right sweetie. We know that you don't like attention, Jane replied and pulled him into a hug. Happy birthday Harry, Kengo said, smirking. Only when the twins ushered him to get dressed, did Harry realize that he had gone to Hogwarts in his pajamas. Thank Merlin no one apart from the SS saw me, he thought, terrified. When he wondered why the twins made him hurry in order to be the first ones to eat breakfast in the teapot, he was even more surprised when they accompanied him to Brightburn afterwards. Enjoy yourself for a while. We'll come and pick you up later on, they informed him, causing Harry to cast the potion's master a questioning look. However, the teacher merely smiled and made him brew a potion, which Harry found very difficult. 2 hours later, when Harry flawlessly finished the potion, Brightburn told him, this was the most difficult Newt-level potion. If you really want to take your Newts next month, you may try. You can still redo them next year in order to receive a better grade if necessary. Harry stared at the potion's master in confusion. But sir, he uttered, before he trailed off. I didn't say you can't take them, Brightburn clarified. I just had to promise your mother that you wouldn't overexert yourself, which is why I couldn't make you study for them. Still confused, Harry replied, but usually people study for their exams, don't they? Well yes, Brightburn confirmed in apparent amusement. However, you already have the knowledge as well as the expertise. Reaching out for a parcel on the table behind him, he handed it to Harry. This is my birthday present for you. You still have time to read through them and see for yourself that you won't have problems. Harry slowly took off the wrapping paper, revealing the 9th and 10th year's potions books. Thank you very much sir. When is the Newt exam? He asked, eagerly, only now really understanding what this was about. On the 14th of August, Brightburn replied, smirking. The full moon is on the 20th. I'll try then, Harry informed the teacher. Thank you so much for arranging this for me. You're welcome Harry. I'm proud of you, Brightburn replied, just when Jane and Kengo stormed into the room. Thank you sir, for keeping our brother busy for a while, the twins said to the teacher, before they pulled Harry out of the classroom. When Harry left the school building together with the twins, he stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Hermione was standing in front of the portal that led to Gringotts. However, she was not alone. She was together with Mandy, Terry, Lisa, Neville, Susan and the Weasley twins. Within an instant, his friends surrounded him and said, Happy birthday. Thank you all, Harry replied, still unable to believe that his friends had all come to Goblin Island for his birthday. Let's go. We're going to have a birthday party. On the beach, the twins spoke up, causing the Weasley twins to stare at them with curiosity. Hey twins, they spoke up, simultaneously. Harry observed with amusement how the two couples of twins engrossed themselves in their conversation, while the small group walked around the school building to the beach. I wonder what they're talking about, he thought, grinning. He slowly walked behind everyone else, wondering if he should tell his friends about his potions owl, unaware of the fact that he would not have a choice. When Harry and his friends arrived at the spot, where his parents and siblings had prepared a huge buffet for his birthday party, Harry noticed in surprise that the Hogwarts teachers, who had always visited him for his birthday during the last few years, had already arrived and were animatedly talking with his parents. Apart from the adults, several of his goblin friends were present. I wonder if that was Hermione's doing or that of Jane and Kengo, Harry mused. Probably all three of them invited the people, he finally realized, feeling very happy to have such an amazing family and friend. Welcome to Goblin Island, and to our little brother's birthday party, the twins greeted everyone. Seeing that Harry's human friends looked at them in surprise, they informed them that Harry was their adoptive brother and had grown up at Goblin Island. "Please keep this information to yourselves," McGonagall spoke up in a no-nonsense voice that made all Hogwarts students nod their agreement. "That's why you're so good at potions," Neville blurted out in apparent amazement. "You learned it here." "He's not only brilliant at potions," Hermione threw in, smiling as she turned to the professors. During these holidays, Harry took his owl in potions. Ignoring the gasp from the teachers, she continued, "He passed the exam with top results and is the youngest student who has ever taken his potions owl. There's one thing I need help with though," Harry spoke up, glancing at Professor Flitwick. "For my name, it says, Harry Potter son of Buckbean. Could you perhaps charm the name to only be visible to people who know about my relation to the goblins? So that for normal wizards it would just say, Harry Potter." "Of course my boy, and congratulations to your brilliant exam," Flitwick replied, seemingly excited. Soon everyone was sitting on the beach with a plate full of delicacies in front of them talking animatedly. Harry enjoyed himself greatly. He had not even remembered his birthday, let alone thought about having a birthday party together with his friends. He and his guests spent the whole afternoon on the beach, before Hermione and the twins accompanied the Hogwarts students back to the portal. While Harry's parents and his goblin friends cleaned up the beach, the Hogwarts professors helped Harry carry his presents home, where Flitwick charmed the name on Harry's owl certificate in a way that would allow him to show it to humans like the headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry wondered for a moment if he should tell the professors about Amaterasu. However, he dismissed the thought, seeing no reason for the teachers to know about her if they still had not known about her existence after living in the castle for such a long time. The remaining weeks of the holidays passed too fast for Harry's liking. He had decided to not tell his parents, siblings and Hermione about the newt in order to not have to disappoint them in case he did not manage to pass them this time. To his relief, no one was astonished when he spent hours reading the 9th and 10th year's potions books. He also made it a habit to translate a few recipes from Slytherin's books every morning. During the afternoons, he went to play on the beach and practice the animagus transformation together with Hermione and the twins. Only from time to time, he visited Brightbird and assisted with the brewing for the infirmary. In the morning of his newt exam, he merely told everyone that Brightbird had asked him to assist for a few hours, efficiently trying to hide how excited he was. The theoretical test took place during the morning, and Harry was glad that he had intensely studied the 2 books, which he had received from Brightbird for his birthday. To his relief, he managed to flawlessly answer all questions. Feeling very much reassured by the examiner's appreciative words, he headed to the teapot for lunch, where he met with his siblings and Hermione. "You have to go back there again?" Hermione asked, incredulously. "Brightbird should know that you're not allowed to work so much." Harry rolled his eyes. "It's all right, my own. If he needs me, I can assist." "That's not a problem, and it's only today," he replied in a soothing voice, feeling very uncomfortable to lie to his best friend. "They're just too overprotective," he thought, as he returned to the school for his practical exam. In the afternoon, Harry had to brew the potion for the dragon pertussis, which was a very difficult potion that he had never brewed before. He somehow managed to brew it, hopefully flawlessly, he thought, although he was not certain if the color was correct. "It's yellow, but I think it might be a bit too bright," he worried, when he placed the file onto the examiner's desk. "Light yellow is correct," Brightbird reassured him, when the exam was over. Harry thanked the teacher and hurried home, knowing that everyone was probably worried because he was so late. "What exactly did you have to brew?" Jane inquired, when the family headed to the teapot for dinner. "Awesome potion, which took ages to brew," Harry replied, letting out a huge yawn. "That's it," Gwenline told him in a stern voice. "After dinner you're going straight to bed. You need some rest now. The full moon is less than a week away." During the following week, everyone was watching Harry like hawks, preventing him from studying or doing anything else that they assumed strenuous for the boy. Harry did not mind. However, he insisted on practicing the animagus transformation and, other than that, he impatiently waited for the letter from the Ministry of Magic. It finally arrived on the day of the full moon. "Harry, here's a letter from the Ministry of Magic," Gwenline told him in apparent surprise, handing Harry the envelope. "Can you open it please?" Harry whispered, feeling too unwell to move enough to open his letter. Gwenline complied, only to let out a huge gasp. "You took your newt?" she asked, incredulously. "Yes," Harry confirmed, weakly. "Did I pass?" With an "oh," Gwenline confirmed, placing the letter on his night table. "Congratulations, child," she said, smiling. "I'm very proud of you, Harry." Harry smiled, before he drifted off to sleep, still with a smile playing on his lips. At the end of the summer holidays, Harry was able to transfigure both arms and both legs into the respective parts of his phoenix form. Hermione could easily transfigure both arms into white feathers. "How annoying," Harry growled in frustration. "I had hoped so much we'd both be able to completely transform by the end of the holidays." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yes, me too," she admitted, "but I think that we have to be grateful for being able to transform at all, and we can still practice at Hogwarts." "Yes, that's true," Harry agreed, feeling slightly consoled by the thought. "Are you looking forward to returning to Hogwarts?" Hermione asked in apparent excitement. "On the one hand yes, but on the other no," Harry admitted, truthfully. In fact, it was rather no than yes. "I'm going to miss the twins and my parents and Brightbird," he explained. "I know I can be glad that I'm able to see them on Sundays, but still. I love life on Goblin Island, and Hogwarts." He slowly trailed off, noticing that he sounded rather whiny. "I understand," Hermione said in a calming voice. "Hogwarts wasn't as great for you as it was for me, not only because you can't stay in Ravenclaw, but especially because of all these detentions with Snape." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "I wonder if I should show Dumbledore the certificates and ask him to be exempt from potions. On the other hand, it's my favorite subject." "I'd wait and see how Snape behaves this time," Hermione suggested, before she changed the topic. "I can't wait to see the new defense against the dark arts professor," she said, eagerly. "If he's written so many books, he must have a lot of experience." Harry let out a snort. "Nonsense if you ask me," he voiced. "Have you looked into his book? It's absolutely ridiculous. I bet he invented everything that's written there." "Do you really think so?" Hermione asked, incredulously. "Yes," Harry replied matter-of-factly, when a thought crossed his mind. "I still have to ask Flitwick to charm my newt certificate," he said. "I almost forgot." "That's not good," Hermione replied, alert. "Let's go and see if he's still at the school." An hour later, they were back, and Harry added the charmed certificate to the items, which he had to take with him to Hogwarts. Hermione should soon realize just how right Harry had been. In the second year's first defense against the dark arts class, the professor showed that he was not even able to rid the classroom of pixies and just left the room, leaving the task to Hermione, Mandy, Harry and Terry. "What a fraud," Harry mumbled, when they finally left the classroom, only to arrive 10 minutes late for transfiguration. Fortunately, McGonagall believed the 4 students, knowing that all 4 were very responsible and wouldn't come to class late if not for a valid reason. "I know that he's a fraud, but the problem is that no one else is available," McGonagall admitted to Hermione and Harry later on. "The only person that I'd deem able to teach is a werewolf. However, as long as Professor Snape isn't willing to brew the Wolfsbane potion every month." "Excuse me, Professor, but what is the Wolfsbane potion?" "I could brew it for the Professor," Harry offered immediately. McGonagall gave the boy a thoughtful look. "Apparently it's one of the most difficult potions to brew and it is said to take the whole night, but if something else happens in Professor Lockhart's class, I'll speak with my colleagues about the matter," she promised, before she ushered the students towards the Great Hall for lunch. It was only 3 weeks later, on the day of the full moon, that the topic came up again. Not feeling up to enduring 1 hour of history of magic and a double defense against the dark arts class with Lockhart, Harry went to see Madame Pomfrey right before lunch and asked her to exempt him from his afternoon classes. Knowing that it was the first time in more than a year that Harry asked for such a thing, Pomfrey immediately called McGonagall and asked her to inform her colleagues at lunch. "Are you feeling exceptionally bad today, or did anything happen?" she then asked in a soft voice, causing Harry to let out a long sigh. "Well, history of magic is just something that I don't need today, but defense." He slowly trailed off, wondering how to explain the matter to the healer. What happened? Pomfrey inquired. A few days ago, he made us write a test, Harry explained, sighing. However, the questions were all about himself, not about something that we're supposed to learn in his class. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite food, what is his favorite book, etc. He's totally self-centered and absolutely unable to teach. I think that he's a complete fraud, he blurted out. Oh dear, Pomfrey replied and admitted that she and her friends, of whom Harry knew that they were McGonagall and Hooch, had wondered about the new defense professor multiple times. Harry, do you have your test back already? She inquired. Harry nodded. Yes, it's in my room. The healer followed Harry into his room and accepted Harry's test, before she made the boy lie down, knowing that he was feeling miserable so close to the full moon. Professor McGonagall once told Hermione and me that there was no one else available apart from a werewolf, Harry said, cautiously, as he complied. Could I perhaps brew the wolfsbane potion for him, so that he'd be able to teach at Hogwarts? Pomfrey stared at the boy. Yes Harry, that's it, she then said, seeming uncharacteristically excited. You'd be able to do that for him, especially since the potion always has to be brewed a few days before the full moon. Harry, would you mind if Professors Dumbledore and Snape knew that you've already taken your potions, Newt? Otherwise they probably wouldn't deem you qualified enough and you wouldn't be allowed to brew a potion as dangerous as the wolfsbane for someone. As long as they don't know where I took the owl and Newt, I don't mind, Harry replied in a soft voice. They won't, Pomfrey promised and fetched 2 potions for the child, before she called the headmaster in determination. Dumbledore patiently listened to what Poppy had to tell him, before he looked from the Defense Against the Dark Arts test to the certificates in utmost confusion. How could he manage to take these exams? He finally asked, incredulously. Poppy let out a long sigh. I'm sorry Albus, I know and so do Minerva and Phileas, but it's not my secret to share and I promised to keep the secret, she replied in a firm voice. It proves, however, what I knew even without having this information, that Harry would be absolutely capable of brewing the wolfsbane potion for Remus. That's true, Dumbledore agreed, pensively. However, you know as well as I do that it would be very unsettling for Severus if we let a mere second-year student brew the wolfsbane, although he's the potion's master, and an excellent one as I might add. He remained thoughtful for an instant, before he suggested, maybe Severus and Harry could brew the potion together. Albus, Poppy replied with a combination of annoyance and anger. It's not that we want Harry to steal a part of Severus' work. It's rather that so far Severus has always refused to brew the wolfsbane when Minerva or I suggested Remus as the defense professor. Minerva apparently told Harry about it, and he offered to brew the potion in order to have a better defense professor than Lockhart, who seems to be an absolute fraud. Personally, I believe that it's not only a very generous offer from Harry, but also a wonderful idea, and I'm sure that at least Minerva, Pomona and Phileas will share my opinion. Let's speak about the matter with our colleagues tonight, Dumbledore finally decided and rose from his seat. Casting a look at the certificates, he thought aloud, I wonder why Harry is still attending Severus classes at all. He could be easily exempt from potions. Poppy let out a snort. That's because he absolutely loves brewing potions and always hopes to learn something new. Plus he doesn't want to have another fight with Severus, and I suppose that he didn't want anyone to know about these exams. He's not the attention seeker that Severus always claims him to be, she explained in a soft voice. Maybe I should once speak with Harry, Dumbledore said, thoughtfully. While Harry was suffering from the blue moon disease, feeling slightly comforted by his mother's presence, Iroh visited Amaterasu, and the teachers spoke about the defense teacher, the wolfsbane potion, and a certain second-year student who had taken his potions, Owl and Newt, as the youngest student of all times. Yes, let Potter brew the wolfsbane, Snape spoke up, after listening to the headmaster's ramblings, wearing a blank face. If something happens to Lupin, I can only say, good riddance. Severus, behave yourself, McGonagall admonished him sharply. In the morning, when Harry had a huge discussion with Madame Pomfrey about the necessity of attending classes right after the full moon, Iroh waited patiently for Harry to have time for an urgent discussion, Professor McGonagall wrote a letter to Remus Lupin inviting him to Hogwarts for Saturday afternoon, and Severus Snape skipped breakfast in order to pay Petunia Dursley a visit. Severus strode towards the Dursleys' residence, sneering at the utterly boring neighborhood. Typically Petunia, he thought, as he approached the door and rang the doorbell. It took a little while before Petunia opened the door, letting out a shriek upon recognizing him. Hello Petunia, Severus replied, smirking. What do you want? Petunia hissed. Do you already want to get rid of the little freak? Do what you want with him, but we're not going to take him back. Very interesting, Severus thought in surprise. No, that's not the point, he reassured the sister of his former best friend. I just want to ask where the boy learned to brew potions, he said, quirking an eyebrow at the muggle. He went to school with Dudley, and he often visits friends, she explained. Other than that I've no idea. I'm just glad when the freak's out of the way. With that she quickly shut the door into the young wizard's face. That went well, and I'm none the wiser, Severus realized as he apparated back to Hogwarts. Feeling very upset, because Madame Pomfrey had forbidden him to attend classes, Harry spent the day feverishly skimming Slytherin's books for the Wolfsbane potion. He was just about to give up his search late in the afternoon, when he spotted a potion called Wolvescure. He eagerly read through the text, wondering if that was the Founder's times equivalent to the Wolfsbane potion. It seems more like a cure than what Pomfrey told me about helping the werewolf to keep his mind, he thought in confusion. He toyed with the thought of apparating to Brightbird, however, not wanting to anger the healer, who was so kind and always supported him, he dismissed the thought. I'll speak with Pomfrey later on, he decided, just when Iroh slithered into the room. Harry, I need to speak with you, the serpent addressed him, sounding very stern. Of course, what is wrong? Harry replied, giving his familiar a surprised look. Amaterasu told me that a girl and a boy came to visit her, Iroh informed him. The boy was the same who made her kill a girl many years ago. She refused to listen to him and told him that you were her new owner, but the boy threatened that he'd come back. Fortunately, this time you cast the charm at the castle, so that even if he forces her out into the castle, she won't harm anyone. But still she is in a lot of distress because of the matter. Harry listened to Iroh's explanation in shock. Have you seen the girl and the boy? He finally inquired. Do you know who they are? No, Iroh replied in a grave voice. If you don't mind, I'll spend some time with Amaterasu in order to get to see them. Of course I don't mind, Harry reassured the serpent in confusion. If you need me, you can just think to me, Iroh reminded him, before she slithered away quickly. If the boy was a boy already many years ago, he can't be still a boy now, Harry thought, wondering if he should inform an adult about the matter or just speak with Hermione. He finally decided for the latter option and resumed translating the recipe for the Wolvescure, wondering if Hermione would come to see him after the last afternoon class. That's very strange, Hermione agreed. Maybe we need to involve the adults, but let's wait if Iroh will be able to find out something first. The two students spent the whole evening in Harry's room working on their assignments, before Pomfrey came and shooed Hermione out shortly before the beginning of curfew. When the girl had left and Pomfrey waved her wand over him, clucking in apparent displeasure, Harry hesitantly told her about the Wolvescure potion. The Wolvescure? Pomfrey asked in disbelief. No, I don't think that it's identical to the Wolfsbane potion, as the Wolfsbane is not a cure, she said, thoughtfully. Could it be that the Founders had a cure for lycanthropy? Harry, please translate the recipe as soon as you feel well enough to do so. It would be amazing if you'd manage to cure the werewolves. I've already translated it, Harry informed the healer in a soft voice. I'd like to show it to Brightbird. Show it to me first, Pomfrey suggested. Then we'll see if you're well enough to apparate tomorrow. Before Harry could fetch the translated recipe from his desk, Iroh dashed into the room. Harry, come quickly. They're in Amaterasu's chamber, she hissed, urgently. I need to go with her to Amaterasu's chamber. I'll tell you afterwards, Harry quickly informed the healer and, ignoring her glare, apparated straight to Amaterasu. Harry arrived right in front of where Amaterasu was facing a boy, who seemed to be just a little older than himself. However, Harry was sure that he had never seen him before. A red-haired girl was lying on the floor, unmoving. Casting a wandless protection charm around himself and Amaterasu, he addressed the boy. "What are you doing here, and what do you want from Amaterasu?" "I'm her legal owner," the boy sneered, "and I want her to go and kill the mudbloods." "Harry, there's a black book on the floor." The boy came out of it. "You need to destroy it," Iroh, who had just arrived next to him, informed him telepathically. How? Harry wondered, before a thought crossed his mind. "Amaterasu, can you destroy the black book there please?" he asked the basilisk, who immediately buried her fangs into the leather cover. "I'll always listen to you. You're as good as my Salazar was, and you're my rightful owner now," Amaterasu hissed back, before the boy let out a horrible cry and was led into the book. "You better take that book to the headmaster or to Buckbean. It's not good," Iroh advised him. "I will," Harry promised. "Let me just check on the girl." "Hello there," he addressed the girl, whom he recognized as the little sister of the Weasley twins, a Gryffindor first year. "You're Ginny, aren't you?" "Hello," the girl replied, seemingly shy. "And yes, I'm Ginny. Thank you for rescuing me." "What happened?" Harry asked in concern, causing the first year to explain how she had written into the book and a boy with the name of Tom had replied. "He was very nice and knew a lot. I really liked communicating with him," she admitted. "But then he brought me here, 3 times already, and he spoke with the huge S, but I couldn't understand what they said. I only know that the S apparently refused to do what he wanted and he became very upset." Noticing that her voice became smaller and tears welled in her eyes, Harry gently laid his arm around her back. "Come with me," he said gently. "I'm going to take you to Professor McGonagall." "Thank you," Ginny replied and led the way through which Tom had brought her into the chamber. "Just apparate to the professor's office," Iroh instructed him, telepathically, and promised to close the door that the girl and the boy might have left open. "Hold on tightly," Harry informed the girl, and with the black book in his right hand, he apparated straight in front of McGonagall's office. To Harry's relief, they were called in quickly, and, since Ginny was crying too much to be able to explain, he told the professor what had happened in Salazar's chamber and showed her the black book. McGonagall gave him a horrified look. "This must contain very black magic," she said, alert. "The Tom of the book must be Tom Riddle, and then it was him who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Seeing that Harry gave her a questioning look, she explained, "One girl died at that time, and Hagrid was thought to be the culprit. He wouldn't have been able to do anything," Harry informed the professor, "if he doesn't speak Parseltongue." "So Hagrid is innocent," McGonagall said, sighing. "We'll have to speak about this again at another time." Looking at the black book on her desk, she said, "We should take it to the headmaster and get rid of it as soon as possible. Amaterasu already destroyed it, but yes, I was thinking of taking it to Buckbean," Harry replied, quirking an eyebrow in silent question. The Gryffindor head leaned into the fireplace and called Flitwick. While Ginny still leaned into Harry's embrace, McGonagall informed the half-goblin about the occurrences and asked him to take the book to the goblins and request for help in order to destroy the dark artifact. "I'm sure the goblins will be able to help Minerva," Flitwick replied and stepped into the fireplace to travel straight to Gringotts. While McGonagall now turned to her first year, who was clearly under shock, Harry swiftly returned to his own room, where he asked Helga to inform Madame Pomfrey that he was back. "We were in the middle of our conversation concerning the Wolvescure," he remembered, inwardly groaning. "Everything would be much easier if Snape wasn't as stubborn and mean as he is," he thought, just when Pomfrey stepped into the room. He took a few steps towards his desk and handed the healer the parchment with his translation of the recipe. Pomfrey engrossed herself in her reading, before she spoke up, thoughtfully. "It must be a cure. Here, it says, the Wolvescure cures a werewolf from lycanthropy. The potion only has to be taken once, between 3 days and 24 hours before the full moon. It must be brewed freshly. Congratulations Harry for finding such a recipe. I'm sure you're going to receive the Order of Merlin if you manage to cure the werewolves." Harry gave the healer a skeptical look. "Do you believe it'll work, madam?" Pomfrey smiled. "Salazar Slytherin is a well-known potions master. He's said to be the best potions master of all times, and if he lists the recipe as one of his potions, it'll surely work," she replied, seemingly excited. I'd really appreciate it if you could cure Remus Lupin. He was a student here and one of your birth parents' best friends. Knowing that the teachers had invited Remus Lupin to Hogwarts for Saturday afternoon, Harry apparated to Goblin Island right after his potions tutoring with Neville in the morning of the same day. Without visiting his parents and siblings, whom he was going to meet on the following Sunday anyway, Harry made his way to the potions classroom. "Hello Harry, aren't you a day early?" Brightbird greeted him with a small smile playing on his lips that always appeared when the boy came to visit him. "Yes, but I've some interesting news," Harry explained, returning the smile as he handed the teacher his parchment with the translation of the Wolvescure. "A cure for lycanthropy," Brightbird spoke up in disbelief. "Harry, this is the best thing that could have happened. You'll be able to cure all the werewolves. Plus, we might be able to develop a cure for the Blue Moon disease on the basis of this cure." "Congratulations Harry." Harry let out a sigh at the teacher's overexcitement. "I don't even know if it'll work and if I'll be able to brew it properly." "You will," Brightbird interrupted him right away. "You have two possibilities," he continued, eagerly. "You can either publish the recipe under Slytherin's name with your name as the translator, or you can brew the potion by yourself and sell the batches to the Ministry of Magic. Never mind which way you choose, I'm sure that you're going to receive the Order of Merlin First Class." "I don't want such a thing," Harry replied. "If so, I'd only want it together with you. If not for your tutoring, I wouldn't be able to brew any second-year potion by now." "No Harry, that's your thing," Brightbird said in a firm voice. "I'd rather brew the potion myself though instead of publishing the recipe," Harry mused aloud, before he explained to the teacher about Remus Lupin and that he had offered him to brew the wolfsbane for him. Brightbird smirked. "Well, shock them all by telling them that you're simply going to cure him," he replied, grinning. "Snape's not going to take that well," Harry thought, just when Brightbird spoke up again. "In case they insist that a potions master must supervise you, you can either brew it in Snape's presence, or you can come here at any time. I'll always be here if you need help. You can also bring the teacher here, and I'll administer the potion if that's required." Harry profusely thanked his mentor, before he apparated back right into his own room at Hogwarts, knowing that Remus Lupin was going to arrive at Hogwarts any minute now. Harry went straight into Madame Pomfrey's office, sighing in relief as he saw the healer alone. "Brightbird believes that the recipe is a cure for lycanthropy and told me I should just brew it and cure Mr. Lupin," he blurted out, causing the healer to smile. "Harry, I'm very relieved and happy to hear that," she replied, smiling. "I suggest that I take you to the headmaster's office, where my colleagues are having a conversation with Mr. Lupin." To Harry's great annoyance, the gargoyle opened on Wolfsbane. "Dumbledore should rethink the password," he whispered to Pomfrey, who shared his mischievous grin when they entered the headmaster's office. #hello little nestling, #Fox greeted him with a happy trill. "Hi Fox," Harry replied, smiling, before he curiously let his eyes wander around the office. A man with brown hair and a friendly smile was sitting there together with Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall. Harry immediately liked the man. "Harry, this is Remus Lupin," McGonagall introduced the man. "Remus, this is Harry Potter." "Yes, I can see that," Lupin replied, and Harry had the impression as if his smile intensified. "Harry, you won't remember me, but I knew you well when you were a baby," he said in a gentle voice. "I was your parents' best friend. I'm very glad to meet you Mr. Lupin," Harry said, returning the smile. "Remus, Albus, Minerva, Severus," Pomfrey spoke up, as soon as the greetings were over. "I don't know how far you are in your conversation. Remus would be willing to become our defense against the dark arts professor," Dumbledore threw in, provided that Harry or Severus supply him with the Wolfsbane potion. "That's a great relief," Pomfrey replied, ignoring the potion's master's snort. However, the situation has changed a little. Seeing everyone but Harry stare at her with a combination of shock and curiosity, she explained, "Harry is in the possession of Salazar Slytherin's complete library, and during the last months, he has occupied himself translating several of Slytherin's potions recipes that are written in parcel script. Among them are many recipes that have been lost for a long time. Only this week, Harry managed to find a cure for lycanthropy." "What? McGonagall blurted out, while Lupin's and Snape's faces turned as white as sheets. Yes, Harry confirmed. I've already contacted my potions teacher and showed him the recipe, and he told me that it seems to be what it promises. He also said that he was going to do some tests with rats and would inform me of the result tomorrow. Harry, would it not be better to involve Professor Snape in this? Dumbledore asked gently. I don't have a problem working together with Professor Snape, Harry replied, sighing. However, since he hates me with a passion, we probably won't be able to efficiently work together. Fully understandable, Pomfrey threw in, glaring at the potions master. That might be, but Professor Snape is a potions master, who is officially entitled to administer potions, Dumbledore said, pensively. If that's necessary, my teacher has already offered to supervise my brewing, Harry informed the old wizard, who let out a sigh of defeat. If Harry is sure that he knows what he's doing, I'd be more than ready to take the potion, even if he's not a potions master yet, Lupin spoke up, giving Harry a reassuring nod. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, smiling. This is ridiculous, Snape blurted out, sneering. At first Potter offered to brew the wolfsbane, but now, apparently realizing that it's difficult to brew, he comes up with a long-lost recipe of a cure for lycanthropy. Very unlikely, Potter. Many potions masters have tried to find a cure during the last centuries. Severus, behave yourself, McGonagall suddenly admonished her youngest colleague. Harry knows what he's talking about, and I know his teacher personally. He would not joke about such a thing. Harry, my boy, the headmaster spoke up, pensively. Already last year I have suggested to Professor Snape to make you his student assistant. At that time he told me that he doesn't need anyone, however, I believe that by now he has become aware of how good you are at brewing, and I still believe that it would be a good idea for the two of you to work together. I'm sorry, sir, Harry replied, inwardly groaning in annoyance. As long as Professor Snape doesn't change his behavior towards me, I won't be able to work together with him, especially as he doesn't seem to trust me at all. He remained thoughtful for an instant, while Dumbledore and Snape conferred in small voices, before he continued, I believe that I won't have time to be a student assistant anyway. During the next few months, I'll probably have to brew many batches of the Wolvescure, and I also want to skim Slytherin's other books for further interesting recipes, plus I need to continue the research for a cure for my own disease. Yes, that's true, Pomfrey came to his help. Harry, Professor McGonagall spoke up, giving him a rare smile. Don't you think it would be time to tell my colleagues the truth? Harry stared at the Gryffindor head in shock. I don't mind telling Mr. Lupin, Professor, but, he slowly trailed off. How can we trust you, boy? Snape suddenly hissed. Knowing that you're hiding something from us as big as how you managed to take your potions nude after your first Hogwarts year. Would it be possible to call Professor Flitwick here, sir? Harry unsurely addressed the headmaster. Of course, my boy, Dumbledore said gently, and Fire called the charms professor, who stepped through the fireplace after a minute. Feeling very much reassured by his guardian's presence, Harry hesitantly told the adults how the goblins had adopted him at the age of 7. Since I was 7, Brightbird taught me potions, and I always assisted him. Since I was about 8, I usually brewed the potions for the infirmary on Goblin Island, he informed the completely stunned potions master. That explains everything. Snape was the first to speak up. Mr. Potter, I apologize for underestimating you. Harry slightly inclined his head. Since the age of 7 you haven't been living with the Dursleys anymore? Dumbledore queried, seemingly horrified. Albus, they completely neglected and abused him. Thank Merlin he got away from them when he did, McGonagall threw in, and Pomfrey and Flitwick nodded their agreement. However, the headmaster could not easily be convinced and explained about blood wards and that it was essential for Harry to return to his aunt's house at least during the summer holidays. No, sir, Harry replied simply. If anyone forces me to go there, I'll just apparate away, and you won't see me ever again. Harry, Dumbledore spoke again, sighing. You might not know this, but I'm your guardian in the magical world. No, sir, Harry quickly interrupted the headmaster. You aren't. Professor Flitwick is my guardian. When my parents adopted me, they changed everything in my favor. What I don't understand, Snape threw in, while the headmaster quietened in apparent defeat, is why you're attending the second-year potions class instead of using the time for your research." He quirked an eyebrow. Harry let out a long sigh. "Because I didn't want everyone to know that I've already taken my owl and newt, and because I think that there are still many things that I can learn from you, sir," he replied in a soft voice. The Slytherin remained pensive for an instant before he offered, "If you consider the matter and are interested in accepting the post of the student assistant that Professor Dumbledore suggested for you, I'll be willing to help finding a cure for your illness." Harry glanced at Madame Pomfrey, who gave him an unobtrusive nod. "Now that you all know the truth anyway, I can tell you that my illness is nothing else than the Blue Moon disease, a goblin illness," Harry admitted, feeling very much reassured by the comforting looks that he received from Pomfrey, McGonagall and Flitwick. "Did you know that, Poppy?" Dumbledore queried in a stern voice. Yes, Pomfrey admitted and explained why she had decided to have Harry live in his own room instead of a dormitory. "That makes sense," Snape was the first to agree with the healer. "Excuse me, sir," Harry spoke up in a soft voice, "what exactly does a student assistant have to do?" "As my student assistant, you'd help me with my work like, for example, the brewing of potions for the hospital wing, the grading of homework, or maybe teaching lower-level classes from time to time. However, your own school work has the highest priority, and you'd only be able to assist after completing your own work," Snape explained patiently. "In return," Dumbledore added, "you'd either receive money or privileges, which probably would make more sense in your case." "Privileges could be a later bedtime." "No," Pomfrey threw in, glaring at the headmaster. "Our Hogsmeade visits among other things," Dumbledore continued. "I don't really need anything," Harry replied, thoughtfully. "I'd like to assist because I'm very interested in potions. I just don't know how much time I'll have, plus I won't be able to assist on the day of the full moon." "Harry," Madame Pomfrey threw in, smiling. "I can imagine one privilege that would be useful for you." Seeing everyone look at her with a combination of surprise and curiosity, she smirked. "How about apparating to Brightbird sometimes during the weekends in order to work on your cure together?" "Oh yes, I'd like that," Harry agreed, immediately. "Especially when I become a student assistant, I can't have Snape wonder where I am every Sunday afternoon," he thought. After a short discussion about the goblins' apparition abilities, during which neither Harry nor Flitwick revealed that the goblins were able to apparate within Hogwarts, Harry and the potions master agreed that Harry should come to the classroom on Sunday morning in order to talk about the details of Harry's position as student assistant. The adults further decided that Harry, either with or without Snape's help, should brew the Wolvescure potion for Remus Lupin during the weekend before the next full moon. During the following weeks, Harry spent the second year's potions classes doing as much of his homework as he could, so that he had time in the evenings to assist the potions master. Snape behaved extraordinarily well, and Harry and the professor got along without any problems. Sometimes, Harry also sat in his classmates' class and corrected homework for the professor in order to have time to do his own assignments in the evenings together with his friends. Whenever he had time, Harry busied himself trying to find a cure for the Blue Moon disease, and Snape took great interest in his research and often gave Harry useful advice. Therefore, Harry decided to do his research in the potions classroom, where the professor busied himself with other potions. Too soon for Harry's liking, the full moon approached again. Not only because of his own problem, but also because he wanted to be completely certain that Remus Lupin was cured, which he would only know in the morning after the full moon. As soon as he heard Pomfrey's voice in the morning, he lazily asked, "Lupin, is he all right?" "Yes, Harry, you managed to cure him from lycanthropy," Pomfrey replied, sounding very happy. "Congratulations, sweetie. It's not only good for Lupin, but also for all of us," Harry thought, knowing that Lupin had only agreed to take over the position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor if he was cured. To his chagrin, he was not allowed to apparate home, let alone attend Quidditch practice on this day. However, Gwenline managed to calm Harry by promising to send the twins to Brightbird to tell him the good news. "May I at least go and assist Professor Snape?" Harry asked in a slightly grumpy voice that made his mother reprimand him sharply. "Harry, please behave yourself. You know that Madame Pomfrey only wants to keep you safe and healthy," Gwenline said in a stern voice. "Sorry, Madame Pomfrey," Harry said, obediently. Not wanting to further anger the healer, he just remained in his room and translated potions recipes, until Hermione came to keep him company and study together. From the 1st of October onwards, Remus Lupin became the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and all students were happy, not only to get rid of Lockhart the fraud, but also because they realized soon that Professor Lupin was a very talented teacher. It was almost Halloween, when one day, the headmaster called Harry into his office just in the morning after the full moon. To his relief, it was a Saturday, so that he didn't have to worry about being late for his first morning class, and Flitwick accompanied him. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, not feeling up to spending an hour guessing various sweets in order to make the gargoyle open. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore greeted him, offering him a drop, which Harry declined as usually. This is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, the headmaster informed him, before he introduced him to the minister. Mr. Potter, Fudge addressed the boy. Word has reached the ministry that you're able to brew a cure for lycanthropy. Is that true? Yes, sir, Harry replied shortly, inwardly groaning. Will you be able to work together with the Ministry of Magic as well as St. Mungo's and cure the werewolves? The minister inquired. If you promise to brew as many batches as you can, the ministry will pay you 1,000 galleons for each phial, and in addition, I shall award you the Order of Merlin First Class. Harry remained thoughtful for a moment, before he replied, thoughtfully. I'll accept, sir, however, under one condition. And what might that be? Fudge queried, looking at the boy in apparent surprise. I don't like him, Harry thought. But nevertheless I have to help the werewolves. My condition is that the ministry offers the same reward for the 2 potions masters, who are my mentors and who are going to help me with the brewing, as I'd probably not be able to brew so many batches on my own. Very well, Fudge said, sounding impatient. Who are these potions masters? He then inquired. Brightbird from the Goblin School on Goblin Island and Professor Snape from Hogwarts, Harry informed the minister, who stared at him in disbelief, while the headmaster's eyes began to twinkle merrily. Mr. Potter, the minister replied and sighed, casting Dumbledore a help-searching look. I can't very well award a goblin and a former Death Eater the Order of Merlin. Oh, that's a pity then, Harry said, matter-of-factly. In that case, we won't be able to help the ministry. Dumbledore, how are you educating your golden boy? The minister growled at Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk, following the conversation with a contented expression. But Cornelius, I believe that Harry is fully right, Dumbledore said, pleasantly. Brightbird and Professor Snape are both mentoring Harry, and they will efficiently help him to provide an adequate number of batches to cure the werewolves as soon as possible. Fudge let out a huge sigh. Very well then, you get what you want. I'll speak with Healer O'Brien, the head healer of St. Mungo's, and tell him to contact Mr. Potter. All right, sir, thank you, sir, Harry replied, politely, sighing in relief when the minister stepped into the fireplace. Well done, Harry, Flitwick spoke up, excitedly. That was very generous of you. I'm glad it worked out, Harry replied, shrugging, before he turned to Dumbledore. Professor, there's something else that needs to be done. Seeing the headmaster look at him in surprise, he inquired, did Professor McGonagall speak with you about the so-called Chamber of Secrets, where Salazar Slytherin's basilisk is residing? Oh yes, my boy, Dumbledore replied immediately. I'm sorry, Harry, that I didn't even get around to thank you for rescuing Miss Weasley and bringing the matter to our attention. That doesn't matter, sir, Harry said, impatiently. But Professor McGonagall told me that 50 years ago, Hagrid was accused of having opened the chamber. And that's not possible. The chamber can only be opened in Parseltongue. Dumbledore thoughtfully stroked his beard. Would you be able to prove this? Of course, sir, Harry said, matter-of-factly. I can show them how to open the chamber. I won't take them inside though, only if they swear a wizard's oath that they won't harm Amaterasu. But Harry, the headmaster replied, pensively, isn't it dangerous to have a basilisk live in a school? No, sir, Harry reassured the old wizard in a firm voice and explained about the charm that he had to cast once a year. Very well, Harry, I'll speak with the minister about a possible trial for Hagrid, Dumbledore promised. I'll better let him cool down for a few days though. That's for sure, Harry thought and exchanged a few words with Fawkes, before he excused himself. Since it was the morning after the full moon, Harry had already told Neville that he would have to skip the potions tutoring, which they continued to have on Saturday mornings. Even if Neville's brewing abilities had expanded greatly due to the tutoring, he still needed Harry's help. Instead, Harry decided to go and ask Professor Snape if he could use some assistance. On his way to the potions master's office, Harry bumped into Draco Malfoy, who chose the instant to come out of the washroom, when Harry slowly walked through the dungeon corridor. "Oh sorry," Harry quickly said, looking at the other boy. He had never really spoken to Draco after their first encounter on the Hogwarts Express. He had only heard that Draco got himself into fights with the Gryffindors every now and then and that he was very arrogant. Now, however, Draco looked in no way superior. His face was pale and covered in tears. He was crying. "Draco, what happened?" he queried in surprise, quirking an eyebrow. Draco let out a snort. "What does it mean to you?" he asked, sighing. "You, Dumbledore's golden boy, who gets everything that he wants." He trailed off and after a hasty look at Harry made a quick step around the next corner. However, Harry grabbed the boy's arm. "No Draco, you can't just run away after saying this. Please explain what you think you know about me and also what's wrong with you." Seeing that Draco looked up, seemingly hesitating, he added, jokingly, "Remember I'm not a Gryffindor but a Ravenclaw, and we have friends in all houses. I'm not your enemy. Do you really believe that?" Draco queried, giving Harry a sharp look. "Yes of course," Harry replied, simply. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Draco replied, trying to set up a convincing expression. However, this did not go well with Harry. Harry snorted. "Yes of course, you're walking through the corridor crying so much that you run into people, but nothing's wrong. Well, you have the choice. You can either tell me now or I'll drag you to your head of house." "I'm going there anyway." Draco sighed, but apparently understanding that Harry meant what he said and lured by the boy's firm but friendly voice, he blurted out, "They arrested my father." "Your father?" Harry queried, shocked at the revelation. He had never met Mr. Malfoy. However, he knew that the Malfoys were one of the proud, old wizarding families. "Why?" he asked in confusion. Draco sighed again, unobtrusively wiping an errant tear from his cheek. "My father is one of the supporters of the Dark Lord. Anyway, he tried to smuggle a diary into Hogwarts, which was a Horcrux." Seeing Harry's questioning look, he admitted, "I'm not really sure what it is either, but anyway, he thought he could revive the Dark Lord with it. But apparently, it fell into the hands of the goblins at Gringotts, and they informed the Ministry of Magic and had my father's cellar searched for other dark artifacts. They took many of his belongings with them, and yesterday, they came to arrest him." "Oh I'm sorry," Harry said, compassionately. "Thanks," Draco replied, and a small smile appeared on his lips. "On the one hand, he deserves it, because he's evil. But on the other hand, he's my father. You know who the Dark Lord is, don't you?" "Voldemort," Harry guessed, thinking that the diary of which Draco had told him had to be the black book that he had found in Amaterasu's room. "The one who killed your parents," Draco confirmed. "Do you hate me now?" Harry stared at the other boy in surprise. "No Draco, why would I?" he asked in a soft voice. "You're not your father." "No I'm not," Draco confirmed. "However, my father takes it for granted that I'm going to follow into his footsteps." "Do you really want that though?" Harry queried, quirking an eyebrow. "I'm not sure," Draco admitted, thoughtfully. "On the one hand, it's good that he's in prison because he can't force me to do something that I don't want to do, but on the other hand..." He slowly trailed off. "I understand," Harry replied, quietly. "You don't have to do what your father wants, Draco. You can make your own decisions." Draco looked up, seemingly happier than before. "I'll do that. Thanks, Potter." He held out his right hand. "Friends," Harry accepted, smiling. "Friends," he confirmed. "If you ever want to talk, come and see me in my room. Just go to Madame Pomfrey and ask for me," he added as an afterthought. When Harry entered the potions master's office, he wondered if he should tell Snape about the Order of Merlin. However, he dismissed the thought and merely informed the professor that the Minister of Magic had asked for many doses of the Wolvescure. "When exactly does the Wolvescure have to be brewed?" Snape queried, raising an eyebrow at the boy. It has to be taken between 3 days and 1 day before the full moon and must be brewed right before, Harry replied, inwardly groaning. I shall help you, Snape promised, causing Harry to let out a relieved sigh upon realizing that he didn't have to ask the older wizard. Thank you very much, sir, he replied, adding, I hope Brightbird will be able to help as well. I won't be able to brew too many batches so close to the full moon, especially if it's during the week. The potions master gave him a thoughtful look. I'd like to get to know Brightbird. We should work together in order to more efficiently search for a cure for the blue moon disease, he then suggested. All right, Harry agreed and hesitantly informed the professor that he used to meet Brightbird every Sunday afternoon and that Snape was very welcome to accompany him. I don't think that you'll be able to apparate to Goblin Island though, he said, thoughtfully, but you can take the flow to my parents' house, and we can meet there. Would you like to go tomorrow? Snape gave him a sharp look. You don't seem well to me. Will your condition be improved enough by tomorrow? Yes, sir, only the day after the full moon is quite bad. Tomorrow will be all right, Harry confirmed, and the two wizards agreed to go and visit Brightbird together on the following day. Do you need any potions for the hospital wing? Harry inquired, giving the professor a questioning look. Not today, Snape replied in a firm voice. Go and rest or gallivant the castle together with your friends. I won't have Madame Pomfrey scold me because of making you brew potions on the day after the full moon. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, Harry agreed and returned to the above-ground part of the castle. Snape has really changed, he thought. He's become very nice. I just hope Jane and Kengo will behave when he accompanies me home tomorrow. Deep in thoughts, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Jane and Kengo, he thought in disbelief. However, it was the Weasley twins that suddenly showed up right in front of him. Oh Merlin, I must be hallucinating, he thought, inwardly groaning. I just hope we'll find a cure soon. Oh, just the right person to meet. On this lazy Saturday, the twins greeted him, making Harry smile at the familiar antics. Hi there, he replied, smiling. What mischief are you up to now? Since fate arranged for us to meet the student who's the most brilliant at potions. We'd like to brew a prank potion together, the twins challenged him. That we can do, Harry agreed, thoughtfully. Do you already have an idea what to brew though? We'd like to have everyone have some fun. So possibly play a prank on the whole head table at dinner, the twins explained, looking at him in apparent expectation. Well, let's consult the library, Harry said, matter-of-factly, and led the twins into the Ravenclaw Gryffindor quarters. I wonder if the wall of mist would let Snape or Draco into the quarters, he thought, when he absent-mindedly skimming a bookshelf. Oh no, I know something better, he suddenly remembered. I have one book of Salazar Slytherin, which seems to be full of prank potions. Ah, that sounds much better, the twins agreed, simultaneously. During the following hour, Harry read the titles and the respective explanations for each potion to the twins, before they finally found an adequate prank. Harry quickly translated the recipe, while George wrote down his every word, and soon the three friends busied themselves brewing a complicated potion. Snape will immediately know that it was me, Harry thought, inwardly sighing. No one else would be able to brew this. When they finished brewing, Harry instructed the twins to search Helena Ravenclaw and hand her the potion or give it to one of the house elves. Afterwards he returned to his room right away, where he remained during the rest of the day in order to have an alibi in case anyone suspected him of brewing the prank potion. He took a long nap, before Hermione came and made him do his homework together with her until Madame Pomfrey showed up to check on Harry. Waving her wand over him, the healer muttered to herself in apparent annoyance, causing Harry to ask, innocently, "May I skip dinner tonight please?" "No Harry," Pomfrey replied sternly. "You already slept through lunch today, and I want you to attend dinner." "I don't know what you did this morning instead of letting your condition improve," she continued, giving him a questioning look. "Nothing really," Harry replied, sighing, apart from a conversation with the headmaster and the Minister of Magic, then one with Draco Malfoy and finally with Professor Snape. "I'm really glad that you seem to get along well now," Pomfrey commented, smiling. "Yes, and I hope it'll stay that way," Harry thought aloud. "He's going to accompany me to Goblin Island and meet Brightbird tomorrow." "Oh, that's great news. Well done Harry," the healer commended him. Now let's head to dinner. Today, I don't have any other patients, so I can accompany you. Too excited to feel any hunger, Harry walked to the great hall behind Pomfrey and Hermione, who were talking vivaciously. Sitting between his friends at the Ravenclaw table, he forced himself to not look at the teacher's table and absent-mindedly listen to his housemates' conversations. Suddenly, he heard his name being mentioned at the head table, when Professor Dumbledore told his youngest colleague, "Severus, you're going to receive the Order of Merlin First Class." The potions master stared at the old wizard, before he turned to the healer, who was sitting on his other side. "Poppy, have you recently examined Albus? It appears that he has consumed too many drops." "I didn't know that drops make someone delirious," McGonagall threw in, causing Harry to chuckle. "I know what I'm talking about," Dumbledore said, indignantly, and took a large sip of his pumpkin juice, before he told his colleagues about the conversation between Minister Fudge and Harry Potter that had taken place in his office that very morning. All of a sudden, the headmaster's voice changed to that of a small child that could be heard throughout the great hall, causing the whole student body to break out in laughter at the sight of the professors. Relieved that everyone laughed at the sight of the head table, Harry did not try to hide his own amusement. All of the teachers' heads, but only the heads, had changed into those of babies. Their clothes were transfigured into large jumpsuits with colorful bibs on top of them, the plates and cutlery had changed into baby dishes and spoons, and the glasses had been replaced by feeding bottles. "Potter," Snape growled in his high, babyish voice, causing everyone in the great hall to laugh, except for Harry, who stared at the head table, feigning surprise. "No, Severus," he heard Madame Pomfrey contradict, in her girlish baby voice. Harry was in no condition today to brew such a thing. Ever since his conversations with Albus and you, he was in bed asleep. He even slept through lunch and would have missed dinner if I hadn't forced him to attend. Pity, otherwise, I'd have a valid reason to award points to my house, Flitwick spoke up, pleasantly. And Severus would have taken 10 times the amount, McGonagall threw in, sternly. "Are you so sure that it was a potion? Maybe someone who's good at transfiguration played the prank." Snape let out a snort that sounded very funny to the students. "Be my guest and try to transfigure everything back," he challenged his older colleague, who readily pulled her wand. After waving her wand over herself and the table in front of her multiple times in vain, the Scottish lioness gave up. "No, it doesn't work," she informed the others. "Harry, was that you?" Hermione whispered, causing Harry to return an innocent look. Only when they were back in his own room, while dinner was still on its way, did he admit to his best friend about brewing the potion together with the Weasley twins. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, Hermione said, "Oh well, that was well done then. When is it going to wear off?" Harry chuckled. "As soon as they leave the Great Hall." "I'm not that mean," Hermione snorted. "You can be glad that Madame Pomfrey stood up for you though," she said sternly. "I wouldn't want to be you if Professor Snape learned that it was you." "That's true," Harry agreed, full-heartedly, just an instant before the potions master's voice penetrated his mind. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter, to a very well done potion," Snape informed him, telepathically. "But beware, eventually I'm going to get my..." During the next few days, Harry remained very apprehensive around the potions master because of the professor's threat for a revenge. However, nothing happened, and he slowly relaxed. Snape's visit to Goblin Island went better than Harry had dared to hope. The professor was polite to his family, and even the twins were on their best behavior. When Harry introduced Snape to Brightbird, the goblin let in no way show how much he had heard about the professor and his treatment of Harry in the past. The two potions masters and Harry made a list of ingredients that they deemed necessary for their cure, taking the most important ingredients from the Wolvescure as well as from the potion that Brightbird and Harry used to use as the basis for their research. "Venom of an Esculapian serpent," Snape suddenly read, quirking an eyebrow in silent question. "Harry's familiar as an Esculapian serpent," Brightbird informed the professor, before he turned to Harry. "Did you not inform your professor of such an important matter?" Harry shrugged. "I didn't think that it was important, sir. Madame Pomfrey knows about it, and she would have told me if her venom would have been needed. Plus Professor Snape once gave me detention upon noticing that I had brought Iroh to class," he remembered but did not voice his thoughts. Is your familiar willing to give her venom at any time though? Snape queried. Yes, sir, Harry replied, smiling. Once Brightbird needed her venom to heal someone, and even weeks afterwards she was still very happy to have been able to save someone's life. She'll always help if her venom is needed. The two potions masters agreed to meet once a month in order to speak about their tests and possible progresses. What's a progress? Harry inquired, skeptically. I think that it'll either work or won't. He gave the teachers a questioning look. There might be some progress concerning the intensity of the illness, Snape explained, patiently. Like the Wolfsbane potion allowed a werewolf to keep his mind. During the full moon, it was a progress even if not a cure. All right, Harry replied, nodding in understanding. On the way back to Harry's home, Snape said, Thank you, Mr. Potter, for introducing me to Brightbird. I believe that our chances might be much better if we work together. Harry full-heartedly agreed, although he had to instruct himself to not get his hopes up too much. He accompanied the professor back home, before he told him, I'll only return to Hogwarts in 2 hours' time. I'm going to attend Quidditch practice first. However, when Harry left the Quidditch pitch an hour later, readying himself to apparate back to Hogwarts, the twins were waiting for him. Harry, your professor is still there. Talking to Mum and Dad. Just in case you want to come home for a while. Before going back to school, they informed him, causing Harry's eyes to widen in shock. What are they talking about? He asked in surprise. About you, and your atrocious behavior at school, the twins replied, before they began to laugh aloud at Harry's shocked expression. By the time the siblings arrived at home, the potions master had already left. Harry gave his parents a questioning look. Mum, Dad, why did Professor Snape stay so long? He asked, hesitantly. Gwenline gently laid her arm around her youngest son's back. Don't worry, sweetheart, he did not complain about you in any way. He merely thanked us for rescuing you from your relatives and adopting you. He told us that your mother was his best friend and that he therefore knew your aunt well and can't imagine that you'd have been happy with her, she explained gently. Apart from that, he told us that you're very adept at potions like your birth mother was and that you're a great help to him as his student assistant, Buckbean threw in. And he said that the headmaster had suggested for him to take a student assistant for years now, however, that he couldn't imagine working together with anyone, before he saw you brew and had the opportunity to work together with you for one night last summer. Harry smirked. Yes, that was really fun, he agreed. Buckbean sighed. He also told us something that you should think about, he said, slowly. If you decide that you want to specialize in the area of potions, he'd be willing to take you as an apprentice. So far, he told us, he has never taken one, but he'd make an exception for you. However, he and we both, he continued in a sterner voice, believe that it's a bit too early for you to decide what you want to do on a professional basis after finishing Hogwarts. I'd like to consider it, Harry spoke up, excitedly. In fact, I've already been thinking about what I'm going to do. If possible, I want to open an apothecary here on Goblin Island. Incan keeps complaining how difficult it is to obtain potions quickly if not from Brightbird, because she has to get them from Diagon Alley or other places in the magical world, and some of her patients are not even able to buy their necessary potions by themselves. Harry, that's a wonderful idea, Gwenline was the first to reply, looking very happy. Goblin Island really needs an apothecary along with some other shops that allow the people here to live more independently from the human magical world, Buckbean agreed. I suggest that you keep the matter in mind but try to study as much as possible in other areas as well. You could also speak with Brightbird, Incan and Professor Snape about it, Jane threw in. I will, Harry replied, smiling. I have to go now. It's already dinner time. I'll see you next Sunday if not earlier. After a round of hugs from his family, he apparated back to Hogwarts, deep in thoughts. The only problem is that I'd need someone to help me in case someone needs something urgently during the night of the full moon, he thought, as he hurriedly changed into his school clothes and apparated to a small alcove next to the Great Hall for dinner. It was a few weeks later, in the morning of the Ravenclaw's first Quidditch match of the season, that the headmaster called Harry into his office and informed him that Hagrid had been granted a trial, which was going to take place on Monday. Please come into my office right after breakfast. You'll be excused from your classes, Dumbledore instructed the boy. I hope he'll be free afterwards, so that he can carry a proper wand, Harry thought, as he hurried towards the Quidditch pitch. He had met Hagrid a few times, and the half-giant had always been very friendly to him. Fortunately, Harry managed to push all thoughts about the trial away and focus on finding the snitch, and after only 8 minutes, he ended the shortest Quidditch match that had ever taken place at Hogwarts. The poor Hufflepuffs. They didn't even have a chance, Draco said, smirking, when he crossed Harry's way on the grounds. Yes, you better begin to practice now, Draco, Harry replied, grinning. Otherwise Slytherin won't have a chance either. Since when are you on good terms with Draco Malfoy? Neville asked in surprise, when Hermione and Harry met with their friends from different houses in the Ravenclaw-Gryffindor quarters later the same day. He and Ron are fighting almost every day. About nothing if you ask me. He's not so bad, Harry replied, shrugging. I once met him and we talked for a while. Why don't you invite him here once? Hermione suggested. A Malfoy. ... Are you sure? The Weasley twins queried. That's no problem, Hermione said in a soothing voice. If he's not really Harry's friend but an enemy, the Wall of Mist won't let him in. Therefore, it's fairly safe to invite him here, and last summer we talked about adding some Slytherins to our group anyway, didn't we? That's true, and it can't hurt to invite him once, Susan spoke up, causing everyone to agree. After a joyful evening with talking, studying and wizard's chess with his friends, Harry returned to his room 15 minutes before curfew. He hastily scribbled a note for Draco on a small parchment and apparated right in front of the potions master's office. To his relief, Snape was in his office and opened the door fairly quickly. Professor, I'm sorry to disturb you, but could you please give this to Draco? He asked with a puppy eyes look, knowing that the professor used to visit the Slytherin common room every evening after curfew. Seeing that Snape quirked an eyebrow in silent question, he explained that he and his friends wanted to invite Draco, but that it was difficult to speak with the Slytherin in private. Very well, I'll hand it to Draco, Snape promised, before he gave Harry a sharp look. May I rely on you that you're not going to prank him but treat him well? He then asked. He gets involved into fights with the Gryffindors every other day, and right now he doesn't need any more trouble. We won't fight with him, Harry promised and told the professor about his conversation that he had had with Draco a few weeks ago. I'm surprised that he told you about it, Snape said, pensively. However, I believe that Draco needs all the help and friendship that he can get, especially from others than Death Eater children. We'll try, Harry promised. Good night, sir. I need to hurry now. Tell Madame Pomfrey that I kept you, Snape replied, smirking. Good night, Harry. With mixed feelings, Harry stepped into the fireplace after Hagrid and Professor Dumbledore. On the one hand, he was glad that he would hopefully be able to help Hagrid, but on the other hand, it was unsettling to know that he would be asked about his ability of speaking and understanding Parseltongue. However, less than being a Parselmouth, his age seemed to be a problem for the Minister of Magic, who was leading the trial. Why would we believe a 12-year-old boy? He wasn't even alive at the time when it happened, he sneered, causing Harry to wonder if the minister wanted to get his revenge for the matter with the Order of Merlin, of which Harry still had not heard anything yet. Because Mr. Potter witnessed how Tom Riddle emerged from a Horcrux and led a first-year girl into the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore replied on Harry's behalf. At this time, he learned that the chamber can only be opened by speaking a code in Parseltongue. I also spoke with the Basilisk, who was residing in the chamber, and she told me that he was the same boy who had come many years ago and had instructed her to kill the Muggle-born students, Harry explained. He tried the same this time, but she refused and told him that she would only obey to me from now on. The minister and the judge along with a few other people from the ministry watched Harry's memory of the incident in a pensieve, before a 30-minute break was announced. By the time Harry, Hagrid and the headmaster returned to Hogwarts, Hagrid was a free man and Harry had realized that he greatly disliked the Minister of Magic. It was a few days later that Madame Pomfrey called Harry into her office and introduced a guest as Healer O'Brien, the head healer of St. Mungo's. Mr. Potter, we'd like to ask you to brew as many batches of the Wolvescure potion as possible for the next full moon, O'Brien spoke up. Harry inwardly groaned, knowing that the full moon was right in the middle of the test week. "All right, sir," he agreed, glancing at Pomfrey. "I don't think that Harry will be able to brew much this month, as the full moon is during the test week." Pomfrey came to his help. "Thank Merlin, she understands me without words," Harry thought in relief, before he looked up in shock when she continued to speak and informed the healer about his illness. "Oh, I'm very sorry to hear this," Healer O'Brien replied in a gentle voice. "Don't worry about brewing many batches. Please just let me know how many batches you will be able to brew, so that we can contact an adequate number of werewolves." "I'll probably be able to brew 6 batches, 2 every night," Harry said, thoughtfully. "But I'll ask Professor Snape and Brightbird. They'll probably help with the brewing. I'll inform you as soon as I know more, sir. Thank Merlin, Hermione already made me study so much that I don't have to study during the test week and can spend the evenings brewing," Harry thought, when he walked together with Snape towards his own lab on the evening of the first test day. The 2 potions masters had agreed with Harry to brew together in his lab in the Ravenclaw-Gryffindor quarters, profiting from the self-refilling ingredients shelves. Snape and Brightbird closely examined the lab with a combination of apparent surprise and amazement. "This is a wonderful lab," Brightbird said, looking at the ingredients shelves, and Harry was astonished to hear Snape agree unconditionally. They brewed on 3 consecutive evenings. However, in the evening before the full moon they only managed to brew 1 batch each, because the werewolves had to take the freshly brewed potion between 3 days and 24 hours before the full moon. To Harry's relief, they only had to take the files to Madame Pomfrey, where hospital employees collected them. During the following weekend, Harry helped the potions master with the corrections of the first-year tests, noticing that it was much fun to correct the younger students' tests. "Maybe you'll also enjoy teaching them," Snape suggested, smirking, and invited Harry to take over the first-year Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff class on Monday morning. "If you like it, you may teach the whole week. Since the tests are over, your professors will certainly excuse you from your own classes for this purpose." "All right, I'll try," Harry said, hesitantly, not noticing the mischievous grin that appeared on the professor's face just for an instant. On Monday morning, Harry was very excited at the idea of teaching the first years. "I wonder if Snape is at least going to supervise me," he thought, as he trailed all the way to the potions classroom. However, the professor merely opened the classroom door and informed the students that his assistant Harry was going to teach their class and that Harry was fully entitled to take points off their houses if they did not behave. "Good morning," Harry greeted the students, only to realize in shock that he was unable to properly speak. He could only sing. "Snape," he thought in annoyance, as he took the students' names to see that everyone was present, before he made the recipe for the class appear at the board and shortly explained what the potion was about and where the students had to pay special attention. "Professor, do you always sing in your classes?" one of the Hufflepuff first years asked with apparent interest. "No," Harry replied, grimly. "Professor Snape pranked me, so there's nothing that I can do about it right now." "I'm sorry. You don't have to call me Professor though. I'm Harry. I'm a second-year student." "You have nothing to be sorry about," Luna, one of the Ravenclaw students, spoke up in a gentle voice. "You have a beautiful voice," she added, dreamily. "Anyway, please begin with your brewing, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask," Harry sang, feeling himself blush at the unexpected praise in combination with his predicament. Although the students were very obedient and seemed to respect him in spite of the fact that he was only a year older than most of them, Harry was glad when the class was over. When he dismissed the students, one of them asked, "Harry, can you please teach us again? This was the first time that I didn't blow up my cauldron, because you explained everything to us beforehand." Professor Snape never explains. Seeing that almost all students nodded their agreement and began to talk at the same time, Harry replied, "I'll see what I can do. First of all, I need to get back at Professor Snape though." "Oh, please do it in the Great Hall, so that we can all watch," Luna told him, smiling happily. To Harry's relief, his speaking abilities returned after the second morning class, and he spent the rest of the morning thinking of a possible payback for the professor. At lunchtime, Harry heard how Professor Sprout addressed the potions master. "Severus, are you ill, or what's wrong with you? Why, Pomona, what happened?" The deputy headmistress queried in apparent concern. So far my first years have always lost at least 80 house points during their potions class, however, this morning they lost none. Instead, they even gained 20 points, Sprout explained, looking at her Slytherin colleague with curiosity. Potter taught the first years today, Snape replied, grumpily, before he mumbled, I must instruct him how to keep up a potions professor's reputation. His colleagues laughed, before Pomfrey spoke up. No, Severus, there's no need to teach him that, but perhaps he should know that he has to speak in class and not to sing. One of the Hufflepuff first years came to see me because she was worried about Harry, asking me if I could heal him from some prank that a certain professor seemed to have played him. Flitwick chuckled. Don't worry, Poppy, if Harry wants to get his revenge at Severus, we're surely in for some interesting spectacle. Like Flitwick had promised his colleagues, they were in for some fun at breakfast the following morning. As soon as Professor Snape had taken a sip of his coffee, a hat in the form of a bright pink cauldron appeared on his head. Several ingredients seemingly appeared out of nowhere and floated into the cauldron that exploded into small fireworks which finally changed back into the ingredients, and the whole scene began anew. Potter, Snape growled, as soon as McGonagall had conjured a mirror for her colleague to explain why everyone was laughing at him. However, Harry feigned not having heard the professor and continued to munch his breakfast, inwardly grinning at his success. Apart from a small prank war that continued between the potions master and his student assistant to the amusement of the whole school, the following months passed uneventfully. However, one day in spring, Harry was once again called to the headmaster's office, causing the boy to groan in annoyance. What have I done now? He wondered. Hermione or the others never get called to Dumbledore. Why is it always me, and what does he want now? To his surprise but also relief, he realized that Professor Snape was present in the office. During the months since Harry had become the potions master's student assistant, the relationship between the two wizards had improved a lot and even developed to a mentor-student connection. Severus and Harry, how nice of you to visit me on this fine evening, Dumbledore greeted them, offering them a drop, as usually in vain. The Minister of Magic contacted me earlier. You're both requested to attend Lucius Malfoy's trial, which is going to take place at the Ministry on Monday morning. Malfoy's going to have a trial, Snape spoke up in apparent surprise. Yes. To tell the truth, only Harry is requested to attend the trial as a witness, however, I don't want him to go there alone, and I have to be present at the Wizengamot so that I can't accompany him. I am aware of the fact that Phileas Flitwick is his magical guardian, however, I believe that it would be better if you went there together with Harry, Dumbledore informed the potions master, giving the younger wizard a pleading look. I will, provided that Poppy agrees to teach my classes if she's available, Snape promised. So this is about the black book that he smuggled into Hogwarts. Yes, the headmaster confirmed in a grave voice. He's accused of trying to bring Voldemort back to life by endangering Ginny Weasley's life. Miss Weasley will also attend the trial together with her parents. Don't worry, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. You'll only be asked questions about the happenings in the chamber, nothing else, and Professor Snape will be with you and act as your guardian for the day. Is that all right with you, my boy? Yes, sir, Harry replied, nodding his consent. Thank you for considering my situation. Since Harry had become good friends with Draco, and the Slytherin was a member of his group of best friends, Harry was very interested to get to know the blonde boy's father. However, he disliked Mr. Malfoy from the instant he met him. What a slimy, unsympathetic git, he thought, feeling very sorry for Draco to have such a father. Draco's mother was very kind, however, and thanked Harry for being friends with Draco. No need to thank me for that, Harry thought, bewildered. He felt very much reassured by the potions professor's presence, although he knew that he would have nothing to fear. The trial passed in a similar way like Hagrid's, even if the room that had been fairly empty at Hagrid's trial was now full with people. The questions that Harry was asked were slightly different from the other time, however, the judge seemed contented with Harry's replies and his memory. Nevertheless, the trial took the whole day, but in the end, Lucius Malfoy was sentenced to a Dementor's K.S. at Azkaban. What? Harry thought in surprise, casting Snape a questioning look. Later, the professor mouthed and, after their return to Hogwarts, explained what the punishment was. Harry, I must inform Draco about this, he continued, thoughtfully. Will you accompany Draco and me to the headmaster's office for this conversation? Maybe Draco will need a friend who is not an adult. Of course, Harry replied, smiling. If he needs me, I'll be there for him. Snape made Harry wait in front of the Slytherin common room and fetched Draco. Together they headed to the headmaster's office, where Snape informed Draco about his father's fate. To Harry's surprise, Draco remained completely cool, as if he had expected nothing else. I didn't think so though, Harry thought, but maybe he just doesn't want to give away his feelings in front of the headmaster. He was brought out of his musings when Dumbledore dismissed Draco and asked Snape and Harry to remain for a moment. Draco, Harry spoke up in a soft voice. Will I see you in our living room? He asked, knowing that Draco would understand that he meant the Ravenclaw-Gryffindor quarters. Sure, Draco replied, quietly, before he left the office. Severus, Harry, Dumbledore turned to the potions master and his student assistant. The minister spoke to me today. He made a pause, causing the two younger wizards to wonder what was wrong. Usually, if someone receives the Order of Merlin First Class, a ceremony takes place at the ministry. However, in this case, the minister is uncertain how to proceed as a goblin is involved. He doesn't want a ceremony, and he doesn't really want to award the order at the ministry at all for the same reason. Therefore, he asked me if it was possible for the goblin to come here to my office, so that he could hand over the award to all three of you here in my office. Harry chuckled, while Snape mumbled something that sounded very much like, ridiculous. Yes sir, Harry finally replied. Brightbird comes to Hogwarts every month to brew the Wolvescure together with us, so it won't be a problem for him to come here in order to receive the Order of Merlin. That's true, Snape agreed. However, there's no reason for either Brightbird or me to receive any award at all. Harry and he alone was the one who discovered the Wolvescure. Dumbledore smiled. Well my boy, this is not debatable anymore, since Harry made it a condition for the delivery of the Wolvescure potion that all three of you receive the same award, he said gently. Harry grinned, causing Snape to roll his eyes. Brightbird will come here to brew the Wolvescure on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday this week. Therefore, either tomorrow or on Wednesday it should be possible for him to accept the award, the potions master explained. For Harry tomorrow would be better. The headmaster nodded in understanding. Very well, I'll speak with Fudge in the morning. The Order of Merlin First Class is endowed with 1 million galleons by the way. They'll be added to your accounts automatically. Professor, I have a question, Harry spoke up in determination. Since Hermione and I were able to attend the Goblin School without problems, I'm wondering if goblins would be allowed to attend Hogwarts. If this was possible, I'd give the money from the Order of Merlin for the Hogwarts fees for goblin children to study here. Dumbledore looked at Harry in apparent surprise. Miss Granger also attended school on Goblin Island together with you? He finally asked. Yes sir, Harry confirmed, smiling. I'll have to bring the matter in front of the Wizengamot, however, with Mr. Malfoy gone, it might be easier to get through with things, the headmaster replied, thoughtfully. Harry, please give me some time, but I'll try to get the permission to have 2 goblins per year attend Hogwarts. Alas, I can't promise anything. Yes sir, thank you sir, Harry replied, gratefully. Now I believe that it's time for us to head to the Great Hall for dinner, Dumbledore said, pleasantly, and adjourned the meeting. After dinner, Draco took him aside. Harry, do you think I can tell your friends about my father, or will they ridicule me then? They won't, Harry reassured the Slytherin. I think you should tell them what happened. They'll understand how bad the situation is for you. Draco sighed. For Mother it's much worse than for me. I'm here and have friends here, fortunately outside of Slytherin. And I know that I never want to become like my father. He was not a good person. Even though he was your father, Harry said in a small voice. If you ever want to talk, you know where to find me. Thanks, Draco replied, and a small smile played on his lips. Their friends reacted just like Harry had imagined it, and by the time they had to return to their houses for curfew, he had the impression that Draco felt much consoled. I just hope the Slytherins will leave me in peace, he said, when he separated from Harry in front of Harry's door. "If not, just come here and stay with me, even if it's in the middle of the night," Harry replied in a soothing voice, making sure that Helga heard his words, so that she wouldn't put up a fight with the boy if he showed up in the middle of the night. To Harry's great annoyance, the minister had only time to come to Hogwarts on Thursday. "Great," Harry muttered, when Snape informed him and Brightbird on Tuesday evening, when they met to brew the Wolvescure. "I'm sorry, Harry," Snape replied. "If you're not well enough to attend, I'll just accept it for you." Harry thanked the professor, smiling at the older wizard, and set to work. "How long do you think we'll have to continue brewing the cure?" he asked the adults. "How many werewolves are there?" Snape and Brightbird exchanged a glance. "Maybe another year," Snape replied, shrugging. "I believe that there are more than we can imagine," Brightbird voiced his thought. "Why, Harry, I thought you liked brewing together with us," he added, smirking. "Yes, but not right before the full moon," Harry replied, sighing. "At any other time I'd be thrilled." 2 days later, Harry felt bad enough to consider accepting Snape's offer to skip the meeting with the minister. When they had finished the second and last batch for the evening, he hesitantly voiced his thought, and both adults agreed immediately. Snape motioned Harry to sit down for a moment, while he'd take the potions to Pomfrey and Brightbird would clean the lab, and Harry gratefully followed the instruction. "I just hope we'll find a cure soon," he thought. "Maybe I should spend more time skimming Slytherin's books. Perhaps there's something about the full moon disease." "Did Pomfrey excuse you from classes tomorrow?" Snape queried, placing a cold hand on Harry's forehead. "She always tries," Harry replied, smirking, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. "If she did, could I teach the Ravenclaw Hufflepuff first years?" he asked, hesitantly. "Definitely not," Snape replied, immediately, while Brightbird chuckled. "You should know by now that potions classes can be very dangerous, and you as the teacher have to be really alert in order to prevent accidents." "Oh right, that's true," Harry agreed. "Did you like teaching so much?" the professor queried, quirking an eyebrow. "Yes, it was great fun," Harry admitted. "Sir, would I be able to teach if I was your apprentice, instead of attending other classes?" "Some classes you would still need," Snape replied, thoughtfully. "However, I suggest that we continue this conversation at a later time. The minister will already be waiting for us." To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.